to talk about a force so profound, so transformative, that it can change the very fabric of our lives. This force is gratitude.
The two emotions that destroy your relationship, your business, your life, it's fear and anger. Those are two extremes. What's the emotion I want to train? Gratitude. You can't be grateful and fearful simultaneously. You can't be angry and grateful simultaneously. So what I do is I start my day, I make those changes, and I close my eyes or I look out at the water and I think of 3 things that I'm grateful for just a minute each.
I find 10 things to be grateful for before my feet hit the ground. And especially if I'm feeling strained and stressed, I go over my gratitude list because gratitude will reduce stress all day long.
In the hustle and bustle of our daily lives, we often overlook the power of simply being thankful. But let me tell you, gratitude is not just a feeling, it's a way of life.
There's nothing you'll ever accomplish that's more remarkable than that you have a chance to accomplish something. When you're so grateful for the at-bat, you're happy.
When we unpack the architecture of a winning mentality, we're dealing with somebody that every single day they're beating on their craft and they're closing the gap. They are crystal clear about where they are and where they're looking to go. This is the type of person that's got tunnel vision. They move in the dimension of mindfulness and gratitude.
Say thank you for your heart that knows how to mend when it's broken. Show gratitude for your composure that helps you control your emotions.
I stand here in my greatness. I own my light. I own my brilliance. I am bold. I am courageous. I'm perfect in my imperfection. This is my time. This is my time. I'm bright enough. I'm old enough. I'm young enough. I've experienced enough. I'm wise enough. I understand that I am enough. Breathe.
I'll check it out.
Own it. Own it.
Yeah.
If you're in a state of
Right here behind
gratitude,
you.
it makes total sense. Then you will accept, believe, and surrender the thoughts that are equal to that emotional state, and you could actually
Got him.
program your autonomic nervous system
I'm going
to
up here
make
to
a
help them.
pharmacy of chemicals that causes growth and repair to happen in the body. You start feeling gratitude, you start feeling more gratitude, you start feeling love, you start feeling more love, you
Come by
start feeling
Silvers.
kindness, you start feeling care, you start feeling appreciation, you start feeling creative, you start feeling inspired, you practice feeling those emotions, and you get that part of yours back into balance. We discovered that once energy makes it to the heart, it's going right to the brain.
They take 3 minutes and it's kind of like a blessing or a prayer for the people around me, for the people I love. And there's been a lot of studies that Dalai Lama and others have done on compassion for strangers, what it does to your brain. And then the last 3 minutes I call 3 to Thrive, where I focus for a minute each on something I really want to make happen. I get thanks for it as it's done. I see it as done. I
Yeah,
experience
I
it.
saw that.
I work my particular activating system. So now it's going to notice anything that relates to that, but it has a joyous feeling to it as well. And I'm done in 10 minutes and I'm ready to rock and roll.
I'm trying to get people to practice reframing
Maybe a
their
gas. I can get a gas
perspective.
mask.
Practice gratitude every day. If I wake up in the morning and nobody I love passed away or came down with
I'm on the way, dearie.
my day starts off great.
When I wake up today, every single day, I wake up grateful. I wake up happy.
There's one right in
I
front of
wake
us.
up excited.
Pause and reflect on what you're grateful for. This simple act can turn darkness
Dr.
into light,
Jeff Finder?
struggle into strength.
Where?
Embrace the power of gratitude and let it be the foundation of your journey.
Be grateful for life. Be grateful for your children. Hug your loved ones.
I gotta unlock it on this account.
As I promised, we all got
I knew there was. They're over here in this damn bunker, bro. I knew they were still over here.
It is very much an interior thing. Winning has
Come help 'em.
everything to do with your mentality. It has everything to do with how you talk, how you walk, how you think, how you overcome conflict, how you
Yeah.
navigate a room, how you navigate relationships, how you manage your time, how you manage your money.
Downed one.
It's not just an end thing. It's not just a crown or a trophy. It is the process.
Bum.
It is not just what
We killed these two. I don't know if there's anyone deeper.
Carry the power of gratitude with you. Let it illuminate your path, strengthen your spirit, and deepen your connection.
Self-love is the cure to self-hate.
If you want to be happy, you have to love yourself.
Self-love is the cure to feeling depleted, feeling like you have nothing left, you have no energy.
Self-discipline is self-love.
Your journey will have unexpected stops.
And
It will have
T-Beck.
curves. It will have hills. It will have valleys. You will have sunny days. You will have rainy days. But you have to decide. If I encounter rejection, if I encounter frustration,
Oh, they got in the car. They got in the car.
I will not give up.
You will find the calm, the peace, the hope, the faith, the courage, the expectancy you need to live.
There's another one on the side of the fence.
You enough. If you never pass that law degree, you enough. If you never become
Another one.
you enough.
Another one. Got another one. God damn. The whole squad, bro.
The first thing you got to realize is that you got to love yourself. It's about
Teammate got him. Holy shit, bro. God. Yeah.
fall in love with yourself again.
The moment you start talking about
He almost hit me. Yeah.
seeing, you turn that lens inward and you start coming in contact with your personal emotional history. Right? You start, if I really love myself, how can I live a better life?
It is time
He has a blue key card.
selfish, where it's all about you and taking
That guy had a blue key card.
I like to think about it as this. You can be two things at once. You can be jealous of somebody, and you can also allow that to inspire you at the same time. You can be afraid, which is true, and you can still find the willpower to push yourself or discipline to push yourself forward. Human beings are very complex, and when you start
I know,
to
right?
not just one thing,
Fucking
it
prick.
gives you freedom to ride the waves of feelings, to ride the waves of
I
experience.
gotta check on my daughter. She's being
and
quiet.
to
Protect
kind of go down and go, oh, this is a terrible thing, and know
me. You playing?
you will be able to come out the other side of it.
Every single good thing that happens in our lives, everything.
Were you teabagging me, you motherfucker?
Somebody with an incredible career has no relationship with their kids.
You motherfucker.
At the same time, everything we struggle with has opportunity and lesson that goes with it. It's always balanced. And when something horrible happens in someone's life or something goes sideways, I always ask, but what did you learn?
Life is about the pain of
I was playing with Wardog the other day, and he told me to watch him so he could go grab his toast or whatever.
When I come back to that,
So he hid in the airplane, and I was sitting there teabagging him.
this outcome
And our
has been
teammate
different.
came. I heard something behind me, so I slowly turned around,
That's what life's all
and
about.
our teammate was just watching me teabag our Wardog.
You breathe it, you experience it, and then you move on and you heal in the doing.
You've got to learn to be more resilient about these things because that is life. It's not a bed of roses. Life is tough.
Behind us.
And there's just a part of you, I think, in anything you're doing when you're struggling, is this really for me? Is this my destiny? Should I be doing
Where did
this?
he die?
We misread failure from some sign. You know, is this a sign I shouldn't be doing it? You know, is this a sign I am, not cut out for this?
It's
Instead
so
of
much
looking for
yes.
signs that you can win, right? And so I spent the first 5 years literally trying to find ways to quit, trying to find ways.
Sniper
to
by the tree.
struggling, and I went broke. I lost a car. I had the water turned off in my place. People don't realize that there were just years and years of grinding and struggling and worrying in the beginning, and then
One's pushing over there.
mental changes and some shifts.
Yeah, come here.
in my life then again.
I think you can win. I'm positive you can win. You just need to start changing your mindset. It means that you need to look at yourself and figure out who you are. What are you good at? What do you like? How are you going to get to the place that you want to get to?
Success is waiting for you. Winning is waiting for you. Achievement is
We got one close. We got one close.
a winner. You are focused. You are determined. You are a fighter.
Where is he?
One of the hardest things, which became one of the greatest realizations, is truly coming face to face with myself and realizing that even though I have done extraordinary things in terms of my own thinking patterns, that there was a level to which I was still on the run, that I was darting off to a coffee shop or darting off
I'm
to
diddying this guy. Hold on.
and all of this racing around kept me from having to truly stop and stand with the woman in the mirror and just be still and figure out, well, what do I really want?
I was diddying him in the chair.
You're human. You're alive. And you matter.
Okay. I don't have a sniper. I'll pick up this new sniper.
Every day when you wake up, you have choices. Life is about choices. We all have the same 24 hours in a day. And you can hit the snooze button and you can stay in the bed where
Where
it's
are you
safe,
at?
it's comfortable.
Oh, you're on the
or you
bus.
can get up and face the world. You can stay
One
on
more
your
again.
phone scrolling on social media endlessly. Or you can create habits that are going to help you become
I can't see him because of the damn tree branch.
you want to be, the person that you are destined to be. The power lies in the decisions that we make every single day.
He's right here.
Show up. Make the choices
He's cracked.
that your future self would thank you for. Don't just let life happen to you. Create the life that you want. One choice,
All
one
right.
action, one day at a time. Because
Remember, there's a truck that went back there.
your life is nothing more than the sum of your choices. You have the power to decide right now, today, not tomorrow. So choose wisely, choose powerfully, choose to live the life you deserve.
Necessity, in my opinion, is not the mother of invention. Refusing to accept things the way that they are is the mother of invention.
Some of you will never
Dude,
be,
in this
you'll never
house.
have, you'll never do, because you're sitting around waiting on a phone call, because you're sitting around waiting for somebody to give you an opportunity.
Too many people get into a dwelling mindset. A woe is me. Fuck, I missed it. To me, start now, move fast, don't settle is 6, 16, 26, 36, 46, 56,
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
76. This is about loving yourself and not beating yourself up for what you've done wrong in the past. Let's go.
This life that you have been given, this life that you are temporarily holding on to, this life that has been just given to you for only temporary reasons, has more meaning than you can ever imagine. Your life
Whoa, behind
is
us.
your life, and you have the right to live it the best way you can.
Door can't open today, look out. I'm gonna come back and take the hinges off. You've got to have that kind of courage, that type of determination. You want to make it happen? It's you. That you've got to take personal responsibility to make it happen.
Listen to me, you want to be a rap artist, right? You want to go to the NFL, you want to go to the NBA, right? You want to go to the Olympics, right? You want to be the next Michael Jackson. You want to be the next, I don't know who you want to be, what you want to do. You don't want to live in the community you live in. You want to be in the gated community, all right? Drive what you're driving right now. You want to drive something big. That's
Oh.
okay. It's okay to dream big. It's okay to think big, but you got to start small. You got to give small a chance to be big, baby.
You can't just talk about wanting to win. You have to prepare to win, and you have to expect to win.
If it's a new meal plan, start today. If it's a new mentality, start today. If it's a fresh conversation, if it's a powerful life-giving strategy, whatever it is that's going to take you forward, start now. Start now. Don't push this thing off to tomorrow because lives are on the line. When people wait to fulfill, when people wait to manifest, when people wait and they push it off, it can cost the lives of so many people. The overall
Giving a circle. Who's above me? I hope not.
It's going to impact somebody's life. And so when we don't do this, when we push it off, when we procrastinate, somebody's life is being negatively impacted, and that first life is yours.
So what I want you to do is think about something you want for you, that's real for you, that's important for you, that will give your life some special meaning and power.
Don't wait for something to happen. You make it happen. You make it happen for a reason. And take full responsibility and control of this thing.
Ah! I was trying! I was trying! Ah!
Think of 22 to 42 as being like the soldier of society. In fact,
I bet you them dudes over right there behind that truck were like, where the fuck did I just get shot from?
If you work hard during that time, and you've done well during spring, you come to the fall, which is, you look at 43 to 63, that's your power period, right? That's the period where you had explosive growth in your business, as an example. That's when you became who you are, where your name became known. That's where all of a sudden...
It was still fun. We came close, though.
20 hours a day, and now if you work 20 hours a day, it produces generational impact much greater than that. But the ultimate time, and I say to you this as a brother who's heading in that direction, because I never would have believed it, is really when you get to 63.
Hey, I'm gonna send you this video. This dude is like super smart.
The final season, the winter season, but that's the season in which you really are the elder of society, and if you've done your job up front, you've reaped so much. All you want to do is give back, and you don't worry about what people think about you. I'm here to help the people that are interested. I'm not here to say I'm the right thing for everybody. And you own yourself at a different level, and you really can move with pinky and make things happen.
You have to be confident in you. You have to believe that you have what it takes. You have to declutter your mind.
Give small a chance to be big.
Oh shit, I'm believing. Fuck!
You gotta give small a chance to grow up. You're trying to grow up, you're trying to do everything big. And I told you, think big, dream big, but start small. That's right, start small. Remember what I told you, start where you are with what you have, because what you have is plenty.
You must discipline yourself and take full control and responsibility for the outcome or whatever it is that you are seeking at this moment.
And I just want to encourage you to start now, little by little. Make the decisions that are required to fulfill your destiny. I know you're tired. I know you're broken. I know you're weary. I know you're sleepy. I know you've gotten numb. I know it seems as though there is no hope. And you can get into this place of hopelessness and weariness and isolation. But right where you are, and some of you can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel, but right where you are, you gotta start now.
Did Go on yet?
You ain't gotta be perfect. You heard me. You ain't gotta be perfect, but you gotta perfect the day and finally stop planning for events. Stop planning for things and start planning for your future. Start getting yourself ready so when you get there, it's a done deal. So you didn't do all that stuff, so that's okay. Say goodbye to the past. Embrace your future. Live direct in your life, the best of your life.
Okay, yeah, it's unlocking the HDR now.
You have to make sure that you are managing
It's gonna be unlocking the HDR, then the Ladra.
To make sure that you
you just got a XP. The HDR is 250,000 XP. The Ladra is 250,000. The Goblin MK2 7 mini rocket conversion kit is 1,000. 150,000. Jesus. No, I need to set up a sniper class.
See, most people want it easy.
Oh, wait.
See, easy come, easy what? Easy go. When you go at what you're going to deal with and you deal with the difficulties of it, when you handle those hard things close at hand, making those hard decisions right now that you don't want to make, learning those things that you don't like to do, but you know that in order for you to get where you want to go, this is one of the hoops that you have to flip through. And I'm saying to you, whatever you got to do it, because if you don't, life is going to whoop you until you surrender.
Field. Kepler.
I need you to stop pushing certain goals off and
Come on,
aims and targets and relationships and doors you need to walk through and tables you need to sit at. Stop pushing it off to tomorrow because tomorrow is not promised.
Sprint to fire or ADS? ADS, right? Which is better? ADS or sprint to fire?
Your belief system is everything.
For the FFAO.
It is so powerful. And so I came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia to tell you, you were not a mistake. You were not an accident. You were here for a reason.
I'm trying to get a sniper rifle. I don't have it like fully unlocked. I got it at level 21.
But it's not going to always be like this. Your condition is not your conclusion. There is so much more that's going to take place. There is so much more power that's inside you. If you make up in your mind, I choose to believe that I can do great things. And I promise you, my young friends, I got to a point in life when I was like, man, I got these teachers. They must really care. Like when you start having teachers that get diagnosed with cancer, but they still show up to school. One of my teachers had arthritis so bad, she couldn't even write on the chalkboard. Other teacher was going through a divorce. Another one that just buried her child. I'm looking at all these teachers that's going through life just like you, just like me, but they kept showing up. So something inside my brain said, maybe I am worth it. Something inside me said, maybe I can do great things. For them to jump through all these hoops and go out of their way to kind of connect with me, for them to make these sacrifices, maybe it is possible for me. It's the same way with you. Sometimes I go back to like being that little boy in the hallway that overheard that teacher tell my mom that I wasn't high school material. Then I have to remind myself like, no. That's not true. I am that. I can do that. I can achieve that. Sometimes I have to remind myself, what am I telling you? Like life can be hard, life can be rough, but there's something special. And there's something powerful about the human mind and about the human spirit and about the human will when you tell yourself, I won't give up, I won't surrender, I won't quit. I'm going to show up every single day and do the best that I can. And here's the beautiful thing about you is while you're going through your process and while you're trying to navigate these waters and while you're still, trying to tweak some stuff within yourself, you still got the power to save somebody else's life. You got the power to speak up for others. You got the power to be the voice of reason for someone who might be on the verge of doing something they shouldn't do. You have the power to brighten somebody's day. Your words are powerful. Your energy is powerful. And so I don't want you all to think that you have to have it all together and everything for you has to be perfect in order for you to be a leader. No. You can make an impact. You can make a difference. You can save somebody's life right now by you just being unapologetically you and you walking in that calling and you speak life and you affirm and you let others know I see you and I'm with you and I got your back and you're not by yourself and I will hold your hand as you go throughout this journey. And even though I'm struggling, I don't mind fighting on behalf of you and we're going to figure this thing out together. Key word, together.
Don't you give up. You hold on. Don't you say you don't have it. If that job is not working out for you, you keep working. If someone that you trusted it runs out, you keep trusting in you. If someone broke your heart, they say a broken heart can mend. Stop putting so much faith in people and understand who you really are inside. There is a reason for your life. Live the life. Don't give changes are necessary. Know that you are a purpose beyond things that other people will never understand. And who says that everyone has to understand you? Question is, do you understand you? Do you believe in you? You are the author of your story. Write your book. And sign off on it. And say, this is my life. And I'm going to live it. Not just this year, not just next year. For whatever life I have left, I am going to stay locked in. And I'm going to push with every ounce of strength and purpose and will and love that I have. No one can take that away from me. That is how you should be. Let the other ones think what they want. Let them feel what they feel. But don't you dare say you're nothing, because they think you're nothing.
You're
Look beyond new me, new you. Look beyond being like someone else.
How you doing today, Muggs?
Make sure that you're paying attention to who you are and what you represent. Because you are stronger if you believe it. You are better than the things that are holding you down.
You get the
Never give up.
10,000.
Find your reason. Find the
You get to
purpose that is
100,000, you get a
within
free
you.
hoodie.
Because you live
75,000, a free T-shirt. 50,000, I eat a Carolina
so
Reaper
don't
pepper.
waste it on nonsense.
25,000, the world taught gummy bear. 10,000, I follow you on all platforms. 5,000, a free sticker. 2,500, I play standing up. 1,000, no game audio. 750, you get to choose my loadout. 500, hydrate.
Goes through some kind of hell. No matter how high they get up on that mountain.
What?
Because you was not put here to not face challenges.
Oh, that I do a motivation video to start out everything.
Embark in your life. This is why you have to get locked in. Locked in on strength.
I do a motivation video, a scary video, and then gameplay. But I put the gameplay in the corner while with no audio, so people can still see me play.
If you can find something that you have an innate ability for, we love doing things we have an innate ability for, right? Have an innate talent.
I'm not as skilled as you. I don't know how to do intro
Now I'm
videos.
ready to educate myself, learn, hustle, go after, seek, create opportunities. Bam, bam.
Bro, you look at that, the subscriber badge you got. That thing is fire, ain't it?
And do what you got to do to get better at it. And then if
It's a controller with different colors.
Right, that's a sweet spot. Now you're paying your rent. Now we're rolling. Now we're waking up with some
16-month subscriber. And then the gifted says you gifted 31 subs and you're an MVP founder. I thought I gave you MVP.
But I'm building something. I'm building something here. I'm in construction.
You have the ability to do more than you can ever begin to imagine.
It's like if you want to have every
Which one are we going to, damn it?
and more, then the better a person you are, the more likely that is to happen. There's no better strategy.
I gotta figure out this code. I don't know where my paper is.
When you find something that you love, you will study it. Something that you love that becomes a difference between being in speaking and speaking being in you, that you will become not just confident, but you will become competent.
1, 3, 5, 8, 4. Oh no!
Because if the idea
what?
is the seed, visualization is the fertilizer.
Life is not easy. It is not. Don't try to make it that way.
Really?
Life's not fair. It never was. It isn't now. It won't ever be. Do not fall into the trap, the entitlement trap, of feeling like you're
5,
you are not.
5,
In other words,
4,
yes,
7,
most
2.
things are more rewarding.
No, that is
when you
wrong.
sweat to get 'em.
I don't remember. God damn it.
Then what is it that you see in the mirror? Do you see there is
Oh, I got people coming.
there is the strength or the willpower inside this body. There is the discipline inside this body. There is a loyal person standing. There is pride inside of this.
And no, you're not famous, and no, it's not. You were before you
That's
were
what I
ever an
put.
actor. Before, what are
1,
you?
3, 5,
What were you? Before you were McConaughey. Before
8,
you were Texas,
4,
before you were
9,
before you were
7,
an actor,
2.
Before you were a movie star. Before you were a celebrity. Well, come on, get it all off. And it was a purge. You're the only son of you can't get rid of. So, we're gonna duke it out for the rest of our life here, or we're gonna figure out how to get along.
You believe, we know from the science and we know from experience that if I exercise, it's a process and it's good for me, even though I can't measure it in the short term. And if I eat well and I keep doing that, I know it'll keep me healthy for the long term. I'll eat more leafy greens and less sugar. I know I just have to stick to this process that 100% of the time, it works. How long does it take to get into shape when you start exercising? Nobody knows. Right. Neither does any doctor. Sometimes a little less time for some people and sometimes a little more time for others. Like, we don't know. We just know 100% that it works. And so
I'm on the way, dearie.
I had to get used to the idea professionally.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna do
I'm
things
on
that
the
I
way,
know work,
dearie.
but I won't be able to measure them. And I just have to be okay with the fact that it works.
My
Like
meds are
exercise,
starting to
like
kick
eating.
in, starting to kick
so
in,
that's
starting to
where,
kick in. My meds are starting to kick in.
mindset
Yes,
and
they
letting go
are.
of annual goals. So people are like, what's your annual goal? I don't have any because I can't predict what I'm going to achieve based on arbitrary timelines.
And it's real important in the
It's coming to you.
You can't see it over there. You have to see it right here.
Feel it.
You got to feel it right here. Like I am. It's all I am. I am. I am in my dream home. I am in my dream relationship. And then unpack what that looks like. But most importantly, unpack what it feels like. And when you have that emotion in this moment, all of a sudden you stir up something that I don't think will ever go back to sleep. It'll go, okay, let's go get that.
Develop your mind. You don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are. You have greatness in you, that you have the ability to do more than you could ever begin to imagine. You have greatness in you. There's a presence in each and every one of us that waits and listens to the voice of the genuine in yourself. It will be perhaps the only God you will ever have or hear.
What are you fucking?
If you cannot hear it all of your life,
What the fuck is you doing?
on the ends of strings that somebody else pulls. When you recognize your greatness, no one will ever pull your strings. You are different. You were created on purpose, with a purpose, to manifest that purpose through you. But you will never exercise authority and dominion over your life until you exercise authority and dominion over what you are not.
Abundance is just about overflow. It's about overflow. That means that if there were a saucer under this cup, abundance would be everything. This tea flows over into the saucer, and I can feed you from my saucer because I have filled my cup up.
Oh, you jumped off.
I use my cup for me, and I feed you.
I'm
from
right
my
here with you.
saucer.
You
And
need help?
abundance is saying,
I'm right here
I
with
have
you.
a saucer in my relationships filled with great experiences. There's a saucer in my health and wellness. I have so much bountiful health and vitality that I can show up for you. There's a saucer with my spirituality that I can pray for you. I can
On the way.
forgive the perceivingly unforgivable and love the perceivingly unlovable. And then there's a saucer for my finances. And that in every area, because abundance is a 360 experience. See, wealth is singularly focused. Wealth is about your money and your possessions. That's wealth. Okay? But abundance is 360. I have a lot of very, very wealthy friends. They're wealthy, they're not abundant.
Your ability to put something into your own mind where nobody else
Yeah, a little
has
bit more money.
impact on. And only you know that day in, day out.
Someone just put something on this buy. I don't know how they know we're here.
Feel for yourself how it's getting real because it's unbroken. Because there's nobody who can interfere.
Make that dash dance. Make it rock this
My money's right here on the buy.
Make it unapologetic. Take no prisoners. Play full out. If you're gonna run fast,
Where are
run
you? I
hard,
thought you were...
even at the risk of hitting
Hold
the
on.
wall. Make your dash there. Greatness is about being willing to be used to your highest level of possibility.
Nichols, where?
Even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's unpopular, even when you're alone, even when it's inconveniencing, you're still willing to lead.
Yeah, I called in. I'm gonna get my sniper. There's someone around me. There's someone, another one. You fucking camping pussy.
France is a very old country, being a little over 1600 years old. So, saying that, you can expect that it has some tall tales and legends floating around the country, particularly stories hailing from the streets of Paris. So today on Top 5 Scary Videos, I'm going to be counting down our list of the top 5 scary French urban legends. Before we begin though, be sure to stick around until the end of the video where I'll be responding to some of your comments. And with that, let's jump in. In at number 5, we have Jim Morrison. Born James Douglas Morrison, he was a singer, songwriter, and poet who served as the lead vocalist of the rock band The Doors. However, Morrison developed an alcohol dependency during the 60s, with
I'm
him
gonna try and
passing
land
away
back on my shit.
unexpectedly at the age of 27 in Paris. As no autopsy was performed, the cause of his
Did you
death
kill
remains
those people?
unknown. He was ultimately laid to rest in the famous Père Lachaise cemetery. Over the years, his headstones were defaced.
Oh,
and
is my shit
stolen
safe?
until Morrison's own father placed a rather ordinary-looking
Oh, he's
mark
right
on the
there.
site with an
Right there.
inscription in Greek, which reads,
On my
"Against
mark."
his own demon." However, in 1997, journalist Brett Meisner was visiting the cemetery when he had this photo taken of him, standing in front of Jim Morrison's headstone. However, in the background of the picture, standing in the doorway of a crypt, you can clearly see a semi-transparent figure, arms held wide, which resembles the late singer. Many state that the pose is very reminiscent of a famous photo taken of Morrison. What do you guys think though? Ghost or trick of the light? Whatever you think, it's been enough to drive more tourists to the cemetery to
There you go.
attempt to
Oh, there's
catch
two
a glimpse
on you.
of the singer. In at number 4, we have Sweeney Todd. Now,
Yeah, you don't
hear me
see?
out before we begin.
On
Yes, I
the-
know that Sweeney Todd is said to hail from Victorian London. However, this legend states that maybe he didn't, and maybe he walked the
He's
streets of
running away.
France. First and foremost, though, Sweeney
Yeah, I'm
Todd
coming
is
up.
a fictional character who
On a
appeared as the villain of the
Tuesday, but it's a
Victorian
Monday.
petty dreadful serial, The String of Pearls. The tale became a staple of Victorian melodrama and London urban legend. A barber from Fleet Street, Sweeney Todd murders his
jump.
customers with a straight razor and turns their bodies over to Mrs. Lovett, his partner in crime.
I'm coming. I'm only on the 10th floor. I'm heading up.
However, could it be that the original Sweeney Todd
I'm
was
almost
not from
there.
London, but instead hailed from medieval Paris?
On the 13th
Legend
floor.
states
How
that
many
Paris had
fucking
its very
floors?
own demon barber
Oh,
during
here
the
we go.
14th century, and was perhaps the first home to the cannibalistic
Step back, I won't
pastries from the
fucking-
murderous
Damn
barber.
it.
During this time, the Rue de Marmoset
I don't
was
know.
known far and wide for its succulent French delicacies, especially for those made by a butcher next door to a barbershop on the corner. The pies and pastries were said to be so tasty that even King Charles VI was said to have been a fan. From 1384 to 1387, the butcher was said to have been in cahoots with his neighbouring barber, with it being
no.
said that the pastries were so scrumptious thanks to the young flesh of the victims of the
I thought
demon
you were
barber.
not
The
good.
partnership was said to have
Are we
thrived
jumping
for
to them?
20 years and would have continued if their gory deeds weren't discovered. It was said that an abandoned dog was what gave them away, who was barking outside the door of the barbers. The
I don't know
police
where he
conducted
went.
a search and discovered heaps of humans' bones and flesh in the shed underbelly of the two shops. For their
I
crimes,
ain't picked
the
up
barber
nothing.
and the butcher were burned
I got-
alive along with their shops in order to exercise
No,
the area
I
from
got a
their
Simtex.
evil. Coming in at number 3, the catacombs. The catacombs of Paris are underground ossuaries which hold the remains of more than 6 million people in a small part of a tunnel network built to consolidate Paris' ancient stone quarries. Now, it was largely forgotten until it became a novelty place for concerts and various other private events in the early 19th century, as well as a hotspot for urban explorers. Now, as you would expect, there are a ton of legends surrounding this creepy burial site, so
Alright.
I'll be listing off a
Yeah, I'm
handful.
coming.
Let's start with the ghost of
I'm coming.
Philbert Park. During the French Revolution, Philbert was a doorman at the Val de Grace Hotel. During a mission to fetch a liqueur from a cellar, Philbert wound up in the Paris catacombs instead, walking around in the darkness alone with just a single candle. He became lost and confused. His body was not found until 11 years later when a group of cataphiles uncovered it. His body is now buried in the catacombs in the exact spot that he was found.
There's a guy under me.
States that on each November 3rd, Philbert's ghost haunts the labyrinth of the catacombs. However, the most disturbing story hails from the 1990s when a group of cataphiles were walking through the catacombs and discovered a video on the ground. To their surprise, the camera held footage on it. While watching the footage, it became apparent that the man filming was lost and had no idea how to escape the winding tunnels. The video then ends abruptly with the man dropping the camera on the ground and running off into the unknown. He was never discovered. However, it was this legend that many believe As Above, So Below, the movie, was based off of. Coming in at number 2, we have The Phantom of the Opera. We're all familiar with the 1986 musical based on the book by Gaston Leroux with music by Andrew Lloyd Webber. Its central plot revolves around Christine Daae, who becomes the obsession of a mysterious, disfigured musical genius living in the subterranean beneath the
Why just so many people?
But did you know this story is actually based on legend?
What's
being all too familiar with the story of the Phantom and the mysterious box number 5 at the Garnier Opera House. This legend began at the Music Conservatory on Rue Les Pelletiers, where it is said that a young pianist and a young ballerina fell in love. Planning to be wed, the pianist composed a piece of music to symbolize their love that was intended to be played at their wedding. However, that never happened because on October 28, 1873, a fire destroyed the conservatory and killed many, including the ballerina. The pianist survived but was forever scarred by the fires, particularly on his face. He abandoned the world and took refuge in the underground passage of the Garnier Opera House in order to escape the dreadful people who considered him a monster or a demon. He stayed there for the rest of his life, devoting himself to his music. Now, the pianist was never disturbed, but rumors quickly began to spiral, creating the legend of the Phantom of the Opera. The first rumors came from the opera house staff, such as stagehands and dancers. And it is also purported that box number 5 at the Garnier Opera House is said to be haunted by the mysterious Phantom and should always be left vacant for him. And finally, coming in at number 1, we have the Notre Dame and the Devil's Door. Notre Dame is one of the most infamous places in French history, with it being a medieval Catholic cathedral that was consecrated to the Virgin Mary and is considered to be one of the finest examples of French Gothic architecture. However, popular interest in the cathedral blossomed after the publication of Victor Hugo's novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, back in 1831. The cathedral is holy ground, but saying that how many tourists from around the world have been ushered in by Satan himself. Some history first, though. When it comes to the construction of buildings such as this one, construction always starts at the back of the building, with entrances added last. So when it came time to add the famous door to the cathedral,
I'm gonna land on these loadouts right here.
Mr. Biscornet, a young metalsmith, convinced the church to hire him. The job lasted months, with Biscornet slaving away in his workshop. However, when he finally finished, it was of course a masterpiece and blew the minds of Parisians. However, were the doors perhaps too good to be true? This all took place during the 1300s, when magic was believed and myths spread fast. So when people saw the door for the first time, they believed that Biscornet couldn't possibly have crafted it himself, and that instead he had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for the masterpiece. Stories quickly began to emerge of people claiming to have visited Biscornet during the creation and found him unconscious on the floor with the project mysteriously completed. The rumors began to spread, with priests adding fuel to the fire by claiming that the door's locks refused to work until they were sprinkled with holy water. To top things off, not long after this, the artist died, with many speculating that in order to fulfill the contract, the devil had to claim Biscornet's soul. Ireland is a land of tall tales. Whether it be true or false, one thing is for sure, that whatever the content is, it will be delivered incredibly convincingly. From legends to myths to ghost stories, this is the top 5 scary Irish urban legends. Before we begin though, be sure to stick around until the end of the video, where I'll be responding to some of your comments. And with that, let's jump in. Coming in at 5, Drunken Thady and the Bishop's Lady. In Limerick City stands an impressive piece of stonework by the name of Thomond Bridge, which spans the dark waters of the River Shannon. The bridge was built back in 1836 by a pair of designers named James and George Payne, and according to rumors, their last name would set the tone of future happenings for years to come.
You can stay in this house right here, honestly.
The bridge is that of Drunken Thady and the Bishop's Lady. Thady was the local troublemonger in Sloven, and the lady was the wife of the Bishop of Limerick. However, unbeknownst to her husband, she enjoyed a life of vice when the sun went down. One night, while both women were out and about on the bridge, they crossed paths with one another and began to fight, as you do. The bishop's lady attempted to push the lady into the river below. However, when she attempted to beg God to forgive her wicked ways and spare her life, the push was unsuccessful.
Put a door barricade up on that side.
Only ended when the bishop's lady fell into
Put a door barricade up over there.
Now, there are many who say the furious spirit of the bishop's lady haunts the Thomond Bridge, ready to pull late-night walkers
you get
into the
precision,
water
I'll look for a
below.
trophy.
However, don't fret, because apparently the bishop lady's fingerprints will appear on the stone side of the bridge before she pulls you below, so you have time to run. If you see fingers, run. Not all fingers are good fingers. Coming in at 4, the patron of Gravediggers Pub. The Gravediggers Pub has been standing since 1833 and is named for its original owner, John Kavanagh, who fathered 25 children and has a handful of descendants still alive today. Now the pub is in Glasnevin, which is also known for its cemeteries, both Glasnevin Cemetery and Prospect Cemetery, which lies directly beside the pub, in turn giving it its nickname. Due to this, one long-standing tradition is for patrons to order a pint by shoveling a scoop of graveyard dirt against the outside wall of the pub. So, as you would expect, with the pub being so close to the cemetery, it gets a handful of guests that aren't on the same plane as us. One of the pub's most well-known customers is regarded very fondly by the living regulars. The spirit takes the form of an older gentleman in vintage tweed and has been known to appear in the corner of the bar, quietly enjoying a Guinness until he finishes
I found a trophy.
and vanishes from sight.
I got a trophy.
Actually encourage those who see him to buy him a pint for the
guy
ride.
landed in right there.
And they're just trying to take your cash.
Moving on to number 2 is the most iconic abduction story of all time, the Barney and Betty Hill incident. The Barney and Betty Hill incident, which occurred on the evening of September 19, 1961, is one of the earliest and most influential cases of alien abduction in UFO
putting it behind
history.
this
The
bed.
Hills, a married couple from New Hampshire, were driving home from a vacation in Canada. As they drove through the White Mountains of New Hampshire, Barney noticed a bright light in the sky that appeared to be following the couple everywhere they went.
I can go back and get one.
Pulled over to get a better look of the object.
Oh, who took it off?
And to their astonishment, they saw what
Really?
appeared to be a disc-shaped craft with
Got some
lights
bums.
hovering in the sky. Unsettled, the Hills hastily re-entered their car and
No, I had a fucking door barricade up, but they fucking took it off.
Noticed something strange, that there were 2 hours that had passed that were completely unaccounted for. Over the following days, Barney and Betty began experiencing anxiety, bizarre dreams, and inexplicable memories of the encounter. In hopes of finding answers, the couple consulted with a local psychiatrist who used hypnosis to uncover buried memories of the event. Once under hypnosis, the Hills were able to recall the terrifying events that transpired in those lost 2 hours. They described being taken aboard the vessel and seeing these short aliens with grayish skin, large black eyes, and slits for mouths. Barney and Betty recounted being subjected to intense medical examinations, including the extraction of bodily fluids and having organs observed. They would go on to detail their feelings of fear and helplessness during the encounter, too, saying that they felt like they were going to die. A great reminder of why we use anesthesia before performing surgeries, guys. After the media picked up their story, the Hills' lives changed dramatically. They faced both support and skepticism from the public, and their story ignited a broader fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life worldwide. Despite the enduring controversy surrounding their account, the Hills remained steadfast in their belief that they had indeed encountered beings from another world. Until their passing, they maintained their version of events, and their story has become a touchstone for anyone interested in investigating UFO abductions. What do you guys think? The story is just a hoax? Or has it got some credibility? Comment below your thoughts and let me know. Finishing off at number 1 is the Berkshire County.
Oh shit, I
incident
didn't know you
on
grabbed it.
November 1st, 1969, in Berkshire County, Massachusetts. Multiple witnesses reported a series of UFO sightings and encounters. Residents all over the town recount seeing a UFO flying above and around Berkshire County, with statements
out here.
consistent with one
There's
another.
one more to the left.
It's one of the most plausible UFO abduction stories of all time. The most significant incident relating to this UFO involved 2 separate families who claim to have experienced a close encounter with the unidentified craft. According to the witnesses' accounts, around 9 p.m., Tom Reed, a 9-year-old boy, was driving through the woods with his mother, grandmother, and younger brother. Suddenly, they would see a bright, object descending from the sky. In response, Tom's mother stopped the car and they watched the object, which was about 40 feet in diameter, hover above the ground. Then, the next thing the family remembered was being in a different location entirely. They claimed that they were now about a mile down the road and the UFO was gone. The family would go on to report that in the following years, they experienced recurring nightmares and strange encounters, suggesting possible ongoing contact with the extraterrestrial entities. Other families in the town reported similar occurrences and UFO sightings around the same time. Over the years, the incident gained attention and underwent various investigations by UFO researchers and enthusiasts. Many try to explain the strange event as natural phenomena or mass misidentification, but the fact that so many people reported the same thing, it's hard not to believe them. This is the first time an entire town has been affected by alien intervention at the same time, and remains the most frightening cases of abduction due to its sheer scale alone.
In at 5, the Lady in Red in Lower Base Station. Now, a Lady in Red is a popular theme in many legends and ghost stories, with few popping up across America and Canada. However, this one comes from Toronto, specifically below Base Station, where another subway station lies, Lower Base Station. The Toronto Transit Commission reportedly opened the station in 1966 while experimenting with routes, but soon realized that if the route was to become delayed, it would slow down the entire subway system. Therefore, it was shut down just 6 months later. The city later went on to build Base Station on top of it, connecting the two platforms with a red door that is only accessible to employees. Workers and occasional movie productions still use the old station, however, and it is here that folks have claimed to have seen the Lady in Red
the guy right there on you.
People have reported that she has no legs and had only black holes for eyes. Her apparition only lingers for 30 seconds before disappearing. Some believe it to be a woman that was pushed onto the tracks, but no records of any such incident exist. Others think it's more likely she was a former resident of Potter's Field, a cemetery for social outcasts.
I'm down, or I'm dead.
The city attempted to relocate in 1855 to build the station. Coming in at 4, the legend of Gibraltar Point Lighthouse. The Gibraltar Point Lighthouse is located on the Toronto Islands in Toronto. Beginning in 1808, it is the oldest existing lighthouse on the Great Lakes and one of Toronto's oldest buildings. Now, due to its age, this lighthouse is of course shrouded in mystery, specifically regarding its first keeper, J.P. Radamula. According to the legend, soldiers from Fort York visited J.P. on the evening of January 2nd, 1815 in search of his bootlegged beer, but they had too much to drink and a dispute broke out, culminating in the keeper's murder. The inebriated soldiers tried to conceal their crime by chopping apart the corpse and hiding the remains. In 1893, then keeper George Dernan searched for the corpse and found part of a jawbone and coffin fragments near the lighthouse, though it was never definitively proven that they were linked to JP. As one of the oldest legends in Toronto, the truth behind the lighthouse keeper's death and disappearance remains a mystery even to this day, and the legend certainly lives on. Coming in at 3, UFO encounter in Manitoba. All the way back in 1967, Stefan Michalek ventured into the woods around Falcon Lake near Winnipeg, Manitoba, in search of silver and quartz, when he was startled by a gaggle of geese that erupted into a clattering of honks. According to his own report, he then noticed 2 cigar-shaped crafts hovering in the air before one flew away. However, the other one landed. Stefan stated that he waited half an hour before approaching. He heard mechanical noises, smelled sulfur, and felt warm air as he gradually got closer. As he did, he noticed an open door panel, and coming from within were colored lights and muffled voices that sounded like humming. Then, out of nowhere, the door panel closed, and a blast of gas from the craft knocked Stefan back and off his feet, with his clothes being set ablaze. He managed to take them off and ran into town when he began to feel extremely sick. Doctors quickly discovered that his sickness was caused by radiation, and officials who checked the site also discovered radioactive soil samples and metal melted into the rocks. Now, since then, the son of Stefan has written a book about the ongoing mystery. Stan Michalek, the son of Stefan, has previously stated that he very clearly remembers the day his dad came home sick, and injured after something happened to him in the Falcon Lake woods. I quote, "I recalled seeing him in bed. He didn't look good at all. He looked pale, haggard. When I walked into the bedroom, there was a huge stink in the air, like a real horrible aroma of sulfur and burnt motor. It was all around and it was coming out of his pores. It was bad." The book was launched back in 2017 in conjunction with the 50th anniversary of the incident. In it too, Headless Ghosts in Old Montreal. The historic neighborhood of Old Montreal in Quebec is known to be one of the most haunted places in all of Canada. The city's oldest road, St. Paul Street, is supposedly a walkway for the paranormal at night, with visitors often reporting sightings of ghostly horse-drawn carriages or an apparition of Marie Joseph Angelique wearing the same white robe she had on when she was executed. Not only that, but Mary Gallagher, former Lady of the Night, is reported to appear on William and Murray Streets every 7 years, looking for her head, which was taken off by her one-time best friend. If this doesn't do it for you, you can also head over to the Old Montreal graveyards, which are known to be abound with ghostly activity, especially in Mount Royal, North America's largest intact cemetery. Visitors have claimed to see apparitions wandering around the plots at night, as well as hear giggling, creaking, and other eerie noises coming from within the cemetery. More interesting still, some of the ghosts that people have reported seeing include several people who perished on the Titanic, and an often seen Algonquin man who looks over the cliff to the city below. And finally, coming in at number 1, the Cave Monster. One of the most haunting legends to come out of Canada comes to us from my city, Toronto, once again, and supposedly took place in August 1978. It was during this time that a 51-year-old man named Ernest went looking for his missing kitten in a Parliament Street tunnel after crawling into an opening near his apartment building. This is where he described seeing a monster that had grey fur, red eyes, and weighing approximately 30 pounds. Now, if you're not from Toronto, we have a sprawling path system, 28 kilometers of climate-controlled underground walkways and shopping. However, what if I told you this wasn't the only underground city we have? Well, as reported by the Toronto Sun in March 1979, about 10 feet into the tunnel that Ernest explored, he spotted a thin, human-like figure some 3 feet tall, with, as previously mentioned, grey fur and slanted orange-red eyes. The creature supposedly hissed at him, stating, get out," before fleeing down a side tunnel. Now, it is possible that Ernest was hallucinating or even lying, although saying that, the way the article was written seems to suggest that Laurie Goldstein, the reporter, believed him. Unfortunately, we'll likely never know what actually happened. When the story broke, the entrance to the tunnel had effectively been blocked off by collapsing concrete. Goldstein no longer remembers where the opening was, making the location virtually impossible to find. However, not long ago, someone online spoke of the underground tunnel that may have brought new light to the mystery. I quote, "There is a small opening to the underground tunnels off Parliament Street in downtown Toronto. The entrance is between 2 apartment buildings and leads to the tunnels via the sewers. The underground city beneath Toronto has its center beneath Gerrard Street and Church Street. Above this area, strange magnetic effects have been observed. It is believed that underground equipment utilizing powerful magnetic fields are responsible for the bizarre equipment failures that often are the cause of these accidents. Well, now we know the tunnels are real. Do you believe the monster is? You decide."
Starting at number 5 is the abduction of Frederick Valentik. It all began on the evening of October 21st, 1978. The 20-year-old Australian pilot took off from Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne, embarking on a routine flight in a single-engine Cessna 182L, a plane he's flown countless times in the past. Frederick departed for a training flight to King Island over the Bass Strait between the Australian mainland and Tasmania. However, what began as an ordinary flight soon turned into a bone-chilling encounter with the unknown. As Valentik flew over the Bass Strait, he reported to air traffic control that an unidentified aircraft was following him. He fearfully described the object as having 4 bright lights and flying at unfathomable speeds. Air traffic control attempted to identify the mysterious craft, but could find no evidence of any other aircraft in the vicinity. The situation took a grim turn when Valentik's communication became increasingly distressed, and he reported that the unidentified craft was orbiting from above. He described the UFO's appearance as metallic and shiny, and praised its maneuverability. It was then that his communications would abruptly cut, with the last thing heard from him being, "It's not an aircraft." Just before the communications were cut off, a loud metallic scream scraping was heard from Frederick's radio. Neither him nor his aircraft were ever seen again. Speculation around Valentik's disappearance quickly spread, with theories ranging from mundane explanations such as pilot error, mechanical failure, or deliberate disappearance, to the more sensational ones involving extraterrestrial encounters. Based on the information we have, all signs point to Frederick being abducted by some sort of malevolent aliens. The reported scraping noise heard before his communications were cut, likely the sounds of the pilot's aircraft being stuffed into a UFO. The true fate of Frederick Valentik remains a mystery, but the Australian government has assumed him dead after spending many long hours searching for the missing pilot. Where do you think he might be? Let us know in the comments. Moving on, we have number 4, Travis Walton. One fateful night, November 5th, 1975. The Apache Sitgreaves National Forest in Arizona, USA. Travis Walton, a 22-year-old logger, and his crew were returning home after a long day of hard work when they noticed some sort of metallic, glowing disc in the sky. Curious to see what it was, Walton and crew drove closer to the flying object. Once they got close enough to investigate, the forestry worker left the car to get a closer look and approached the hovering craft. Witness accounts vary on exactly what transpired, but the consistent chilling detail was that a bright blue-green beam of light suddenly emanated from the UFO, striking Travis and sending him flying several feet backwards, knocking him unconscious. Seeing this, his crew immediately fled the scene, assuming the blast of light killed Walton, leaving him behind. And before you go in the comments calling Walton's friends fake, don't worry. They returned a few minutes later, only to find that both Travis and the UFO had vanished. The crew was quick to report the incident to the local authorities, and a massive search operation was launched to find Travis Walton. No matter how hard anyone looked, nobody could find him. That was until 5 days later. Travis would reappear, disoriented and confused, in Heber, Arizona, nearly 30 miles away from the original abduction site. But the story he had to tell of the intervening days is the truly chilling part of this tale. According to Travis, after being struck by the beam of light, he awoke aboard an alien spacecraft. He described encountering beings he could only describe as humanoid, but with large bald heads and enormous black wraparound eyes. He reported undergoing a grueling medical examinations and being surrounded by strange technology aboard the craft. During his captivity, Travis experienced some form of telepathic communication with the beings, claiming that they conveyed a sense of curiosity and concern, as if they were studying him. Despite all of this, Travis said that he never felt physically harmed by the entities. After what seemed like mere hours to Travis, he found himself back on Earth, disoriented and unsure of where he was and unaware of how much time had elapsed. Travis Walton's encounter with aliens remains one of the most infamous abduction stories of all time, and has certainly earned its place on this list. Oh, next up at number 3 is the many abductions of Russ Kellett. And yes, that's right, you heard many. In fact, Russ Kellett, a 58-year-old man from North Yorkshire, claims he's been abducted upwards of 60 times.
Watch the white woman
just the ones he remembers. The first time he was abducted was when he was 16, when he was traveling home on his motorcycle until he saw a strange tunnel that he'd never seen before. Curious, he drove through the tunnel being faced with a bright light, and then the next thing he remembers is lying down on an operating table, surrounded by 15 feet tall alien men. He related their appearance to Dracula, minus the fangs. Kellett reported that the Dracula doppelgangers pushed a tube down his throat and pumped a mysterious liquid into him. He claims made him a super soldier. He recalls checkered rooms and special glass orbs used to control the navigation of spaceships, and has made several sketches of the parts of his abductions he remembers. Ever since that first abduction, Russ would battle in a multitude of wars and conflicts, so he claims, having fought all sorts of different aliens, such as one race of aliens called the Dragos, which are tall and scaly and have dragon-like heads. After the aliens are satisfied with his work, they wipe his memory and send him back to Earth. These missions would vary in length, between lasting for days to lasting for years. However, from the perspective of us on Earth, he is only gone for hours at a time. His explanation for this was that time moves differently on the planets he's sent to fight on, where a day
my wife's
could be mere seconds on Earth. Skeptics were quick to dismiss Russ's
made
account
smoked chili
as an alien super soldier, but he claims he has proof. Last year, Russ was able to capture footage of what he says are several UFOs, the same ones that have been abducting him and taking him to the corners of space to fight space wars. Whether or not his outlandish story is true is for you to decide, but me personally, I'm not signing up to be drafted for any intergalactic wars.
Coming in at number 3, the Jervis Ghosts. Jervis Street, located in the middle of Dublin city centre, has served as the backdrop for many encounters with the unknown and the world of the dead through their eyes, proving that ghosts can be seen and felt almost anywhere, even on populated high streets. The Jervis Shopping Centre opened back in 1996 and is currently home to over 70 retailers, and surprisingly, is a popular destination for many ghost hunters out there. Some history for you. Not everyone may know this, but the shopping centre was actually built on the ground of Jervis Street Hospital, which closed in the 1980s after attending the needs of the sick and dying for almost 300 years. Many, of course, credit the creepy goings-on in Jervis Street area to the restless spirits who died in its wards. In 2008, a news reader from the radio station Today FM was apparently walking along the busy street outside Jervis Shopping Centre, only to be stopped in their tracks by a female voice singing a lullaby close by. Creepy. The newsreader assumed they were hearing things and continued to walk with the lullaby fading out. However, it quickly became louder again as she moved further away. The moment lingered with her to the point that she mentioned it on her talk show.
Trying to wait for him to pick it up.
Flooded with callers citing similar occurrences. Many workers from the shopping centre claim to have seen the figure of a woman in an old nurse's uniform wandering between the stores, while others told of fruit being tossed through the air by seemingly no one. One person, while approaching the centre's bathrooms, was eyed by a woman who whispered at them before vanishing into thin air, and several others mentioned having met similar spirits not far from the centre. Sure, that makes sense. Coming in at 2, the moving mother of Ballinspittle. In July 1985, something strange occurred in the village of Ballinspittle, Cork. While travelling home one evening, a local reported seeing a roadside statue of the Virgin Mary moving on its own accord. And while some summed it up to a trick of the light, countless other locals have also reported similar occurrences. People from the village as well as people from abroad flocked to the site where the activity seemed to be occurring, with up to 100,000 people said to have visited Ballinspittle alone. The Catholic Church was, of course, a little uncertain of the legitimacy of the case, with one bishop outright calling it an illusion. According to a team of psychologists from University Cork, though, the vision was the result of staring at stationary objects during the transient light of dusk. Anthropologist Peter Mulholland also said that the visions of the Virgin Mary in Irish culture is simply the result of the population's relationship with religion. However, what the answer is anyone's guess. There's plenty out there who truly believe the Mother of God did appear all over Ireland between July and August of 1985. And finally, coming in at number 1, the Black Cat of Killachy. Back in 1968, Margaret O'Brien and her husband purchased an abandoned home on the outskirts of Dublin City. However, they could have never predicted the events that were soon to unfold. Margaret originally intended to restore the property and turn it into an art centre, so she allowed several workmen to live on site to maintain pace. Soon, though, the workmen began to report back to the O'Briens with some disturbing stories. After dark each night, they would hear animal sounds from within the walls of the house, even though they couldn't find any evidence of an infestation. Margaret disregarded their concerns, however, she quickly came to learn of the building's strange condition herself. One evening, when arriving at the house to speak with the project's lead painter, Margaret was met with more claims of wild animals loose on the property. So, this time she agreed to stay the night in order to observe. Walking to her room, she saw for the first time a gargantuan black cat sitting in the middle of the hallway. She claimed the creature was no ordinary house cat, but rather panther-esque, with evil and intelligence in its gaze. In a split second, though, the creature disappeared. Soon after the incident, the lead painter was visited by the huge cat. However, this time it brought along with it mist. Due to all of these events, Margaret contacted a local priest to perform an exorcism on the home, as you would, which actually seemed to be effective. So Margaret finally opened the art centre. However, peace didn't last, because one evening a group of drunken actors decided to hold a seance in an attempt to call upon the monstrous cat that they had heard so much about. They were seemingly successful, because the haunting resumed more powerfully this time, with the cat now being joined by the malevolent spirits of 2 nuns who began to terrorize the building's gallery. This time Margaret called for a medium for help and finally learned the truth of the cat. The medium told her that the female spirits had been attendants of the satanic rituals performed by the infamous Hellfire Club. She went on to suggest that the house was once owned by its members. Recently in 2012, the theory finally got some bulk, with another site said to have been frequented by Hellfire members, with a painting of a black cat bathed in flames being uncovered. Coming in at number 2, California Turnbull Canyon. Turnbull Canyon is a 4-mile loop trail located near Whittier, California, and is part of Puente Hills Preserve. It lies in the northern central part of the preserve and is an east-west canyon with relatively steep drainage. Now natives call Turnbull Canyon Hatunga, or the place of the devil.
On the hill.
Supposedly where the ghosts of those slain for not converting to Christianity dwell alongside witches and
And next
Satanists
to
who
you.
reportedly used the place to sacrifice children, whose spirits now walk along the
They're on the hill.
canyon. According to other reports, Turnbull Canyon also houses the ghosts of 21 children who perished in a plane crash
I
back
wonder.
in 1952. However, there are no existing records of the incident, so this may be local legend. However, what we do know is real is that in the canyon lies the remains of an old insane asylum that supposedly came back to life to kill a teen in the 1960s via long dormant electrical wire. Not only that, but there are cults, alien
They're
encounters,
running.
and Gravity Hills.
Beatrice.
The list goes on and on. Basically, if something unnerves you, there is probably a story
I'm gonna
about
rotate
it
right.
going down at Turnbull Canyon. Now, its origin is pretty simple. Turnbull's evil dates back centuries. However, it wasn't until the site was established as a fur
Oh,
trapping
you
site
rotate
in
left. All right, I'm gonna
1845
rotate left.
that things started to get a little odd. And very quickly, word of the canyon's evil terror spread
coming
far and
first.
wide, making it one of the world's most visited places. But not for its beauty, but due to morbid curiosity. And finally, coming in at number 1, Virginia, the Bunny Man Bridge. This terrifying urban legend originated from two
it's so
incidents
fresh.
in Fairfax County, Virginia in 1970, but very quickly spread
Nah,
through the
go ahead,
Washington,
go ahead.
D.C. area as well. Now,
You can
like
buy
all
one.
legends, there are many
So you get that
variations.
one and then
Most
buy
of
one
them
for
a man
me.
wearing a rabbit costume who attacks people with an axe
Or
a
just buy
hatchet.
one.
Now, the legend goes that in 1904, a group of convicts were
Okay.
piled onto a bus
Ooh,
to
I'ma
be
do
transported from
put
an
one
asylum
here
in Clifton, Virginia,
and
to a
one
nearby
here.
prison. En route,
then
however,
grab
one
my
of the
shit.
buses crashed and the convicts managed to escape. Thankfully, though, the police were able to round up all of them, all but one. As their search went on, they began to find
Alright.
skinned, half-eaten bunnies in the woods
I'll let you
and
do that,
hanging from
yes.
the overpass of Fairfax Bridge, now known
I'm gonna
as
heat
the
up the
Bunny
rest of
Man
this
Bridge.
chili.
A year later,
It's
on
really-
Halloween night,
I've never
several
had
teens
smoked
went to
chili
hang out
before.
under the bridge. Come morning, they were all found dead. Legend has
Uh,
it that if you hang out
yeah,
under
he
the bridge
smoked the
on Halloween
meat
night, you will meet
and
the same
let the
fate as
meat
rabbits
droppings,
and the teenagers. Jump ahead to
soak into the
1917,
chili,
there were
and then
numerous
it was
police
like
reports of
massive,
people who had been threatened
massive
by a
thing of
man
meat.
holding an axe
And then
wearing
he
a
had
white
cut it
suit
up
with bunny
and-
ears. Terrifying. A
Yiggy,
few other
yiggy.
people also reported that the man in the suit threw an axe at them for trespassing near the bridge. To this day, there have been numerous reportings of the man with the axe, as well as the dead rabbits in the woods surrounding Fairfax
And then he
Bridge,
cut it up and put the
which is
meat in
now
the chili.
known, once again,
And they're like
as
big
the
ass
Bunny Man
chunks of
Bridge.
hamburger.
Now, versions of the legend have varied over the years.
Oh,
particularly in
they're
the
back at the buy.
violence,
Back at the
motive,
buy.
Weapons, victims, and description. With some accounts stating that victims were
They're back at the
mutilated
buy.
and others that the
Where we
Bunny
were
Man
just
is a
at.
ghost. However, that aside, the legend is absolutely
They
horrifying.
hit,
and has
yeah, they hit,
prevented a
they
lot
hit
of
my
Virginia
my
locals
things.
from wandering too close to the bridge. Coming in at 5, Huldra, also
I put a
known as
bouncing Betty and a
Huldra.
blast
These are
trap up.
seductive forest creatures found in Scandinavian folklore. Huldra derives from a root meaning covered or secret and is often depicted as just one individual. However, through folklore, it has changed to an entire Huldra race and not just one single entity. Huldra is described as being a troll-like woman living in the woods and is known to be fair and beautiful, but wild, and is
coming
known
up
to
on
have
this
long
hill.
hair which she hides behind her back upon meeting a human. This legend goes that Adam and Eve had a handful of children, and one day when Eve was giving her children a bath, God came to visit her. However, Eve had not yet bathed all her children, so she hid the ones that were dirty. God asked her, "Are there not more children?" Eve said no. So God responded, "Then let all that
Oh,
is
I'm
hidden
looking
remain
now.
hidden." And thus the ones hidden became the Underduriski. Excuse my pronunciation, please. Which means the ones living
Oh
underground.
look, there's this truck
The hidden
again.
children became lost souls under the surface of the earth, calling for someone to be with them, usually human passerbys. Huldra was one of these children, yet somehow
Right here on
managed to
me.
remain on the surface of the earth. Be warned, she is neither good nor evil and cannot be trusted.
Right here on me.
Jotni, also known as Jotun or Jotnar, this legend is
Oh,
described
run!
as being a type of entity contrasted with gods and other figures such as dwarfs and elves. In Norse mythology, Jotni appears
Gotta
as a
come to
giant
y'all. They
being,
didn't see me.
often ugly and lumpy, with many of them in possession of great knowledge. Oftentimes, the Jotni is described as riding on a wolf with vipers as reins and is believed to be depicted in this 10th century picture stone from the
going up.
Fredstad monument. As I previously stated, most Jotni possess great wisdom. For example, Vaptrudni, I don't know how to pronounce it, who was clad with the very same knowledge as Odin,
I got mine.
legend goes that the
Well, yeah,
Jotun
we can
was
go
the
ahead.
most dangerous
Yeah.
and is a major motif in Norse mythology, with the Jotun residing in the Great Mountain area of southern Norway. Now, throughout history, the folklore has become blurred, with some stories blending
There's a guy
Jotun and
close.
trolls together into one, but that is simply not the case, with these two legends having very separate
Oh, he did.
histories throughout folklore. And that's the T. Coming in at 5, Arlington Screaming Bridge. Now, this Texas legend will quite honestly make your hair stand on end.
Another one right there.
That one full night more than 50 years ago, several teens were carpooling home after their high school football game. Still riled up over the victory, driving responsibly definitely wasn't of utmost importance to the young teens. The bridge running through Arlington's River Legacy Park was just wide enough for one car at a time. You can probably guess where this is going. The teens hooting and hollering drowned out all the noise, like that of a vehicle.
Don't worry
that
about
had
it.
no working headlights. The cars collided head-on before erupting in a fiery explosion and plunging into the waters below. Nobody survived. The bridge is now closed to vehicular traffic, with the site only accessed on foot. However, it now has a new name gifted to it by locals, Screaming Bridge, a name which was coined after the first brave souls went exploring along the bridge and experienced events that can only be explained by the supernatural.
Damn, they came behind quick.
Stand on the bridge
They're
and
behind
gaze
us
into
to our
the
left.
below, you'll see a tombstone for each of the deceased with their names, date of birth, and death. Visit at midnight on the anniversary and you'll hear two cars screeching towards each other before colliding. Coming in at 4, the nurse at Bexar County Hospital. If you ever find yourself in Texas, whatever you do not find yourself
Bye-bye, have a
in
wonderful
Bexar
time.
County Hospital, because it is supposedly housing the spirit based on an American serial killer called Janine Jones. Now, the real-life killer is responsible for the deaths of up to 60 infants
I don't know.
and children in her care as a licensed vocational nurse.
We gotta get our
during the
boy back now.
1970s and 1980s. In 1994, she was convicted of murder and was sentenced to 99 years in prison with triple credit.
behind the house.
The legend of the nurse at Bexar County Hospital is similar treading,
Yeah.
with legends stating that a murderous
Downed
spirit
one.
used to wander the halls, killing patients in order of their room number.
Cracked
First
another.
201, then 202,
Downed another.
203, 204. It began in one ward where patients all began asking about one particular nurse. However, when the staff checked the security camera, they found the patients speaking to seemingly
Yep.
no one. They saw
Grab
the
the truck.
curtains close on their
Grab
own.
the truck.
Tracheotomy tubes get pulled out by an unseen force, but then, very quickly, the patients began dying in a room number order. Like I said, many Bexar County locals believe the legend to be based off of Janine Jones. But what do you guys think?
Number 5.
Got him.
American
He died.
pilot,
Meh.
engineer, and NASA astronaut Alfred Merrill Worden was the module pilot for the Apollo 15 lunar mission in 1971. One of the 24 people who have flown to the moon. Woo! He's got a couple of firsts, though. He orbited it 74 times in the command module. He was the first to drive a moon car. After Apollo 15 reached lunar orbit and his crewmates departed, and Worden spent 3 days alone in his module. That's terrifying. Traveling the furthest out from any other human. After he returned, the crew and him became involved in a NASA controversy, however. Not over leaked alien info, but over postage stamps they had taken to the moon. Yeah, big no-no, apparently. They were reprimanded by NASA and did not fly in space again. Worden remained at NASA until 1975, then entered a private sector. And then it gets weird.
Oh, hey.
Television morning
Hey,
show
give me your money.
started talking about some
Give me your money.
stuff. They asked him, why should we keep going back
Right here.
to the moon? He paused and replied,
Give me your money.
Survival. Survival of our species. Worden also rejected
All right,
the
right,
notion
right,
that
I'm
humans
buying the boy
colonize
back.
planets within our solar system, calling them unsustainable. Then he claims he knows where to find habitable planets. When pressed on aliens if he believes them or not, he said, yes. You know, I've been asked that question hundreds of times. Yeah, we are the aliens, though. We just think there's somebody else. But we were the ones who came from somewhere else because somebody else had to survive. They got in their little spaceship and they came here and they landed and they started civilization here. And if you don't believe me, go get books on the ancient Sumerians and see what they have to say about it. They'll tell you right up front. End quote. Okay, when you hear an astronaut say that, kind of jarring. Number 4, Roswell. As always, if you dig what we do here on Top 5 Scary, make sure you hit that like button. Birth of the UAP phenomenon. 1945, the U.S.'s first nuclear explosion. 1946, first underwater nuclear explosion. 1947, the first crash flying saucer. Coincidence? I think not. especially since they've been known to hover around nuclear bases. Probably for the better. Humans are kind of the worst. Local rancher Mac Brazel finds the wreckage on his property in Lincoln County, New Mexico. Sheriff Wilcox shows RAAF's commanding officer Colonel Blanchard the materials, and during the night, the Air Force combs the entirety of the property, apparently harboring 2 small injured alien bodies. Taking them, of course, to Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico,
where the stairs are.
and the very next morning, the Roswell Air Force makes a statement claiming they have recovered a crashed flying disc in local newspapers. Boom! History, baby! Photographs of Jesse Marcel, the head intelligence officer who investigated and recovered some of the debris. The very next day, the Army retracts their statement, and all of a sudden, a high-altitude
their shit's right here.
Can you believe that, huh? AKA the birth of a conspiracy theory. Nuclear
There's
fission
somebody's
explosions,
shit right here, you see?
Weather balloons. Something's not adding up here. Number 3, Edgar Mitchell. Edgar Dean Mitchell was a U.S. Navy officer, aviator, test pilot, engineer, NASA astronaut, and of course, a ufologist. Ufology is the pseudo term for somebody who studies the UFO phenomenon. I don't think there's a degree you can get that in. If so, I'm signing up. What school? What school, sorry? He was the lunar module pilot of the Apollo 14 in 1971 and spent 9 hours working on the lunar surface. He was the 6th person to walk on the moon. Yeah, he was walking while Warden was up there drifting in the currents of space. Mitchell publicly expressed his opinions and that he was sure that there were thousands of UFOs recorded since the early 1940s belonging to other planets. Thousands. Dateline NBC conducted an interview with Mitchell in 1996. He talked about meeting with officials from 3 different countries who claimed that they had met extraterrestrials in person. Quote, the evidence for alien contact was very strong and classified by governments who were covering up visitations and existence of alien bodies in places such as Roswell, New Mexico. Mitchell's book, The Way of the Explorer, discusses his journey. In 2004, he told the St. Petersburg Times that the U.S. government was studying alien bodies and that this group had specifically stopped briefing U.S. presidents since the 1960s. He said, quote, we all know that UFOs are real. Now, the question is, where do they come from? In 2008, Mitchell then was interviewed and claimed that Roswell crash was in fact the aliens that had contacted humans several times, but that the government had hidden the truth for more than 60 years. Scary stuff, scary stuff. He sadly passed in 2016. If we just reread the credentials alone, just one more time.
Jumping on in at number 5, we have the story of Gabriel. In Ethiopia, sometime in the 1960s, a young boy by the name of Gabriel was playing in his backyard with a friend. They were running around when Gabriel just kind of disappeared out of thin air. Traumatized, his friend alerted Gabriel's parents, and soon enough, the whole town was on lockdown. No one could explain what happened, and it remained a complete mystery. That is,
bottom floor.
Until 6 months later, when Gabriel rematerialized in a busy market square. Just like that, he was back. Witnesses couldn't begin to explain.
I see some orange crates.
If that's not weird enough, the story that Gabriel later told would leave everyone baffled. He said that seconds after he was playing in the backyard, he was suddenly in a place he didn't recognize. Gabriel was led into a glowing, windowless white room by a strange humanoid creature. Inside that room were other abducted children, seemingly from different parts of planet Earth. He said that some of the children had been there for months, but his grasp of time was a little bit off. His captors later led him to a large city-like area with no sky, surrounded by supernatural skyscrapers. He reported seeing flying vehicles that resembled cars, and other humans were walking with creatures that he didn't recognize along streets that almost shone. Gabriel reported that the whole experience lasted a couple of hours, but when he was transported back, he had no idea that
I'm coming.
Just passed. Remember, kids, never go off with strangers. Next up at number 4, we have the story of Travis Walton. Now, this one is pretty damn weird, so just stick with it. The case begins in November 1975 at the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest near Phoenix, Arizona. Travis Walton was a forestry worker, and along with 6 colleagues, they were on a tree thinning project out in the woods. The 7 of them reported at first seeing mysterious lights, which then materialized into some sort of flying saucer up in the canopy. Mesmerized, Walton was the only one to get out of the vehicle and approach the craft, despite his friends yelling at him to get back. Suddenly, Travis was hit by what he refers to as an energy beam. He was blasted back.
They're doing a thing right here.
Over the trees while his colleagues were still trying to figure out what the hell
over where green is.
Originally, Originally, police thought that this whole thing was an elaborate cover-up by his colleagues, and in reality, they'd murdered him and disposed of the body. But everyone lost their minds when Travis turned up 5 days later, claiming that he'd been abducted by aliens and that he had to fight his way out. Travis claimed that 3 humanoid beings held him captive. They were grey, smooth-skinned, and blemishless. Later, all 7 of the group passed lie detector tests, adding credibility to this bizarre ordeal.
Coming in at 5, Arkansas, the Dog Boy. Now, the name may sound ridiculous, yes, but the story is truly chilling. If you find yourself at 65 Mulberry Street in the middle of a small Arkansas town of Quintman, you may very well encounter the hulking outline of a 300-pound, half-man, half-beast with glowing animal eyes. This is the Dog Boy. If you see him, walk quickly, as he is rumored to chase people down the street, biting at their heels, just like a dog. Now, this legend is rare, because the story behind the story may just be even creepier than the legend itself. Gerald Bettis, the only son of the Bettis family of 65 Mulberry, was reportedly a problem child, but not a cute one. No, this kid collected and tortured animals before turning his sociopathic focus to his parents, supposedly imprisoning them in their home and murdering his father. Bettis was eventually imprisoned for growing marijuana on his back porch and would later die in a state penitentiary in 1988 of a drug overdose. Spooky stuff. Coming in at 4, Colorado, Riverdale.
The gas is about to close in on it.
Is crammed with horrifying legends to bring even the bravest paranormal investigator to their knees. Riverdale Road is notorious for having some of the most chilling and endless ghost stories, beginning with the fact that it is literally referred to as the gates to hell. Yeah, now the gates themselves are simply made of rusty iron, yet people travel from far and wide to visit them. This is because the man who built the gates lost his mind once they were finished. He then burned his entire mansion with his family asleep inside. Worse still, he was never caught or put on trial. As of now, people report that a lady in white walks the road close by the gates, with many assuming she is the man's wife, wandering, searching for her murdered children or even her husband. Another ghostly story goes that there are accidents that specifically happen to joggers all the time. Once upon a time, a jogger decided to take a jog along Riverdale Road and ultimately got hit. They sadly passed away, and rumor has it their spirit now haunts the road. People who walk the road are said to have heard a loud heartbeat and footsteps. If you drive by, you might also feel something hitting your car when there's literally nothing there. Now, there are so many more stories, but we'll end with the Native American shapeshifters. Now, what makes Riverdale Road interesting isn't just the road itself, but because the area of land that it cuts through is also rumored to be haunted. For hundreds of years, there have been countless stories about Native American shapeshifters roaming the land, with many passers-by spotting them on the road. According to reports, they take on different shapes and communicate with people in their own ways. They're also known to play tricks on anyone who walks down Riverdale Road, so be warned. Coming in at 3, New Jersey, The Watcher. Now, this legend could honestly be the script for a horror movie. Let me break it down for you. A family begin receiving ominous notes just days after they close on their dream home. Yeah. Spooky, right? Well, this story took off back in 2015 after a young family moved into a $1 million house in Westfield, New Jersey. However, they began to get letters signed by someone only IDing themselves as the Watcher, who claimed it was
They're burning up top. They're burning.
House, while also spouting weird lines such as, I quote, "Do you need to fill the house with the young blood I requested?" And "Who has the bedrooms facing the street?" Yeah, creepy. The writer also noted the make of the couple's car and the comings and goings of construction crews. He also observed that the couple had 3 young children, stating, I quote, "Was your old house too small for the growing family, or was it greed to bring me your children? Once I know their names, I will call to them and draw them to me." Now, no one quite knows the truth behind the legend, whether it was a prank or a spooky neighbor, but what we do know is that the Watcher was never caught and still remains watching the house in Westfield, New Jersey.
Number 3.
There's 2 right outside.
Our next entry comes courtesy of phantomsandmonsters.com and describes a 14-year-old visiting the home of some seniors and seeing something more terrifying than they could possibly imagine. As they themselves told it, "I witnessed an alien abduction back in 2002 when I was 14. A friend of mine..."
Bro, what is the teammate fucking doing?
Their computer. I said sure. And
he was looking dead at him.
I got there and clapped clouds appeared, so I decided to make this a pretty quick visit. I set up the computer and installed some software for them, showing them all how it works and such. They go back and sit on the couch while I get my backpack to get ready to leave, as their other granddaughter, who is about 6 years old, was sleeping in the other room. All of a sudden, a cold breeze went through the room. It was odd, as all the doors and windows were shut. The grandparents looked towards the kitchen, and what I saw made me freeze in place. There were 3 creatures standing in the kitchen. 2 of them were short, gray, alien creatures, with thicker necks than usually described, with the eyes closer to the sides of their heads. They wore silver jumpsuits. In between them was a taller creature that looked like a humanoid mantis, wearing a black robe with a yellow stripe going down the middle. They walked to another room, and a minute later returned with the robed creature, carrying the granddaughter in its arms. It's looking at me, and I get the feeling it knows who I am. I don't know why I got the feeling, but I did.
I got one down, one more.
The grandparents were looking at them too, but not doing anything. I thought, screw this, and fought off all the fear I could and clumsily charged towards them. I didn't even make 3 steps before the grandfather stopped me and told me to bring her back. The creatures didn't move and continued to look at me. I couldn't get any more words out of my throat because I didn't even know what to think at this point. All of a sudden, a light stretched around them and they vanished. An odd glow remained for a few seconds before fading. After a minute of awkward silence and the grandfather repeating, "She will be brought back," soon I decided to leave. I rode my bicycle home as fast as I could while looking back, hoping that nothing was following me. I didn't sleep that night after I got home. The next day, I told my friend what had happened, and she told me it has happened before. The grandparents and other family members have tried to stop it, but to no avail. They just accepted it with a look of defeat and moved on. The granddaughter was brought back after a few hours. Not long after I witnessed this incident, their whole family moved elsewhere. I've heard from other people who claimed to experience similar events, and I feel they are legit. Why are aliens taking babies away from their families? What are they hoping to learn? And is there some way to stop them? One can hope, but it seems unlikely. Number 2, dream or abduction. This next story is from an anonymous Reddit user who claimed to be abducted and experimented on by aliens before waking up at home with injuries related to the experiment. As he told the story, in July of 2015, back when I was 19, I lived in a house in Southport, Sacramento with 3 other friends. I woke up one night to a light coming through the ceiling of my room, and it lifted me out of my bed. Next thing I know, I'm in some kind of chair and unable to control my body, like I was drugged with something. There were guys that were not human men, but gray people with large black almond-shaped eyes doing stuff with what seemed like medical instruments and machines. I was very terrified. I was unarmed, naked, unable to move. I was so scared. One of them was touching the machine that put the tube down my throat and into my stomach. His hand got close to my face because he had to adjust something holding my head in place. I remember getting a good look at his hand and eyes. They had long fingers with pads at the tips, sort of like salamanders, and they don't have fingernails. Their skin is gray, but kind of like a powdery translucent gray. They had large heads with small necks, so small and thin it didn't make sense. Their arms and fingers were long and skinny too. I was in the chair with my head and jaw held by something so I didn't see their feet. I'd say the tallest probably stood about the height of my lowest rib, and for reference, I'm 5'10". The tube machine sucked out the food I ate earlier that day and then was pulled out of me. I don't remember how I got there, but then I remembered being in a cage made of some kind of metal that reminded me of aluminum, in a room with curved walls. In front of me was a man who looked a lot like a human, talking to a gray person on a window that lit up a screen like a hologram. The man was tall and looked like a human, except that his skin was very white and his hair was blonde and platinum. He spoke with a gray person on the holo screen in a language I didn't understand. He wore a blue flight uniform of some kind. This man was obviously military of some sort, judging by his uniform. The gray person spoke in a language that sounded like birds chirping. Once the call was over, the holo screen turned into a different display with symbols, and the man turned and walked to me. He crouched down and spoke to me in plain English and said to me, "Everything's gonna be fine. I'm going to get you out of here and take you home." I was so happy to hear that. He opened the cage, and next thing I know, I fell on top of my bed with my back hitting the mattress first. I immediately got out of bed right after I fell. Was this a real alien abduction or simply a horrible nightmare? Typically, I would think it was merely a bad dream, but the user describes extreme pain in his throat for days afterwards from the tube being forced into him. What was the source of this pain if it was simply a dream? Truly a strange encounter to contemplate. Number 1, the alien and the bassinet. Our final story is another from phantomsandmonsters.com about a woman who was asleep in bed next to her baby's bassinet before waking up and seeing something that would make any mother panic. The following is an excerpt from her account. "I turned over on my side, facing the bassinet, and noticed a bright light coming in between the window blinds. I thought out loud, is it morning already? The light was was coming in between the blinds, and it was so bright, but the rest of the room was dark.
Big
There
map
was also
or
a bright
Resurgence?
light on the wall next to the window, and I looked up to see where the light was coming from. To my horror, just above the bassinet was an alien's gray face. It was just the head, no upper body, legs, or arms. The head was dark in color, very round, ending in a pointed chin, and there was a small slit for a mouth. The nostrils were small, but the eyes were large and almond-shaped and very shiny black. It had some sort of glass lamp on the top of its head. The light on the wall was projected from it. Then I noticed that the being was looking down at my baby daughter. Oh my God, I couldn't speak. My heart started pounding so hard that I started trembling uncontrollably. It saw me and realized I was looking at it. The being moved towards me, and I started screaming and swinging my arms.
Are you okay?
I screamed out loud for it to leave. It floated from its original position above the bassinet to just above my face. I remember seeing this light blue fog build up in front of my face, and then in a dreamlike manner, I heard a cooing sound similar to mourning doves. I had the feeling that whoever was talking to me was stern and was telling me that it was for our own good. The woman then describes waking up with a sore spot on her head and the alien being gone without a trace. She insists it was not a dream and that she really saw an alien creature that she believes will one day return. For her sake, let us hope it was simply a dream.
Coming in at number 3, I-4 Dead Zone. Interstate 4 is a highway in Florida that spans 132 miles, with it running from Tampa all the way to Daytona Beach. Now, the interstate is frequented daily by folks heading to work and those on their way to Disney World. Now, while it is a popular highway, it is also another nickname for it, the Dead Zone, an area where folks need to be particularly careful. This area of the highway has been the location of many accidents, electronic malfunctions, as well as supposed ghost sightings. So why exactly is this spot so dangerous and filled with so much paranormal activity? Well, this is because this quarter mile of highway was built over a gravesite. And as we know from movies, a disturbed gravesite means bad news bears. It means you're in for a nasty surprise. It means you're gonna die. Don't believe it? Well, oddly enough, on the very first day the new interstate was opened, a tractor-trailer carrying frozen goods lost control and crashed directly above the disturbed graves of people who had died from yellow fever. It is believed that around 1,500 to 2,000 accidents have occurred on the highway since 1963, which is a lot. And worse still, many of those accidents resulted in death, and between a 24-month period, there were around 44 car accidents, resulting in approximately 65 people being injured. Some locals fear this area of the highway so much that they actually take a much longer route around it. On top of all of this, back in the 1950s, a young boy was said to have disturbed the graves, and the following night he was killed by a drunk driver. And to add insult to injury, the driver was never caught. Coming in at number 2, we have the Devil's Chair, also known as the Haunted Chair. This is an urban legend hailing from folklore that is attached to a class of funerary or memorial sculpture common throughout the United States during the 19th century. Now, these chairs were known as the mourning chairs for visitors to cemeteries to sit on when visiting loved ones. However, since then, cemeteries have provided benches for similar purposes. Once the original purpose of these chairs fell out of fashion, superstition quickly developed in association with sitting in the chair. For example, some young people dare one another to visit the site, most often after dark or at midnight, or in some cases on Halloween. Stories state that if you sit in the chair at these specific times, something awful will happen, with people fearing that they will be punished. In Florida specifically, the Devil's Chair is located in Cassadaga, Florida, and is a graveside bench in the cemetery that borders Cassadaga as well as Lake Helen. According to legend, an unopened can of beer left on the chair will be empty by morning. Now, in some stories, the can has already been opened, and in others, the liquid is simply gone through the unopened top. On top of that, it is said that the devil will sometimes appear to anyone bold enough to sit in the chair itself. So if you do decide to visit the chair at night and take a seat expecting to meet the devil, just be sure to have a beer in hand ready for him, because it is said that he will be expecting one, as am I, all the time. I would like a beer. Maybe that's why I'm evil. I'm the devil. And finally, coming in at number 1, Legend of the Skunk Ape. Also known as the Swamp Cabbage Man, Swamp Ape, Stink Ape, Florida Bigfoot, and Louisiana Bigfoot, this is a creature that is said to inhabit Florida and is named for its appearance and for its unpleasant odor that is said to accompany it. The ape has supposedly been a part of Florida folklore since the settler period, which is absolutely insane. One of the first reports of the skunk ape in Florida came from the year 1818, when a report spoke of a man-sized monkey or ape raiding stores and stalking fishermen. This became particularly common in the 60s and 70s, with one sighting occurring in 1974, which spoke of a large, foul-smelling, hairy ape-like creature, which was said to run upright on 2 legs in the neighborhood of Dade County, Florida. However, some people were skeptical, including investigator Joe Nickel, who stated that these reports may represent a black bear and that the sightings may in fact be hoaxes or misidentification of wildlife. In terms of appearance, the creature is said to resemble the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest. However, the skunk ape is said to be shorter in comparison. It has long patches of fur on the shoulders and arm and is often described as a mottled, rusty red color as opposed to the Sasquatch's brown and black coat.
Coming in at number 3, we have the Valentich disappearance. Now, this story is pretty compelling, and whatever the truth really is, some downright weird stuff went on here. At 7:12 p.m. on the 21st of October 1978, one of the most unexplainable UFO sightings in modern history occurred over the Bass Strait in Australia. Born on the 9th of June 1958 in Melbourne, Frederick Valentich was a 20-year-old shop assistant with a passion for aviation. During his 127-mile flight, Fred intended to fly out to King Island, but during his journey, he ran into something a little bit strange. Fred advised Melbourne Air Traffic Control that he was being accompanied by an aircraft that was about 300 meters above him. Air traffic replied that there was no known traffic at that level. He described the vessel as being long and having some unusual features, illuminated by 4 bright landing lights, and was acting in a very strange way. Visibility was good and winds were light, so Fred quickly ruled out the possibility of an optic illusion. The craft passed him regularly at high speeds before switching up direction and altitude. Frederick claimed that the aircraft was orbiting above him, and after 28 seconds of radio silence, he reported that the vessel had just vanished. But moments later, after telling air traffic he was proceeding to King Island, Frederick notified the operator that the aircraft was back. And in his words, it's hovering and it's not an aircraft. This was followed by 17 seconds of a strange, unidentified noise, described as being metallic, scraping sounds. Then all contact was lost. Frederick Valentich's body was never found, and neither was his aircraft. Bringing it in at number 2, we have the Aurora, Texas crash. You're not going to believe this one, but seriously, I'm pretty sure this is legit aliens. In 1897, that's right, 1897, 6 years before the Wright brothers' first flight, numerous sightings of a strange cigar-shaped airship were reported all across the United States. And the small town of Aurora, Texas would quickly become one of the most infamous UFO hotbeds in the world. On April 17th, locals ran out of their houses to the sight of a mysterious object in the sky, and they soon realized that it was about to crash. Slowing down to a speed of 10 or 12 miles, the aircraft gradually settled itself toward the ground, sailing directly over the busy public square and crashing into a windmill in the northern part of the town, which was owned by the town's lawmaker, Judge Proctor. The residents soon rushed over to the crash site, where they found strange burning machinery and the pilot who had not survived the crash. Locals reported that the pilot was not of this world, and in newspaper reports they referred to it as a Martian in 1897. There were also a stack of papers found on the body, written in an unknown form of hieroglyphics which couldn't be deciphered. Strangely enough, the townsfolk buried the pilot in the nearby Aurora Cemetery. Yeah, let's stop there. The body is allegedly still somewhere in the local cemetery, buried in an unmarked grave. The cemetery even contains a historical commission marker that mentions the incident. There you have it. There's an alien buried somewhere in Aurora, Texas. And finally, at our number 1 top spot, we have the Roswell incident. No alien list would be complete without the most infamous and near enough credible UFO landing in history. In July 1947, a strange airborne object crashed on a ranch in Roswell, New Mexico. The big kicker to this story, though, is how the US military reacted to the events that would later unfold. On July 8th, an Air Force public information officer named Walter Holt issued a press release stating that officials had recovered a flying disc from the Roswell crash site. Later that day, the Air Force changed their story, claiming that the flying disc was actually, in fact, a weather balloon. Seems a little bit fishy, right? The incident faded into obscurity for over 30 years, but in 1978, dozens of officials poured forward, claiming that the whole Roswell incident was a complete cover-up, and that as many as 11 alleged crash sites had been part of a large-scale military operation to contain the truth. In 1989, a former mortician named Glenn Dennis put forward a detailed personal account where he claimed that he'd witnessed multiple alien autopsies carried out at the Roswell base. What this gave birth to was an astronomical rise in UFO popularity, with thousands of people pouring in across the globe with similar stories and experiences. What do you guys think? Have you ever experienced an unexplainable alien incident? Do you believe that we're not alone in the universe? As the old saying goes, the truth is out there.
Coming in at 3, Summit Elementary School. In Amarillo, Texas, there's a haunting legend surrounding a closed and abandoned school that everyone avoids. The Summit Elementary School is one of the most haunted locations in all of Texas, and its dark history makes it a hub for ghosts and spirits alike. The school was open up until 1972 and is haunted for numerous reasons, including a janitor who killed students and stuck them in the boiler, racially motivated murders that took place in the school, and murdered prostitutes hidden in the walls. These are just a few of the legends surrounding the terrifying building. Worse still, legend has it that if you're brave enough to visit the abandoned school at night, your car may do strange things. Swings will move by themselves, and you might even hear voices coming from the walls. Honestly, this school is beginning to sound like the one from Marianne, which is a French horror series you all need to watch immediately. Do it. The Queen demands it. Coming in at 2, The Candy Lady. Now, this very well might be one of the scariest urban legends I've ever read and may result in a lot of you sleeping with a light on tonight. Sorry in advance. This theory goes, I quote, "The Candy Lady allegedly lures children to their doom by leaving enticing goodies on their windowsills just before bedtime. Her plan is for the kids to wait for mum and dad to fall asleep before indulging in the sweet treats so as not to get in trouble. Afterwards, she'll grab them and feast on their sugar-laden blood until there isn't any left. Children began to go missing, yet no leads were ever found that would suggest they were kidnapped or ran away. As some of the remaining children got older, they confessed to eating candy left on their windowsills with a note from the Candy Lady, so parents started to wonder if the other children perhaps had been poisoned. The worry was soon put to rest when someone actually turned up dead. Not a child, though, but a sheriff's deputy who had been investigating the disappearances. His eyes had been stabbed out with a fork and his pockets stuffed with candy. A farmer also found a child-sized set of teeth inside a candy wrapper one morning while tending to his fields. Very creepy. The legend still remains in Texas, and whenever children go missing, people are very quick to blame the Candy Lady. And finally, coming in at number 1, Black-Eyed Children. Black-Eyed Children, or Black-Eyed Kids, are a contemporary legend of supposed paranormal creatures that resemble children between the ages of 6 and 16 with pale skin and black eyes who are reportedly seen hitchhiking or are encountered on doorsteps of residential homes. Now, children are creepy already. They say strange things, and their innocence allows them to breach the barrier between the living and the dead that we jaded adults just don't possess. However, the Black-Eyed Children legend is one for the history books and is downright terrifying. In the late 90s, a journalist named Brian Bethel was working in his town of Abilene, Texas, when he encountered something he'll never forget. He was parked outside a movie theater when 2 children knocked on his window. Brian couldn't quite understand why, but he was completely overcome with fear at the sight of them. He rolled down the window regardless, and the kids asked him for a ride back to their home so that they could get cash for the movie. His fear, however, made him hesitate, but the children were persistent. They then began to say some weird things, like, "We're not armed" or anything. Brian looked back at the kids and noticed how their eyes had turned pitch black. They then began screaming at him that they could only come in the car if he invited them in, so he quickly drove away. He spread the word about the Black-Eyed Children and was surprised when a lot of other people came forward reporting similar experiences. Coming at 3, Fossa Grimmen. Simply known as Grimm, this is a water spirit or troll in Scandinavian folklore. This water spirit plays the fiddle and is described as being exceptionally talented with the sounds of forest, wind and water playing over his fiddle strings. He is a young, handsome man who sits naked under waterfalls. What's not to love? Playing mostly the music of nature, Grimm is said to be willing to teach his fiddle skills in exchange for a food offering made on a Thursday evening, and in secrecy. The offerings he accepts is a white goat thrown with head turned away into a waterfall that flows northward, smoked mutton stolen from the neighbor's storage 4 Thursdays in a row. However, if there's not enough meat on the bone, he will only teach those seeking the skill how to tune the fiddle. What a dick. However, if the offering is satisfactory, he'll take the student's right hand and draw the fingers along the strings until they all bleed. But after that time, the student will be able to play so well that, I quote, "The trees shall dance and torrents in their falls stand still." It is rumored that Torgeir Orgensen, better known as Millegutten, was a famous fiddle player from Telemark, Norway, who was so good at the fiddle that he was believed to have sold his soul in exchange for Grimm's skills. Coming in at 2, Nokken. Nokken is the Norwegian name for a specific type of water spirit, also known as the Nak or the Nika. The Nokken are supposedly able to shapeshift, but are more commonly known as male water spirits who lure women and children to their deaths, usually using their enchanted violin. This most commonly occurs occurs at Christmas or on Midsummer's Eve, with the Nokken targeting pregnant women or children that had yet to be baptized. Now, it's not easy to describe the appearance of the Nokken due to its tendency to shapeshift. However, reports have stated that he is a rather elegant man, oftentimes lurking inside the waterfall. Seems to be where all the hot men are lurking these days. However, sometimes he has been depicted as a brook horse. Be warned, the Nokken will become unhappy if he does not have access to water, with tales emerging of one spirit who went to live with a human after they had fallen in love, but was unable to stay due to their deep yearning to be by the water. So, if you ever find yourself lured in by the Nokken, just drain that waterfall and run away. Easy enough, right? However, don't fret too much, with most crediting this legend as a manifestation of the dangers associated with water. And finally, coming in at number 1, trolls. I mean, of course, trolls are the primary legend in all of Scandinavian mythology and folklore. Old Norse history describes trolls as beings that dwell in isolated rocks, mountains, or caves and lives together in small family units that are rarely useful to human beings. Now, trolls are said to be inspired by the cruel giants who were the primary enemies of the gods who lived in the mountains of Utgard. They are said to have human-like appearance, but they are incredibly big and ugly. No shame, just facts. Now, like all legends, it varies from source to source, with some trolls being dim-witted, some have no particular grotesque characteristics, to others being dangerous to human beings. Now, although some are described as being man-eaters and as turning to stone upon contact with the sun, trolls are also attested as being solitary beings living far away from civilization. Upon the arrival of Christianity around the 1300s, the stories began to change, with stories emerging of the trolls being able to smell the blood of a Christian man, with them basically representing anything of the old times, which the new religion condemned.
Number 5. Hypnotic regression. Many people who claim to have been abducted by aliens are unable to remember a lot of the specific details of their abductions. Because of this and the public stigma against people with alien experiences, many people choose to never come forward, or their stories are written off as delusion. But in the spirit of giving people the benefit of the doubt, let's talk about a certain woman's experience with hypnotic regression. A woman who claims she was abducted by aliens was put under hypnosis in order to give a documentary crew information about the visitors from other worlds. When asked how aliens are able to travel at such incredible speeds, she responded with the following: "I can't explain it, but it's like if they want to get from one point to another point, they remove what's in between, so they don't have to travel that distance. They are instantly from there to there." When asked why aliens are studying humans, the response was, "They are very wary of humankind. Mankind is progressing technology-wise, and soon he's going to come across technology that will allow him to peel back the layers of dimensions. And they want to know all about man for their own benefit. Man's warlike, aggressive, an animal. He's in possession of technology that is more than he is. There's no balance. And they're very wary that he's now on the threshold of many breakthroughs, one of which is peeling back dimensions. It's like an onion skin. You peel back one layer, and there's another one underneath, and another one underneath, and another one underneath. The same with dimensions. They're scared. Do aliens really study humanity out of a fear of what we will do once we discover interdimensional travel? And if so, how do they feel about all the UFOs we have apparently shot down? What do species historically do with groups that they are afraid of? What fate awaits the human race at the hands of these interplanetary visitors? Number 4. Sam the Sandown Clown. Our next story comes from the January-February edition of the British UFO Research Association Journal and concerns an anonymous man going by the alias of Mr. Y, who claims that one October night in the year 1970, he was driving to visit a friend when he saw something hovering over the swamp to his right. It was a huge UFO with several different multicolored orb-like lights brightly illuminating the craft. He got out of his vehicle to observe the craft for a moment and then continued on his way. He looked out his window and realized that the craft was now following him, its lights spinning. Mr. Y got to his friend's house, and the friend was amazed at the guests that had followed him there, before disappearing into a nearby tree line. For years, Mr. Y would see the red orbs following him from time to time, watching him and stalking him. Doubting that anyone would believe him, he kept these encounters to himself until 1973, when his 7-year-old daughter, Faye, and her friend were playing near Lake Common Road when they heard an eerie wailing sound. They followed the sound to a nearby meadow and the wailing stopped. They walked over a small bridge when suddenly a blue-gloved hand with 3 fingers appeared from under the bridge. They looked in the small river and saw a strange figure standing in the middle holding a book. He was described as being 7 feet tall and without a neck. He was wearing an odd and tattered costume consisting of a green tunic with a red collar, white pants, and a pointed hat with a black ball on top and 2 antennae. He had a pale white face, lips that never moved, red hair, and triangle holes for eyes. The children watched in shock as the figure hobbled over to a strange metal hut. Not long after, they saw the figure again as he wailed, and then spoke into a microphone asking if they were still there. He then communicated by writing in his book, saying that his name was Sam. They asked if he was a man, and he said no. They asked if he was a ghost, and he said, well, not really. But in a way, I am. He said that there were others like him and that he was afraid of being attacked by humans. He invited them into his metal hut, which was filled with wooden furniture and elaborate knobs. The children hung out with Sam for an hour before leaving, and a year later, she told her father about the encounter, telling him that there had been men nearby fixing a post who had acted as though they could not see the strange creature. He had trouble believing her, but he had had enough experiences with aliens of his own that he had to consider the possibility that it was real. Did Mr. Y's daughter really see a strange alien in the woods, or is this just the overactive imagination of a child? In an age where spacecraft are being seen all over the world at an alarming rate, we really can't rule anything out. And what of the UFO stalking Mr. Y? What were they hoping to see? And why was he selected to be the subject of their curiosity? This mystery will likely never be fully unraveled.
Number 2, James McDivitt. James Alton McDivitt is an American test pilot, Air Force pilot, engineer, and NASA astronaut who flew in both the Gemini and Apollo programs. After graduating first in his class with a Bachelor of Science degree in Aeronautical Engineering, he qualified as a test pilot at the Air Force. In 1962, McDivitt was selected by NASA for the Gemini 4 mission. In 1965, he saw, filmed, and photographed an object which approached the Gemini 4 as they were orbiting Earth. Over Hawaii, a craft of some sort. The UFO had a long arm sticking out of it. Here's what Major James McDivitt said. I was flying with Ed White. He was sleeping at the time, so I don't have anybody to verify this story, but we were drifting in space when suddenly an object appeared in the window. It's a cylindrical object, white. It had a long arm that stuck out of the side. The film was sent back to NASA and reviewed by some NASA film technicians. One of them selected what he thought was what they were talking about, at least before I had the chance to review it, and it was not the picture. It was a picture of a sun reflection on the window. So what were the pictures that he was talking about? In 1975, McDivitt said, I never made a big deal out of it. It was something I definitely couldn't identify. It looked like a beer can with a pencil sticking out of it. Yeah, I would eventually give up on that too if those were my credentials and people were like, yeah, right, James. When somebody has like 25 years of designing and flying space shuttles around, when they say, hey guys, I'm seeing something up here, it's not like, oh, James, clean those old specs, would you? Yuck, yuck. Houston, we have a problem. And number 1, Gordon Cooper. Leroy Gordon Cooper Jr., an American aerospace engineer, test pilot, U.S. Air Force pilot, and the youngest of the 7 original astronauts in Project Mercury, the first human space program in the United States. You know, the pictures. It looks like they're wearing a tinfoil suit, you know? Old school, old school. After service as a fighter pilot in World War II, he qualified as a test pilot in 1956 and then was selected as an astronaut in 1959. In 1963, Cooper piloted the longest and last Mercury spaceflight, Mercury Atlas 9. 34 hours in space. The first American to spend an entire day in space, the first person to sleep in space, and the last American launched on a solo orbit mission. In Cooper's autobiography, Leap of Faith, co-authored by Bruce Henderson, he recounted his experiences with the Air Force and NASA and an alleged UFO conspiracy. Cooper claimed to have seen his first UFO while flying over Germany, then saw them land in a dry lake bed. Cooper claimed up until his death that the U.S. was indeed covering up UFOs. He said that there were hundreds of reports made by his fellow pilots, many coming from the military pilots on radar. In his memoirs, Cooper wrote that he had seen unexplained aircrafts tons in his career, and that in 1978, he actually testified before the United Nations on the topic. He sadly passed in 2004. He was such a strong advocate for disclosure, and all of these astronauts are remembered as putting their neck and name out on the line for some truth. But I mean, those UFO enthusiasts, huh? They're all wackos, right? Right?
Number 5, the Roswell autopsy. Perhaps one of the most famous pieces of lost alien footage is the infamous Roswell autopsy tape. Maybe you've heard of it. If you're a UFO enthusiast like me, no doubt it's come up before at some point. Roswell was kind of the birthplace of UFO mania, where a lot of the first conspiracy theories and a lot of the public ideas we have about aliens really stem from. If you don't know somehow, the story goes that an alien craft crash-landed in Roswell, New Mexico, where it was swiftly apprehended by shadowy government agents looking to pull a curtain over the whole thing. Reverse engineered, studied, down to the pilot of the craft, recovered by FBI scientists. Almost immediately after, hushed whispers and rumors of a recorded alien autopsy set conspiracists and enthusiasts' mind ablaze in equal measures. Recorded footage of an alien body being dissected would be undeniable proof with world-shattering consequences and would probably make for some pretty good ratings. Well, the Fox network would agree with you, because in 1995, the footage was broadcasted on Fox, presented by legendary thespian and #1 guy to trust in regards to human-alien relations, one Jonathan Frakes. The film broadcast was not the true footage of the autopsy, but rather a high-budget recreation to show for a wider public audience what had happened. The director claims he had seen the original footage from the 1947 autopsy, but couldn't release it. He claims that he spliced shots from the original footage into the faked footage to provide some clarity, but didn't tell us what was real and what wasn't. And he insists that the video wasn't faked, but rather a reconstruction for educational purposes. Now, despite only being a reenactment, the special effects of the footage are remarkable. It does look pretty believable. It was helmed by industry legend Stan Winston, the special effects warlock responsible for bringing the Predator and the aliens alike. The alien body in the footage was filled with sheep guts, chicken entrails, pig knuckles, and raspberry jam to create the illusion of an alien filled to bursting with foreign organs, and probably tasted halfway decent with a little bit of soy sauce. So was the footage ever actually real, or was it all just cooked up to sweep up viewers on a dwindling TV season? The director maintains always that what he saw was real, he just wasn't allowed to show it, and did his best to show us what happened. There's an interesting discussion to be had there, I think. Was he just showing how easy it is to fraud something, manipulate people into believing whatever they see? Who's to say if the true footage ever did come out, we would even believe it? We would probably just dismiss it the exact same way. But if you want to see way more scary footage, real or not, dismissible or provable, we have got loads and loads of that for you to enjoy. So click through, stay a while, and get scared all night long with Top 5 Scary. I'll be here the whole night and in this building. Number 4, Edgar Mitchell. The thing about most alien sightings is that they don't always come from the most reputable of sources. You know, it's usually a random internet post, maybe a blurry shot from an iPhone kind of thing, posted on Reddit with a caption like, "What is this?" Or, you know, it's somebody who was walking home late at night and saw some lights in the sky and didn't know it was a plane. And while I think we should respect the voice of the people and the common man, it'd be nice if we got someone with a little bit of clout to their name. Well, luckily we've got more than a few astronauts who've seen bizarre things up there and are willing to share their stories. Edgar Mitchell is one such man. He stood on the face of the moon before. He helped save the Apollo 14 mission from becoming a disaster. He's the 6th man to ever walk on the moon, and he is a lifelong defender and believer in aliens and UFOs. Mitchell claims that he's seen things that prove existence of life outside the planet. First and foremost, he is a firm believer of the Roswell conspiracy, and he insists that all those stories are true and that the military has been hiding the truth behind what happened at Roswell for decades, adding on to say that it was buried, and the military propagated a covert movement to discredit everything that had happened at Roswell, to deter people from taking any news about UFOs and flying saucers seriously, dismissing it forever as tinfoil hat stuff. Mitchell claims that NASA believes the public wouldn't be able to handle the truth. Come on, we're ready. We're ready. We're all ready. We're big enough now to know the truth. It's like the Tooth Fairy. We're grown up. We know where the quarters are coming from. Just tell us. And Edgar Mitchell's been trying to just tell us. In 2004, Edgar Mitchell told a Floridan newspaper that he knew there was a secret cabal inside the American government that took in and studied alien corpses, and that after JFK was removed from office, the group did not answer to the president and didn't include the commander-in-chief in their briefings. He was quoted saying, "They all know that UFOs are real. The question is where they're coming from. A shadowy organization existing outside the president's control with insider knowledge on aliens and trying to suppress the public." Did Mr. Mitchell just casually confirm the Men in Black are real? Now, NASA themselves obviously denied all of Mitchell's statements, but obviously they would. What government is going to throw their hands up and admit that they have been slicing up alien bodies on the side? Number 3, the first first flying saucer. Now, while the Roswell, New Mexico incident was the UFO sighting that really shot alien sightings into the mainstream public consciousness and kind of defined what alien sightings look like, you know, the idea of little gray or green men and flying saucers, it was obviously far from the first alien sighting ever recorded, just kind of the most popular. But not even a few weeks earlier, there was actually another famous sighting, and one that's thought to be the progenitor for sightings of UFOs being thought of as flying saucers. Kenneth Arnold was an American aviator. Unlike most UFO sightings, Kenneth never changed his story once, never made any kind of surrealist, outrageous claims, and stuck to the same story for the rest of his life. He saw weird saucers in the air he couldn't explain. Well, let's take a listen. It was 1947, June the 24th, weeks before Roswell, which occurred in July 1947. Mr. Arnold was flying his private plane over Washington by Mount Rainier. I've never been to Washington, so you guys gotta forgive me. He was looking for a recently downed transport plane that had a $5,000 bounty the U.S. military was offering in exchange for its finding. As he was approaching the summit, Arnold noticed that he saw 9 blinding flashes of light hovering up above. When looking in closer, they resembled ships but looked like discs. Arnold said that he saw them flying in a bizarre pattern, with each position diagonally together, reporting that it reminded him of the tail of a kite. Arnold was an aviation expert and said that the craft seemed far more advanced than anything human beings were capable of at the time, moving at unbelievable speeds. He landed at a nearby airport and told crew that he saw something bizarre he couldn't rationalize, worried that perhaps it could have been missiles being fired at Washington. Reporters interviewed him, and he was pressed for several questions, but no one could corroborate or figure out just exactly what it was he had seen. Arnold was questioned by the Army as well, who took his claims remarkably seriously, as he was a fairly respected and reputable man, and there wasn't really the same culture surrounding aliens and UFOs, and as such, his claim was met with genuine worry. No one ever figured it out, but the story of them being saucers, combined with the saucers seen in New Mexico, led to the public perception of UFOs picturing them as saucers for the better part of 60 years, pretty much to this day. Number 2, the Travis Walton abduction. Now, abduction stories can sometimes be a little much to believe, even for those with the most open minds who want to believe. You know, they all seem kind of the same. It's somebody you maybe can't trust driving home late at night, saw something strange, they woke up in a blinding light room, and they got poked and prodded by little gray men. Well, Travis Walton's story is not dissimilar to that. It's pretty out there even by abduction standards, but it's too juicy to pass up, so pop open those ears. In 1975, Travis Walton was working as a logger and was facing a fairly routine day. 6 other loggers and him driving around in the forest when they saw something incredibly bright shining at them through the treetops. One of the men claimed it looked like a flattened disc, a saucer of sorts even. Walton stepped out of the bed of the truck to investigate and was struck by some invisible force that knocked him backwards. The rest of the crew panicked and drove away. Huge faux pas, I'll say, leaving your coworker behind after being struck by an alien, but okay, you think you know somebody. When the crew returned, Walton had vanished. Walton awoke and had thought that he'd been taken to a hospital because he'd found himself in a blindingly bright room and could hear people moving around him. But it wasn't until he got a good look at his doctors that he knew something was amiss. 3 feet tall, with brown, quarter-sized pupils, with marshmallow-like skin. Walton freaked out, obviously, as one would probably do, and was swiftly restrained by his captors. He tried to fight them off, but was greeted by a tall creature he said resembled a humanoid, but was masked by an intimidating helmet, a kind of Darth Vader-looking thing. The masked creature took Walton and escorted him back into the operating room and put a translucent mask over his face. And Walton drifted out of consciousness again, unsure if anything was real. The next thing he remembers is walking alongside a highway as if nothing had ever happened. He eventually finds his way to a phone and called his brother-in-law, who panically asked what had happened. It turned out that Walton had been gone for 5 days, and he was untraceable. Search parties had formed looking for him, sent dogs and choppers, tracked him from the woods, but no one could find any sign of him, as if he'd blinked out of existence and then blinked right back. Travis swore what happened to him was real, a real abduction, and he's maintained that story ever since that fateful week in 1975. Now, if you think this story is fascinating and you're upset that nobody recorded any of it and there wasn't any footage of what Travis described, well, the tragic news is, yeah, it doesn't exist. You can, however, watch a 90s sci-fi movie that is directly based off Travis's case called Fire in the Sky. I've never seen it, but I'm sure it's on Amazon Prime or something. It's got Robert Patrick from Terminator 2. He's in it. He's a good actor. Yeah, check it out. And number 1, the Rendlesham Forest incident. The incident and conspiracy at Roswell, New Mexico is one of the most famous events in UFO culture. This incident is considered England's Roswell, the Rendlesham Forest incident. Few other alien sightings can boast this many government witnesses, memos, and strange proof. Let's paint the scene. It was December 26, 1980. Oh, nice and festive and Christmas themed. Surrounding Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk, England was a series series of Air Force bases and U.S. Army personnel. Two of these stationed officers were John Burroughs and Jim Peniston. On this fateful night, the two of them were concerned by shining bright lights that were seen flying above the base, worrying that it could perhaps have been a threat or a spy plane scouting out their location. Burroughs said that he thought the lights looked like a beacon summoning people over, and over 40 people on the base all agreed, reporting seeing the lights and sharing their concern. So the two men were sent over to Rendlesham Forest to investigate. In their official document, the two men claimed that they had seen a strange, shining, triangular object that was pulsing with colored lights. Neither of the men recognized it as an aircraft from any military across the globe. The craft had seemed far too advanced for anything of this world. Black and made out of a smooth, opaque glass. It didn't appear to have any wings or landing gear or even really any methods of propulsion or exhaust. The men describe it as covered in hieroglyphic-like symbols etched onto the hull of the vessel all over. Neither of the men could identify the glyphs as anything they'd seen before. Duh, it's alien stuff. As the craft touched down, nearby animals were being driven into a frenzy, and the airmen's equipment started malfunctioning, communications equipment cutting out. The two personnel could no longer call back to the base. Now, not even 2 days later, the Rendlesham UFO was spotted again. 2 days later, the same strange lights were seen hovering above the bases surrounding Rendlesham. This time, the crews came significantly more prepared, waiting and ready for the UFO to make contact. The patrol group had found depressions in the ground, and their Geiger counters started blowing up with noise. And the group had known that they'd come across where the UFO had been. And then, right on time, the patrol saw the same craft flying above, overhead, disappearing into the night. Years passed, and we're still no closer to understanding just what occurred to those faithful sightings.
In at number 5, we have Space Mountain. There are a surprising amount of urban legends surrounding this ride at Disney World, which is odd. It is just a ride after all, right? Nothing strange about it. According to legend, one rider was decapitated while on Space Mountain because he supposedly stood up while riding. What an idiot. Now, this is only a little bit true. There was a decapitation, but it was on a test dummy, not a real person. No person has ever been killed while riding Space Mountain. However, there is another dark legend that surrounds this ride. According to legend, on Space Mountain, you can find Mr. One-Way. Some accounts describe Mr. One-Way as a red-haired man with a red face, with stories stating that he hangs out in the line for Space Mountain. But this differs depending on who you ask. According to video footage, Mr. One-Way will sometimes get onto the ride with other passengers, grabbing an available seat. However, it is said that he disappears right before you reach the final tunnel at the end of the ride. On top of that, there is supposedly a second ghost called Disco Debbie, who is also said to haunt Space Mountain, and according to some riders, she glows in the dark. Very freaky indeed. Coming in at number 4, we have Magnolia Creek Lake. Magnolia was once a thriving riverport town in southern Wakulla County, Florida, which was established all the way back in the 1820s and is now classified as an extinct city by the State Library and Archives of Florida. All that remains of the city is a cemetery, with the last known burial being back in 1859. Magnolia Creek Lane is a narrow road fit for one car at a time south of Montverde on the west side of Lake Apopka. According to legend, the road and surrounding lake is haunted by around 200 passengers who were killed in a train wreck. However, many have attempted to find evidence of this, but none has ever been found, yet the legend continues. Now, while the road appears to be built on an old train track, the only documented railroad runs slightly north of the location. Now, this road is supposedly where all kinds of horrible things happened back in the 1890s, and according to some locals, at the creek that runs to Lake Apopka, you can hear the loud screams in the woods. However, when you get closer, they move farther away. The screams are said to be that of the train crew that died. However, skeptics believe this is actually sound that is being reflected from another place. According to a local, Michelle, she said, I quote, "My cousin went to Montverde Academy and heard about this road that runs off 455 that used to be a railroad bed. And they say that if you go down there at night, you can hear ghostly sounds and see eerie shadows of people walking on the road. I don't know for sure about this because I never went there, so it is just what I heard."
The Wales UFO. I didn't know this, but it turns out there are a lot of UFO sightings in Wales. I don't know what aliens' fascination is with Wales, but reports date all the way back to the 1940s, actually all the way back to the 12th century, but I don't know if I give much credence to stuff dating back that far. Apparently, religious pilgrims believed to have seen a fire-breathing dragon erupt from the sea and fly into the sky. Could have been a UFO and they just didn't know what to make of it and just called it a dragon, but anyway, way off topic. The UFO in question here was spotted back in September of 2016 by a police helicopter at around 9 p.m. It was only visible on the chopper's thermal camera and seemed to be moving at a speed of 106 miles per hour over the Bristol Channel. Full video of the footage was released by a former cop, Gary Hasseltine, who has been urging the UK government to come forward and reveal what they know about UFOs. What's also interesting about this one is that the object was moving against the wind. So it is or was being operated one way or another. It's not like it was some object caught up in a wind current or something. Police also stated years after the event that it could have possibly been a drone, but they were struggling to keep up with it, so it'd have to be a pretty fast one. There are drones that reach that 100-mile-per-hour speed, but they're pretty high-end. Your common drones clocking at around 45 to 70 miles per hour. So, again, who knows, but it's possible. And coming in at our number one spot, we have aliens in Bolivia. I wanted to finish off with this one because we have reports of both your typical UFO sighting and reports of actual aliens being spotted here. So we're getting some real bang for your buck with this one. The story just happened back in March of this year, and it all started when residents of a small village in the La Paz area of Bolivia claimed to have spotted a mysterious green light in the sky.
So this happened either last year or earlier this year, before lockdown, I think. It is probably going to be short, as this is the only experience that I have ever really considered odd. So, we own a cabin up in the mountains of Colorado. It is nice and is in a neighborhood that sits on the edge of the woods. That is about as specific as I am going to get. So my dad would sometimes joke with us about gargoyles up there. I feel like this is relevant because of the incident in question. I think a gargoyle might be involved. So, it is late one night, around 10 or something, and I'm on my phone. I share a room with my younger sibling, and they were asleep. Anyways, I am startled by this loud bang in the cabin, feeling like it was shaking. It most certainly was not a hallucination, as both of my parents came upstairs, and I started yelling in confusion. It was a one single bang noise, maybe like thunder. It did not wake up my siblings, but I certainly heard it. I should also note that I sleep up in the loft, so it is basically the top floor, whereas my parents sleep in the basement. Either way, my parents heard it too, so I was not alone. I had asked them what they thought it was, and they had said it was probably an earthquake or something. I did not agree with them, because it felt like I had come from above, like the roof. Again, I could be wrong. I have never been in a place during an earthquake before, so I guess I really wouldn't know. I should also note that we didn't talk to any of our neighbors as far as I'm concerned about the incident, so nothing could really come of it. The thing that I kind of consider evidence to my theory is that sometime later, from what I recall, when we had someone look at the roof for insurance purposes, I recall my parents mentioning the inspector saying there were indentations on the roof, as if somebody was walking up there in metal boots or something of the like. If anybody else has ever experienced something like this, I'd love to hear it down in the comments below. This story happened to me several years ago when I was in the 5th grade, so forgive me if it's not particularly good. My memory is not the best. I was camping with my friend Tim, and his brother Michael, whose family had just moved on to a rather large plot of land coated in dense woodland, and lots of little streams. As we were young and anxious, we wanted to explore the woods to find a nice little place to build a fort and hang out. So, we headed out into the woods with only sleeping bags and some backpacks with snacks, flashlights, and some warm clothes should it get too cold. We found a nice little clearing that had flat ground, save for the far side that ran steeply down to meet the creek. We set up camp here, and had went swimming in the creek where we found some strange animal footprints that looked very close to a human. But These prints were smaller and had only 3 toes. We thought this was weird at first, but quickly it had left our thoughts as we returned to splashing each other and having fun. Come sunset, we were all laying down in the grass watching as the colorful sky darkened and the night's beginning, when we heard a noise coming from the side of the clearing that our camp was at. We were sitting on the hill, so we could not be seen by anything that was on the flat part of the clearing. We brushed it off at first. We thought it was probably a deer or something. But then we heard the unmistakable sound of fabric tearing and sniffing. We cautiously looked over the top of the slope and saw a small dark gray creature, no larger than a chimpanzee, walking around our campsite. I was in shock at first, but I began to grow more and more terrified with every passing moment, till Michael threw a rock into the woods behind the creature, and it scurried off back into the woods. We waited for a couple of minutes before we got up from our cover behind the slope. All our bags had been ripped open, and all of our snacks were now gone or thrown about. On the ground we found footprints all in the mud around our campsite. I got chills down my back and suggested that we leave, but Michael and Tim said they wanted to stay because whatever it was had left, and that it was probably just a deformed coyote or something. I guess I gave in to their pleas, and we decided to stay out, and sometime later, we had a fire going once again. It was around 10 p.m. when we heard branches snapping in the tops of the trees nearest our camp. We looked up and saw that thing once again, trying its best to hide after it made noise. We were all pale-faced and decided to run into the woods away from our camp. I heard that thing behind us, but didn't want to look back. I ended up slipping a glance back, though, eventually. It was not far behind us, so I yelled to stay together, so that if it caught up, we could fight it better. Despite my best efforts, we ended up getting split up, and soon I found myself back in the clearing. I had managed to do a full circle back, but heard brush breaking behind me. So I dove down the slope and rolled into the creek, trying my best to be quiet. I tucked myself just under the incline of the drop into the creek, and I just tried to slow my breathing as best as I could. I was terrified, cut up, and bruised from my chase through the woods, and now soaking wet. I held my breath as I heard something making its way down the slope towards me. I heard a soft hissing sound and a growl as whatever it was ran back up the slope towards my camp. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes or so, when there was a large splash next to me. I thought it was done for, but I saw it was Tim. What are you doing here? I asked. I came looking for you and Michael, Tim said out of breath. I haven't seen Michael since back in the woods, I replied worriedly. I thought he was with you. Tim was about to speak when we heard someone making their way through the clearing towards the slope. I thought I was going to be forced to hold my breath again, but Tim stood up and quickly ran to the other side of the creek to escape. I saw his shape fade into the darkness quickly, and I was about to follow when I saw that gray creature jump up into the water just feet away and give chase. It smelled like death, and I could see it well for a short instant. Its flesh seemed to wriggle and squirm like there were worms just under the peeling flesh, and its bony spine looked more like a protrusion than a bone. I was terrified, now more than ever, and my fight or flight instinct kicked in. I know it sounds terrible, but I used this chance to get out of the water and run back to Tim and Michael's house, not too far from where we were camping. Right as I got out of the clearing, I saw Michael. He was ducking behind a tree, and I called his name in a hushed tone. He looked at me, and I saw pure relief over his face, and he stood up. "Where's Tim?" he asked worriedly. He ran the opposite way, and the thing took off after him, I said with tears in my eyes. How long had I been crying? I thought to myself, when suddenly I was knocked off my feet by something. It was Tim, and we all nodded in agreement and ran toward the house. We did not know if we were being chased, but at this point we did not care. We just wanted to get into a safe place. We made it back to their house with no problems, and we all slept restlessly on the floor in Michael's room. This is anticlimactic, but we went back to that place and none of our stuff was there. and we never saw the creature again. I have not talked with Tim or Michael in a couple of years, but I want to talk to them about that night sometime soon if I can. It was near the end of 2018, around November I believe, so it was damp and cold out, but nonetheless still comfortable for me when I got a call from my friend Joe. He wanted to come up to my house and stay a few days to get out of the city, so to speak, because I live up in the mountains. The usual middle-of-nowhere type old wooden house with my mom, who rarely was home for more than 2 to 3 hours at a time due to her job, and the mountains of Tennessee can have some pretty backwoods areas. We have neighbors, but they are a good distance from us, so we don't really know them all that well. Enough details for now, though. So, I get off the phone with Joe, and proceed to the city where of course I and he hung out and played some video games and slightly lost track of time. We left, and thanks to the time of year, it was already dark. It was maybe around 6:30 to 7 when we got back to my place and it had begun sprinkling rain on the ride up. But we get there with no problem. We go in and start setting up the game stations to begin the night of games and movies, typical stuff we often did. It is around 10 when we have everything set up, and the slight rain has subsided, so we open the window to cool the room. The backyard is dark, and I mean dark, and it leads straight into the woods beside the small shack in my yard. But it never bothered us as we were halfway through our movie, when I and Joe both heard a faint metallic-like sound coming from the woods. It caused me and Joe to pause the movie and ask if we both heard the same thing. I said I had, so we listened for a moment, and we heard it again. This time, though, it sounded closer. It was so windy, so we blamed it on the wind, and plus, we have a tin roof, but we resumed the movie and kind of forgot about it. About 30 minutes later, we hear this sound again, but once again, it is much louder than the last. It sounded like someone hitting a metal baseball bat against a tree. So I paused the movie again, and I and Joe looked at each other. We decided to stay quiet and turn the lights down and take a look out the window. We saw nothing, but kept hearing it move around the woods, so to speak. We started getting a little freaked out, but turned the movie back on and lowered the volume, mostly as a ploy to act as if we were ignoring it. But really, we were listening intently to the outside noises, and the sound quickly stopped. They now transitioned to the side of my house, just under the opened window. We froze, and for what felt like 5 minutes just stared at the window, seeing nothing but the darkness and slight glow of the floodlight coming from the side of the house. Soon, we saw a shadow in the light. Then all at once, the light shook and went out. We turned and ran into the front room and grabbed a light, and anything we could use as a non-lethal weapon, and bolted outside to the area from which the sound was coming from. It was coming from just under the window, but there was nothing. No sound, no light, but my floodlight was unscrewed and on my porch, which really freaked us out. So I quickly put the light back up, and we had a brief look around when it began raining pretty hard. We stopped our search and concluded that whoever or whatever unscrewed that light was gone. We assumed it did not want to stay in the rain, as we did not either. We got back inside, still thinking about what had just happened. As I went to look out the window, I saw what looked like a man standing in the dark looking at me from behind the shack in my yard. I was scared, I would not lie, but I kept talking to Joe as if I did not see him. I walked over to my desk and I calmly took out my 9mm handgun. I had used this for home protection due to previous incidents that we had had. I stow it in my lap and hoped that whoever was outside would leave. It seemed that for another hour or so that the guy was gone, but we heard loud footsteps on my porch near the floodlight, then a series of loud banging on my wall right next to where we were sitting. I stood up and cocked my handgun. When I saw the outside light go out again, I moved to the window and shoved nearly my whole upper body out of the window. and fired at least 7 shots right under the outside of the light, and I saw the man run into the woods wildly off into the dark again. Silence and darkness crept over us again the remainder of the night. We kept the lights on, and the windows shut, and nothing else happened. All has been quiet since. This story takes place 1 year ago when I lived in the backwoods of Georgia. I now live in Wyoming. It is much better here. My name is Patrick. I'm 17 now, but when this happened, I was 16. And this is hard for me to write because it still scares the crap out of me to this day. So, I and my friends Mark, CJ, and Chelsea were going to spend the night together because my brother was at his friend's house and my mom and dad were going to be out of town for the next week. I must note I was 16. Mark was 15, Chelsea was also 16, and CJ was 17. He had his license, and I believe he was the only one out of the group to have it. Because I was living in the backwoods, CJ drove Mark and Chelsea to my house. The first 3 hours were normal. We watched movies, played some PS4 games, and I browsed Netflix until midnight. It was at that point, for at least an hour, we were browsing the r/paranormal subreddit. Mark is a believer, and so am I. Chelsea is too, but I think CJ was more of a skeptic, but we still liked him as he was cool. He is like a more punk rock version of Tom Cruise, and I say Tom Cruise because he was short, about 5'4". Mark is 5'6", Chelsea is 4'10", and I'm 6'4". I am the tallest. My dad is a Marine. He is a beast at 70, and he is 6'4". I got my height from my dad. Had I not been the tallest and strongest of my friends, I would not be alive today. Here's why. We were sitting there out of nowhere. My dog starts going absolutely nuts. I grabbed my dad's shotgun because my house was on a back road of a back road. The closest other person is probably 5 miles away or more, and my property had no trespassing signs and private property signs all over it. So I looked outside and see nothing. Then I hear a sound that sends chills down my spine even as I write this. I said, "What the heck is that?" CJ comes running outside. I hand him my mom's pistol, and just as we are ready to walk back in the house, I see something run into the woods. Me and CJ run after it, with our guns. We have our flashlights at the ready as well. We run for about 15 minutes, then CJ goes, "Shh, quiet." Then he points at something. It takes me a minute to see what it is. That's when I see it. I open fire and then CJ starts shooting as well. I stop and tell him to stop soon after. We hear a scream coming from the house. Me and CJ sprint back to the house as we hear that god-awful sound again. CJ and I run into the back door. We find Mark and Chelsea in the corner of the room. Chelsea is hysterical and crying and said, "What was that?" We all had a look of shock on our faces, and then I looked at my dog. Sarah is a 10-year-old black lab. She's the best dog ever. I saw her hiding behind my dad's chair. There were 3 long, deep claw marks along her side. We all spent the rest of the night in my upstairs bedroom with all the doors locked. When the sun came up, we went outside with my dad's shotgun and searched the backyard. I found 2 large footprints where I saw the thing run into the woods. I told CJ and Mark, but not Chelsea. I stayed at CJ's place for the next couple of days. Then Mom and Dad came home after dinner. When I and Dad were talking in the living room, I told him about what happened. He said I probably saw a Wendigo. Mark just told me that he had stage 4 cancer. He only has 6 months, so I figured I would share this story. Chelsea and I have been dating for a while now. Next year we turn 18. I plan on asking her to marry me, and I want a big family and lots of kids, but I can't never forget that night. It will be with me until the day I die.
Hi there. I have a story that happened to me in Bristol, Virginia.
I
I was
was in
around
here.
6 years old, and we lived in a house built in the early 1970s. The house layout was quite simple. When you stepped inside, you walked straight into a large living room and kitchen area. My parents' bedroom and my little brother's room were to the left. To the right was a long hallway. On the left side was the bathroom, and on the right was the basement door. At the end of the hallway, my bedroom was on the left, and across from it was an empty room. Now that you know the layout, I can tell you just what happened. One night, I had my bedroom door open while I was comfortably in bed, in a rather deep sleep. Suddenly, I woke up with the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched from the empty space in my room.
He's right there.
The air around me
He just jumped down in front.
Entirely too cold. It was freezing. But at this point in the year, it was rather warm. So, this didn't make any sense. A heavy dread filled the space. But as quickly as it came, the feeling vanished, and I eventually went back to sleep. The following day, my parents left to go to the store, taking my little brother with them, leaving me alone in the house. I was playing on my bed when the dreadful feeling returned. I turned to look at the empty space again, and there he was. A man dressed in what looked like a Civil War uniform stood there, staring at me. When our eyes met, he suddenly started running toward me, and he vanished into thin air, screaming out of fear. When my parents finally came home, I told them what had happened, but they brushed it off, saying,
"Come here, boy!
Nothing, just my imagination. It's an old house, you know." But ever since that night, I have continued to see him. Even years later, after moving out, I still see him standing there at the end of my bed.
Well, that was a real person.
It feels good to finally share it because it's something that has haunted me my entire life.
Since I was about 16, I've had several amazing encounters with deer.
Look at the stream.
The very first encounter happened when I was 16, attending summer camp in upstate New York as a JROTC cadet. A friend and I were descending a steep trail away from the group to refill our canteens. Suddenly, my friend pointed out a solitary fawn nibbling along the trail's grass. It indeed resembled Bambi. Once he pointed it out, it looked up and sprinted toward me. I crouched down and gathered a handful of grass.
Yeah,
it nibbled the grass from my hand, then came within 4 inches of my face, sniffing around before quickly darting back into the woods.
Yellow's up there, so I'm assuming we're going that way.
At age 20, I was hanging out in the woods of southern New Jersey with my brother. We spent our childhood exploring these woods, and were well acquainted with them. Yet, on this occasion, we lingered longer than intended. We lost track of time, and darkness quickly enveloped the area. An uneasy sensation crept as we made our way along the trails. Confusion set in as we struggled to regain our bearings, leading to rising concern. The woods grew silent, and the wind began to whip around us. At that point, my brother and I knew that something was off, and that we had to get out of the woods as fast as possible. And that's when we saw numerous deer surrounding us. So many of them.
By the house.
We only noticed them when a handful.
It's right by a team.
The buck walked toward us. It was enormous. From what I could see, it was between a 10 to 12 point buck. I was nervous that the buck would charge us, perceiving us as a threat, but it walked right up to us, so close that I could have touched it.
Be a snake.
It just looked at us for a minute, then turned around, walked about 10 feet down the trail, stopped, and turned its head back at us.
Cracked him.
My brother and I felt that it wanted us to follow it, so we started walking with it. There we were, walking with this giant buck between us. Meanwhile, the rest of his herd walked along just off the trail on each side. After about 15 minutes, we saw the entrance of the woods. We left the woods and turned to see the buck standing at the trail's edge. It just nodded, then turned around and headed back into the woods, with his head following closely behind. Positively, it was my strangest but most remarkable encounter with wildlife, not just with deer. My brother and I have rarely spoken about it, but we're confident that Buck and his heart protected and escorted us away from a potentially dangerous situation. Encounter 3. This one just happened a few days ago, actually, which reminded me of my previous experiences with deer. I'm 28 now, so it's been years since the last encounter, and I live in Mississippi. I was walking my dog around midnight in my backyard, which borders the small forest. We were right by the edge of the woods when I heard an owl hooting. I shined my flashlight in the direction that I heard the owl, and I saw 2 white deer just standing there. I thought, wow, I've never seen an all-white deer, and I'm looking at 2. What was also interesting was that my dog always reacts when she spots another
getting
animal.
shot from behind?
Bark and bolt
Bro.
but not this time. Instead, she just stared at them,
Oh, that dude
Just
was
like I
cheating.
was. After a good minute of staring, I returned to walking my dog.
I'm not sure how to tell this story, but no matter how strange it sounds, it is true. A couple of years ago, my cousin Jennifer and I were sitting on the front porch, just talking and minding our own business, when my husband stepped outside. "Do you hear that?" he said in a low voice. Jennifer and I immediately went silent and listened. Our front yard sat across a dirt road from the railroad tracks. People walked on them often, and a stretch of woods was between the tracks and our house. A small trail led from our yard up to the tracks. Who is that?" Jennifer asked softly. I never took my eyes off the woods. Even though the wind was howling that night, we could hear someone talking, almost muttering. My husband grabbed a flashlight, and the dogs, who oddly enough weren't barking but just staring in that direction, he started heading up toward the tracks. "Don't be stupid, come back," I yelled after him. But of course, he never listens to me. Jennifer and I sat in a tense silence as time passed. 30 minutes would go by and there was still no sign of Richard, my husband. There was no answer when I called out for him, and at this point, I was worried. "Let's go," I told Jennifer. She turned and stared at me like I had lost my mind. "Are you high?" she said. "Let's go," I repeated, already walking toward the tracks. Now, I'm not scared of much, and don't believe in all that ghost mumbo-jumbo. Demons? That's a different story. But ghosts? Nah. So up the tracks we went, the wind still howling at about 30 miles per hour, forcing us to yell just to hear each other. "Jennifer, do you see him?" I shouted. "No," she yelled back. There was no moon, no light, just total darkness and wind. Then, out of nowhere, Jennifer screamed, "Look, there he is!" We saw a light just up ahead, about a football field away. "Oh, thank God," I sighed in relief. But just as I said that, the light started fading and fading until poof, just disappeared. What is he doing?" I muttered to myself. Jennifer and I started yelling, "Richard!" No answer, just the wind. Then suddenly, the light popped back on, but this time it was much closer. Jennifer kept screaming his name. By now, panic was setting in. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The light started fading again. Dimmer, then poof, gone. "What the hell?" Jennifer screamed. "What is that?" "I don't know," I shouted back. We stood frozen, staring down the track. Then it popped on again. This time it was almost right on top of us. Jennifer screamed, "Run!" We ran as fast as we could. I knew that if it reappeared again, it would be right there with us. We just took off as fast as we could, running straight for the house, panicked, screaming, absolutely losing our wits. Where was Richard? We sat down, breathless and terrified, trying to make sense of what had just happened to us. About 20 minutes had passed before Jennifer spoke. "You have to call the police. Where is Richard?" I was still shaken, but I reached for the phone. Before I could dial, the front door suddenly flew open. Jennifer and I nearly jumped out of our skin. There stood Richard. "Where in Sam Snot were you?" I screamed. "Was that you on the track?" Jennifer yelled. Richard looked completely confused. No, he said slowly. "I was way down the track past the bend about a mile away." I snatched the flashlight from his hand and tried to get it to fade out the way we had seen before. But no matter what we did, it just wouldn't do the same thing. To this day, we have no idea what that was, but later I thought it could have been Richard. But if it had been, the dogs would have run to him, right? And if someone had been running that fast to gain ground on us and flash out the flashlight and then have it come back on or whatever was going on, we would have heard rocks crunching under their feet. Maybe someone out there can tell us what we saw that night.
Has anyone else ever had an experience with performing this ritual? I came across it by sheer coincidence and was wondering if anyone had found a way to escape the loop. If you're unfamiliar with the Stone Gate ritual, I'll do my best to fill you in. You might have passed right by the ritual several times and just never paid any mind to it. It's fairly easy to spot if you know what you're looking for, though. You can't force it to happen. Either you'll happen to find a gate in your path, or you might just go your whole life without seeing one.
Hold on.
The word gate is a little misleading, though, as all there really is to it is 2 stones.
Baby, quit moving.
As you walk around, just anywhere will do,
Hey.
I've come to find.
Quit
You may
moving.
notice 2 stones on either side of your path.
I don't want to hurt
These
you.
stones will be oval and fairly flat in shape. Their colors will be similar, but
Quit.
different enough to be distinct from one another.
Trying to
It
help
doesn't
you.
matter if you're on a
Stop.
sidewalk or a hiking trail. The stone gate can appear anywhere. When you spot these stones and wish to not partake in the ritual, you can simply pass right through them and suffer no consequences. On the other hand, if you do decide to involve yourself with the gate as I did, then you can never stop. Standing in the middle of your path, there will be a
stop moving.
stone on either side of you. All you need to do to begin the ritual is choose which stone to pick up. It will be random each time, but these stones each have their own effect. One will grant you good luck if you are still holding it at the end of the ritual, and the other will give you bad luck if you aren't holding it at the end. As I said, I happened across this ritual by happenstance. I like to go jogging in the nearby woods. I try to make time for it every morning. It's how I justify all the garbage I shove down my throat. While I had just turned around to start heading back home, I stopped for a moment to have a drink.
Hey.
My eyes focused on the trail ahead, one I had run countless times before. I noticed a pair of rocks resting across from each other. Feeling cool streams of water traveling down my cheek after escaping the corners of my mouth, I pondered about the rocks. I wondered how many times I had passed by and failed to notice them, or if they had recently been placed there. They seemed far too picturesque to be an accident, the way the sun bounced off each rock causing them to look like headlights. The more I stood and stared at the set of rocks, the more transfixed I became on their sudden existence. Lowering the water bottle, I stepped forward with a sense of caution that can only come from ancestral uncertainty. With each step, the appearance of the rocks became more abnormal. Drawing closer, I came to the conclusion that they arrived recently. Sitting perfectly on each side of the dirt path, undisturbed by anything, and without a speck of dirt on either of them. One was a solid gray, while the other shimmered with lighter tones under the morning rays. Kneeling, I ran my fingers across the surface of the right side rock, feeling its smooth and uninterrupted surface. A surface that was surprisingly cool to the touch. Surely, if it had been resting long enough in the sunlight, it would soak some warmth in, but the thing was nearly frigid. I didn't want to interrupt the symmetry, but the rock had such a pristine presentation, I could help but wrap my fingers around it and lift it from the ground. Only the underside of the rock was sullied by fractional clumps of dirt clinging on. With a swipe, my fingers knocked the rolling grains of grime back to the ground. Twisting my wrist around, I observed the nearly hypnotic surface of the rock, it catching ever so gently in the beams peeking through the sparse trees. I'm not the see a cool thing and collect it kind of guy, but even so, I couldn't help but think the rock would be beautiful resting on a shelf. Even more so if I had both of them, so I turned to face the other rock only to discover it was gone. Curiously, I swiveled my head, feeling a wave of static run along my body, prickling my arm hairs as I searched for the other rock. They were so perfectly adjacent from each other that it should have been right behind me, but it wasn't. The forest was pretty quiet in the morning hours, and I heard nothing skittering behind me. Even if there was something, why take the rock? Stepping in the direction of where the other rock should have been, my eye was flooded with a white light. Raising my arm to shield my eyes, I peered further down the trail leading back home, and there it was, reflecting the light into my eyes, almost as if it was beckoning me, was the other smooth rock resting on the left side of the path. Even though it was around 40 or so feet away, the way it bounced the light where it was resting, it was unmistakably the same stone from before. As a lighthouse can lead a ship to land, I started pacing my way down the trail. My vision was so fixated on the other stone that I foolishly ignored the light trickling into my pupil. Without knowing what I was in the middle of, that I had already thrown myself into the stone gate ritual, I couldn't have noticed it right away. With every step, the rock that my fingers were still clutched around was becoming heavier. I first really felt its effect once my angled elbow became straight, and my hand hanging down at my side. Stopping in place, finally free from the siren call of the stone still ahead of me, I was able to observe my surroundings better. More than just the aching that was starting to develop in my shoulder, I noticed the forest around me was shifting, or rather, it was becoming bleached. The color of the once firmly brown soil that made up the path I traversed was becoming flushed and dull. Green leaves were losing their vibrancy, and the tree bark was becoming a milky shade of what they once were, as if all the colors around me were being washed away. I took a few steps forward, this time keeping an eye on the world around me. Indeed, with each step, I lost a little more of what made the world around me so beautiful. More and more stark black outlines were becoming more apparent, not to mention my grip on the stone in my hand was starting to loosen. Just as the world was washing away, each step made the stone I was holding heavier. My grip was failing, and finger strength was giving away. A few more steps was all it would take for the rock to fall from my hand. When the thought of dropping the rock where I stood crossed my mind, I was filled with an unrivaled sense of dread. Telling my fingers to just drop the stone felt like trying to pass through a solid brick wall. Some part of me, some firing synapses, knew my safety was only assured if I continued to hold the stone.
Yeah, I am.
Some part of me knew the stones were a pair that needed to exist across from each other.
I have it on the side of my monitor where I can see it.
The strength to carry it that far, then 2 should have been enough to make it the rest of the way. There's no explanation to why I knew, but I did. That all I could do was keep moving forward.
And if someone gives me 5 gifted subs, I do a level of the Warhead challenge or the brain. I am paying attention to it. My bad. I do a Bean Boozle if I got a sub. If I got 5 subs, I do a Warhead level of the Warhead or a level of the Brain Blasters. I've yet to get 5 subs though, so I still have the whole thing.
Then another wave of static shuddered through my body.
I got the Warhead challenge and the Brain Blaster challenge. It's sour shit.
That must have exceeded my own body. Even with both
like super sour, like beyond what sour is supposed to be.
I could feel my knees buckling. It became tough to focus on anything other than fighting it. I did manage to catch several glances though. As the color of the world had nearly vanished altogether, all that remained was the thick black outlines of trees and foliage. These outlines began to squirm. It wasn't as if they were being pushed by a harsh wind. They were waving back and forth. It reminded me of those crazy straws than they did tall, proud trees. My knees were burning, and my back felt as though it was bound to snap, but my destination was within reach. Surroundings up until that point were mute, but as I got closer to the other rock, I heard a hungry chorus.
Gotta find a key card first. I'm gonna go to the bottom and look.
The squirming lines beginning to stick together, creating thicker streaks of black.
Oh look, it's Hefe!
My teeth, and with the backs of my cupped hands landing on the bleached soil, I dragged myself along.
What's you got from Munda?
The weight of the rock at this point was too much for my hands. If the weight wasn't shared
between
both palms,
I would have
broken both bones. If I had to travel just a few more feet,
tell
I
him to join the Discord.
With one last heave, I pulled my hands across the ground, feeling the specks of dirt digging in and ripping my skin, and I offered the world one last glance.
Joe joined our lobby.
The lines had come together, forming one. It was just
no, I'm saying Joe joined the lobby.
Jutting out in all directions from a central point that had so much girth to it, more girth than any tree I'd ever seen. My feeling of being washed was caused by it. Somehow I knew that thing was looking. And then it was gone. all of it had vanished. The forest around me flooded with colors and a vibrancy that seemed more intense than ever before. A crushing weight that took my entire body to move a mere inches was once again relegated to the expected weight of just a small stone. A small, smooth rock.
Hold on, I'm trying to find this other card.
On the side of the
so we can at least get our loadie. I'm
the
trying to find this card.
Well, I slipped the stone from my palm and placed it gently into the
Alright,
soil.
well, I gotta come get.
Look,
I found it.
Everything
See?
had returned to normal.
I found the key card. I'm
Things
coming
had
up
become
now.
better than normal. Upon
Lord,
returning to work
have
that
mercy.
day, I discovered that I was being considered for a promotion that month and had gotten it. The pay raise was nice, and when I went to
I'm
celebrate,
coming.
I
I'm
ended up
coming.
striking up a conversation with a very lovely
I
lady
know, I'm
Filipina
coming.
who slipped me her number. Everything after that trip to the woods had been coming up roses.
Coming all over your
I
back.
was on top of the world. Things just kept improving.
Oh, I'm coming!
That is, until I saw the rocks again. I had stopped going for so many runs, but still walked to work to keep some semblance of exercise.
I'm on the way. I'm right
my
here.
tracks, I begrudgingly noticed the two pristine rocks
There
that were
he
laying on
is.
either side of my path. Refusing to go through all that again, I just stepped past the rocks without so much offering a second
Damn, I
glance.
still went down the wrong side.
It's not that my life went to crap after that or anything, but I could tell that things had stagnated, that I was no longer rising. I had plateaued. After you participate in the ritual once, you'll begin to see the gates everywhere.
Which one's the loadout
Try to
one?
do what I did, and just ignore them. However, every time you step
The
through
first one?
without picking up one,
Alright, I
the
got
world
it.
will shift. A slow and almost invisible change at first, but each time I passed through or avoided
There's
a gate
some
without
self-residence
picking up a stone,
down there if y'all want it.
my world would lose a little color. Around a week of avoiding the
I'm
gates
about
was
to.
enough to notice the change, and within another week, the feeling of being
Yep.
watched returned. Fearing what would happen next, if whatever that was watched me for too long, I decided to pick up the rock the next time I saw a gate. The next time I picked up the rock, the ritual progressed as normal. Only instead of the rock getting heavier, it became lighter. Like the stone was being pumped with helium. It would begin to try and pull my hand upwards.
With your wiener.
I thought it would be easier to fight the rock, getting heavier, but near the end of the ritual, it became difficult to keep my feet on the ground. That's when the rock slipped from my hand. I dropped to the ground and watched the small rock spiral away from me and into the pure white sky above. I was so close and still, it slipped away from me. That thing, as the seconds went on, moved closer and closer.
I think it
When
was
I
our
tried to
teammate.
get up and run, I smacked into a wall. I couldn't see anything though, as it was all white and I had no idea where I was anymore. As the undefined
Don't
line
run
got
from
close
the
enough to
Lord.
touch me, I hear the pitter of something hitting the ground and the ritual ended. I thought I had gotten lucky, but I was wrong. I already explained the rules, so you should have already guessed, but my life fell into disarray. I lost my job, an unfaithful wife, and missed payments. It all came down on me. It would continue until I picked the correct rock and dragged it to the end.
There's a whole squad in that building, bro. There's a whole squad in that building right there.
The more rituals I complete, the more
They're
often
running
I
out
come
now.
across a gate, and it's so exhausting.
Cracked
I'm
them.
not sure how much longer I can keep
Downed
it up.
them.
Even when I receive the good luck, I can't enjoy it. I know
Downed
it'll take
them.
away. Even more than I know now.
Killed them.
Even without performing the ritual.
Me in Miami was just bing, 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 bing.
It's watching me, waiting for me to break down and give in. It's waiting for me to pass through the stone gate. One final time.
Someone said zip. I just heard someone zip. They're right here. I saw his feet. I saw his feet. I saw his feet. Right here. I saw his feet tracks. From the specialist. I saw a tracker.
Greetings,
Swamp Dweller. My name is Patrick. First off, I'd like to say that I love your show. I started listening and watching just a few weeks ago.
Got a helicopter on the way?
I absolutely fell in love, and I thought I should share
Oh,
a
that's
story
Mr. French
that
fries.
has plagued my mind for years about the time I saw something unnatural, vicious, and thirsty for blood. Personally, I think it was a demon, but I'll let you and the viewers or listeners, whatever you want to call them, decide. I'd like to apologize for the length of this story, as there is a lot of detail that follows what happened. Everything in this story is true. I wish it wasn't, but unfortunately, I must live with it for the rest of my life.
Taking a nap.
This story takes place
Taking a
when I
nap
was
right here.
17 years old as a junior in high school in Salina, Utah. I only had 2 friends in high school because everyone I went to school with thought I was a freak because I have been able to see and communicate with spirits since I was a child. It's a small town, and everybody hears everything. My 2 friends, Logan and Ryan, and I were very avid paranormal investigators. We loved going all over our community and our county in general to investigate abandoned houses that were potentially haunted and cemeteries rumored to be. Me being able to see and communicate with the dearly departed made the experience even more interesting. We decided to do something a little bit different this time, though. We heard rumors that there was a dark figure that roams a wooded park in the mountains of our area. We like to call the mountain Cryptid Mountain.
I didn't
for
mean
reasons
to.
I'll get into for
I
another
didn't
story.
mean to.
When we heard about this place, the 3
I
of
was
us
just
got
a
excited
running.
and waited for the weekend so we could go investigate.
I was
and
just
see
a
what was going on.
running.
Fast forward to the
We're
day
trying to
that
find the shit,
Saturday came,
Joe,
and the
so
3 of
we
us
can
could
come
not
get you.
wait for nightfall to come. So,
Hey!
to pass the time,
Fuck you!
Ryan stole a pack of cigarettes from his father. His father smoked 3 packs a day and kept cartons of cigarettes in
Fucking
his room.
prick!
We got in Logan's truck and headed to the park ahead of time to smoke.
Yeah, we got our load out from the tall building. Now we're looking to get into some trouble, so we can hurry up
As
and
soon
come
as
get
the
you.
sun started to
Play some
set,
birthday
Logan
games.
started to get a strange
What?
feeling. He bent over,
Thing
holding
on
his
what?
stomach.
My dangalang?
Guys, I have a really bad feeling about tonight, Logan stated. Are you okay,
What?
man? I asked as a concerned friend.
If
patting his
he's
back.
in the stream, he should be able to
He's
see.
fine, just being a pussy, Ryan replied before Logan could speak. Ryan was always a hothead and could be a complete and total jerk at times. Logan flipped him off and told him he was a dick, which I giggled
Right
at.
now, I don't know how.
After about 10 minutes,
I don't know how
asked
to do
Logan
that.
if he was ready to go and if he still wanted to do this. He replied with, "Let's do it, brother." His attitude surprised me. Just 2 minutes ago, he was holding his stomach in pain. Now, he's hyped up. I was so confused, but his hype got me excited. We got out of Logan's truck and made
There.
our way to the destination.
Now you should be able to watch it
As we
in the
walked
Discord.
closer to the playground, we noticed that there was a man looking at us from a window of the supply shed. The 3 of us looked at each other in confusion, wondering why he was there. We later learned he was the groundskeeper, but more on that later. He looked scared, and it seemed like he was trying to tell us something while he mouthed something and
he
pointed
zip?
nervously.
I
At
can't
first,
hear.
We thought he was pointing at us.
Oh, he's
But
running!
We soon realized
I see
that he
his
was standing
tracks!
at the playground behind us moments later.
Come there, boy!
Why doesn't he just open the door and tell us? I thought. So I decided I would go and see what he was trying to say. I made my way towards the window and shouted,
I'm saying, yeah, I got it already. I'm saying,
"What are
I'm
you trying to
saying.
say?" He made his way to the door and cracked it open and whispered, "Don't go into the playground. Something big and mean is over there. If you're smart, you'll just get out of here." Chills
I saw
ran
his
down
tracks.
my
I had to
spine
chase him
when he
down.
said this. He closed the door
On
and
top
backed
of
away from the
Stadium?
window into the dark of his shed, not breaking eye contact with the playground. I ran back to my friends and explained to them what the man had said to me. Logan got that feeling again.
This one for you,
But Ryan expressed that the
Joe, for your
groundskeeper
birthday.
was probably just
Yeah,
some
buddy.
drug addict or something.
Oh,
And he was
yeah,
probably
you
just
like
a
that,
big
don't you?
pussy like Logan
Oh,
and I.
yeah, eat that hood.
I told Ryan to
Eat
shut
that
up
hood.
jokingly, and we made our
Oh,
way to
yeah.
the playground. Ignoring the warning
Bah!
from the frightened man, as soon as I set foot on the round pebble floor of the playground, I instantly felt, I don't know, angry. I wanted to hurt someone. I wanted to hurt my friends. I wanted to kill them.
Guy dropping down in front,
To
right
focus
there.
on the task at hand, and made my way
Oh, I
to the
can't
tube
snipe
to
that.
slide, forgetting that feeling. I made my way to the slide and investigated the bottom of the slide and saw nothing. But I could feel that there was something in this area.
I looked back at my friends. Logan was combing the area for any evidence, and Ryan was on top of the playset. I stood back up and took one step from the slide. Then,
back there.
something tripped me.
Oh no!
It felt like someone
I'm
had
coming.
physically grabbed me by the ankle.
I'm on
and
the
pulled me
way,
to the
dearie.
ground. When I hit the ground, I let out a loud, "What the hell?"
Oh, hey,
Logan
I
ran
gotta
up to
go.
me in a panic. "Patrick, are you..." He froze in mid-sentence as he looked up at the slide. I looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He just pointed to the slide, jaw dropped and eyes filled with fear. I turned around and saw what he saw. It was a big, shadowed figure staring back at us. It let out a slow, snarled growl. I noticed its hands receding back into the shadows on the slide and saw that it was, like, wet and pitch black. These long
Damn, Miami
claws
jumped all the
were
way
like
to stadium.
fingernails almost. I freaked out and kicked away from the slide, trying to get to my feet. At last, when I got to my feet with Logan's help, I turned to Ryan and shouted for him to get off the playset. Ryan looked at the two of us and saw the fear in our faces. Then he saw something crawling up the slide. He didn't stay to find out what it was. Instead, he jumped from the highest point of the playset to the pebbled floor below. When he landed, Logan and I heard a loud crack from Ryan's foot. Later, we found out that he broke his ankle in 2 places when he hit the ground. Logan and I picked him up and ran back to the truck.
God, how
Anger
far?
fueled
God,
me
I'm gonna
felt
head
Logan
down
was
to the
back
surface.
As soon as I set Ryan in the truck.
Jesus.
I grabbed Logan's baseball bat from the bed of the truck and made my way back to the playground. I know now that this was a stupid decision. Logan and Ryan yelled and cried for me to come back, but I didn't listen. I got back to the slide and
I
searched for
was
whatever it was
running
that scared
and
the living
running.
daylight out of us.
Okay, wait.
It wasn't in the slide anymore, nor was it even on the playground. I searched for what felt like an hour, but was only a few short seconds. I looked over at the groundskeeper's shed and saw the door was open. I made my way over in a fury, thinking I was going to mess this thing up. When I got to the shed,
God damn it.
the rage inside me left. My body was
Here,
replaced
here, here,
with
drive.
confusion yet
Something
again.
just happened in my
The
daughter's
groundskeeper
room.
was
Go.
gone, as if he was never there in the first place. I looked inside, but didn't see
Why are you
anything out of the
doing
ordinary.
shit? No.
I looked back at my friends in the truck to see them waiting in suspense. I felt as if something was breathing on my neck and froze in place like Logan did earlier. In fear, I slowly turned around to see something that will forever be etched into my mind. When I turned around, a shadowed face with piercing yellow bloodshot eyes stared back at me, snarling at me with this decayed and jagged-looking smile, drooling some nasty yellow liquid. I was in a state of paralysis. I couldn't move at all. Then, this thing let out a roar so ferocious it brought me back to my senses. I dropped the bat and ran back to the truck as fast as my feet could take me. When I got to the truck, I hurried and jumped in and told Logan to get the hell out of there. After I got my breath back and Logan began to drive, I looked at both him and Ryan, and their faces were pale. I asked them what was wrong. This is what Ryan told me. "Dude, when you were running back to the truck, something tall, thin, and black was running behind you, reaching out for you." I was speechless. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if it had caught me. Out of all the craziness and fear, we had Logan take Ryan to the ER. After the hospital visit and Ryan's extremely angry dad, we all went
You're in
home.
trouble.
The next morning, Logan called me and asked if I went back to the park. I said no. Why? Confused. Because this morning I was getting ready for my early morning run, and when I opened my front door, my bat was sitting on my porch with scratch marks all over it. My heart dropped. I remembered dropping his bat at the park by the shed. I never went back to get it. What Logan said next still haunts me. It had this yellow stuff dripping from it. Later, we found out that the groundskeeper we thought we saw that night died of a massive heart attack in that same shed 10 years prior to our investigation. I know this because we did some digging and we found an article and an obituary. 2 years later, I learned the shed was torn down by the city for safety reasons, and they will not disclose why to the public, though. I'd love to read some comments as to what you guys think this was. Thank you for reading my story, Swamp Dweller. When I have the time, I'll share some more tales from Cryptid Mountain. For some people, this may seem far-fetched,
but I can assure you this is real. So basically, I have been a sufferer of sleep paralysis for 10 years. I am 28 years old currently. I can sometimes get it up to 10 times in one night, to the point that I don't sleep at all. And believe me, it is exhausting. So I went to a friend who is a healer, and we have done a range of past life regressions and full moon rituals. I now also have begun to practice Wicca, which is not what people think. Nothing at all witchy. It's spiritual and protecting. Since I have found myself and become open to being an empath, I have been seeing voids every night before bed. Then recently, they have shown up in other places. It's like a strange black shifting.
I didn't realize it was gonna bring me with my knife out.
It's a void, or like a dimension, if that makes any sense. Sometimes it feels bad, as though something is trying to get through, but cannot due to the protecting crystals, sage, spells, and other powerful objects I have around me in my bedroom. I have begun to hear very loud ringing and voices in my head when
That's more than one sniper!
It wakes me up because I feel like things are trying to get to me. So, one night, of course,
they were taking my fucking pictures.
So I decided to see if I could find my spirit guides and ask what is happening. When instead, I come face to face with
that was a real person.
As a sleep
That was a real person.
Demon, the one who has taunted me for years, making me feel like he was licking my neck and entering me when he felt like. It basically felt like being assaulted by the vilest thing you could ever imagine. His skin is a shade of green, his hair all bushy and black, and his face, I can't explain at all if I am honest, due to mental blocks. He began to laugh as though he had finally had the opportunity to take over my body. Through research, sleep paralysis isn't real, so I started to think, well, how can I feel and see this thing? And if it weren't real, why couldn't I move? So all of this is flowing through my head. I managed to repeat my sage spell, which helps to cleanse your room and house. Air, fire, water, earth. Cleanse, dismiss, dispel. Over and over.
Ooh.
Then, I kid you not, the fear I felt was unreal. If you don't believe what I'm saying, I do not care. But out from the darkest corner, my spirit wolf Nuka leaped out and dragged this hideous thing behind me, tearing his arms from his shoulder and saw
I tracked him!
Taking it
no
away
shot!
From my sight. Nuka is bright white with yellow eyes. He's been my spirit wolf for the last
tracked
2
someone
years
in the
since I
car.
went to a past life and found him. He helped me let go of a few things.
Yes, I realized
that
something.
were hurting my soul. He then came back, looked at me, and nodded, and was gone.
There's a guy in front of you, and a guy landing on you.
This was over a month ago, and I have not seen that vile paralysis demon again. For anyone that suffers, I would always advise you to contact your spiritual guides and save
Did you
your
just
bedroom
die to a
tonight.
bot?
The protection is unreal, and has helped me more than anything else has. I hope you enjoyed my story, even though I know it was more unconventional than most.
I got you wanted them
I
fries.
think there is a demon or a ghost following my family. I'll start with saying that I'll have to send this in a couple of parts, so it isn't too long. And I apologize, this has been something that's followed me my entire life, but I'll share the most impactful or strange moments. I haven't told many people this, but since it's anonymous, well, you know, why not? I don't know where to start. This began before I was born with both my mother and my father. When my mom was young, she said there was only one time she felt true evil. She was young and living with her parents at the time. She awoke randomly and saw this tall, slender black humanoid thing standing at the end of her bed. It wasn't sleep paralysis because she went under her covers and
I gotta
screamed
get
for her
better at
parents.
sniping. Fuck.
She didn't tell me much more about it or anything. She didn't really tell me about her other experiences before she passed away either. My dad is very reluctant on sharing his sightings because he has always been told that it was nothing. I've been slowly getting more and more out of him over the years, though. Getting on with my personal encounters, though. First odd thing that's happened to me was when we moved into our
Why
third
was he
house.
crawling like that?
When you walked into the front door, there was the living room down the hall and on the right, and the dining room and kitchen to the left. You go to the living room and there's one hallway with 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. My parents on the left and the rest on the right. and one at the very end. Anyway, both my siblings that lived with me were sleeping in the living room in the sleeping bags because of the move, and my mom and stepdad were sleeping in their room. When my older sister and I woke up, we ran to the back room, which was the one we were arguing about, to see who gets it, because it's the biggest one. When we opened the door to the closet, on the inside, to the left of the door, there was a crudely drawn face in Sharpie that looked like a half dog, half human thing. My sister immediately yelled at me for trying to scare her out of getting that room, because that wasn't there the day prior, and no one else went in the room. I know for a fact that I didn't draw it, and when I finally convinced her of that, she said we shouldn't take it off, because it might anger whatever did it. She is a strong believer in ghosts. I wish I still had the picture, but I lost the phone as this was over 13 years ago. Another time, in the same house, my sister and her best friend were exploring the attic, which was off limits, and no one ever went up there, because they thought it was very creepy. Not even my parents. Well, they discovered some boxes and ran off to tell my stepdad when he got home. He went up there and immediately ran down and called the landlord to take them out of the house right now. He didn't even want to touch the boxes that were up there and refused to tell us what they were. Now when I ask him, he pretends like that never happened, which is infuriating because I'm very curious. Anyway, if you're interested in more stories with this demon or ghost that followed my family, I have a couple of other things that has happened that I cannot explain and might be paranormal.
I can't see him.
Hello, Swamp Dweller. I'm a long-time listener, and this is my first time sharing a story. I love your channel as it helps me de-stress and distract me from my anxieties. I'm 36 years old, and this happened around the age of 5 or 6 in Wallingford, Connecticut. We live in a large 3-story brick and wooden house sometime in the 1800s, adjacent to a thick set of woods which was the perimeter of our backyard. We used to play in these woods often as kids, riding BMX bikes, playing paintball, just normal kid stuff. As far as critters go, we didn't have anything too serious to worry about, other than the occasional
black bear, right, Miami?
But normally just deer, fox, woodchucks, and your standard woodland creatures inhabited our property.
Right up there by that tree.
The wildlife we shared space with, even at that age. My bedroom happened to be the only one facing the backyard towards the woods, and my bed was parallel
See that rock?
to a
Right there.
glass window with no screen.
There's one more.
That night I had sat up wide
At
awake
least.
to the sound of the window next to my bed being smashed from the outside in. Shards of glass spewed all over the desk under the window, and the floor next to my
They're
bed
jumping?
as if a stuntman was just jumping through the window or some sort of SWAT team breaching a door.
There's a guy
The next
right up
thing I
here.
saw will forever
It's a
be burned in
2v2.
my memory. Now, bear with me. This is going to sound
2v1.
different.
One dude left.
But I will describe this as thoroughly as I can. A small, brown and scaly claw-like hand grabs the side of the window and leans a face that I will never forget. The first thing I notice are two bulbous, yellow glowing eyes with pupils locking onto mine, like laser-guided systems. The intense and bulging eye sat upon a sickly thin face, which I can only describe as a goblin. Its wrinkled skin was a grotesque fecal brown, ridden with black porous-like holes. An exaggerated pointed chin hung under a grimace of gnarly, rotten yellow teeth, mangled, looking like a mako shark. This thing bared its teeth with an evil smile, its huge, pointed nose wrinkled and gigantic, flappy ears cringed back so its head looked like an agitated dog. Very slightly, this ugly little, whatever you want to call it, lowered his head while maintaining eye contact, revealing a set of recurved black horns, looking like that of an impala. It was roughly 2 to 3 feet tall, as I saw the entire outline of its being, squatting on my windowsill. This goblin thing, and I, locked eyes. I saw it advance towards me about 1 millimeter, and then, the memory completely cuts off there. The next thing I know, I am being reprimanded by my parents for breaking my window, as there was glass all over my desk and floor. They did not believe me about the goblin. I don't really blame them, I guess, as I was a very young child at the time, but I do know what I saw. I was wide awake, and this was not a dream. I've investigated this as much as I possibly could, and found some possibilities as to what it could have been. There are two cryptids that have similar appearances, the duende and something called brownies. Problem is, duendes are normally in South America, and brownies are in Europe. I was in Connecticut. Duendes are a little smaller than what I saw, and brownies are said to wear clothes. As this goblin thing was naked, I do plan on getting hypnotic regression to revisit this memory, as well as my out-of-body experience, and maybe something else. But this one hit me the hardest. Was it a goblin? Or could it have been some sort of demon or something? Aside from the goblin-like features, the darn thing looked like the devil. It's a lot to get into, but I suspect that this might be the case, and I might have had an attachment to this thing. I think it possibly feeds off my negativity. I honestly wonder if it somehow jumped into me. If you want a visual representation of what this thing kind of looked like, search for the band Necrogoblikon. The singer wears a mask that looks very close to what I saw, only it was brown and with recurved black horns. Thanks again for allowing me to share this experience. I don't know of anyone else who has ever seen a goblin or some sort of demon, but I do feel at home sharing it in the swamp. I am from North Carolina. I live in a small town right outside of the Charlotte area, and where I currently live there's barely any paranormal activity. Given that it's an old town, anyways, this took place in April 3 years ago. My family and I went on an unplanned vacation to Maryland back in April of 2000.
Yeah, your mayor is fucking retarded.
On our way back,
no, she didn't want to charge the guy that stabbed the girl on the bus or the train.
My family has always been very
that's why he's getting federal charges against him, because she wouldn't do nothing. She said we can't arrest our way out of crime. Man, she just brutally murdered somebody.
After being stuck
The
in
fuck?
traffic for almost 2 hours, we were able to get out of DC. The car ride was rather normal after that. At around 2 or 3 a.m., we were still on the road, and by this point we were absolutely exhausted. So we looked for a hotel to stay at close to Richmond, Virginia. Unfortunately, we were not able to find a room because there happened to be a motocross event in Richmond, which caused all the hotels to be booked up. So my dad suggested that we just keep going, and we would find one outside of the city somewhere. So we kept on. We kept going, and eventually we found a Days Inn. From the outside, it looked normal. Check-in went as normal, but when we went up the steps to turn the corner, the temperature dropped. The Days Inn was a motel-style building, so keep that in mind. It was a drastic drop in temperature. At first, my mom and I thought nothing of it, but when we got to the room, that's when things started to happen. My parents slept on one bed, and I slept on the other. The bathroom door opened and closed by itself. Finally, my mom was so fed up that she sprinkled holy water all over the room. Sometime around 4:30 a.m., we were finally able to sleep. When I woke up a few hours later, I had perfectly round bruises all over my neck and back. Now, for you skeptics, I had never ever worn necklaces or anything else like that, and I always sleep shirtless at night. I'm also a light sleeper, so if I fell, I definitely would have known. Back to the story, when my mom and I got home, we started to discuss what could have caused the bruises around my neck.
Oh, the whole lobby is going there.
There may have been some sort of spirit or demon in that room that perhaps was not happy with us being there. But
I'm going on the bottom.
For sure, Casper does not give people hickeys.
I'm a bitch. I like it on the bottom.
Dear Swamp Dweller, I've listened to your stories for quite a while. I finally got the courage to share my own. Mind you, the story at the beginning still may be a little hazy, as it happened to me when I was about 5. But as my story goes on, because it continues until I was 22, it will become much more clear. When I was growing up, I lived in a small town
text
in
message.
Ohio. To protect my family and friends, their names will be changed. Now, I have an older sister who I will call Lucy.
Wait, who
We
died?
lived in a small trailer outside of a small town literally in the middle of nowhere.
Nope.
It would take us
Nope.
20 minutes to
Is it
get
over
to
there?
any major stores. Now, one
Alright.
night, my sister Lucy invited one of her friends over, who we will call Jessie, to spend the night and have a sleepover. At the time, I and my sister had to share a room. Jessie was one of my sister's odd friends. She was gothic and into all this creepy stuff. So she had brought over a Ouija board.
I'll
Me,
bait
being
myself.
5, not
I'll
understanding
bait myself.
The significance of it, I thought it was just some kind of board game. Well,
Nothing.
later that night, I want to say around midnight or so, my sister Lucy and her friend Jessie pulled out the Ouija board and told me to go to bed. After putting a ring of salt around my bed and around them, saying it would protect us and our well-being, I tried to just sleep. But being a little kid, I wanted to see what the big kids were doing. They turned off all the lights and lit a couple of candles. They both sat cross-legged on the floor with their hands on the indicator. I'm not sure what it's called. Then, they started asking questions. Within a few minutes, they started receiving answers. Both had the normal reaction, asking each other if they moved the planchette or not. After a few minutes, they realized neither of them were doing it, and there was an outside force moving it. At one point, whatever was doing it asked them both to lay on the floor. I remember this very clearly. Maybe about 5 to 10 seconds
Right here on
after
me.
they laid on the floor, I saw a red orb and a white orb enter the room. I was so confused, I didn't know what was going on. Then, as I watched from my bed, I saw the red orb enter my sister Lucy and the white orb Jessie. For a few moments, nothing seemed to happen. Neither of them moved. Then it was like all hell broke loose. Dark shadows started swarming over me in my bed. I started to scream and freak out.
Bitch.
My mother heard all the
D-bag.
commotion. When she came in, I was being lifted off my bed by my hair. My sister and her friend were stuck
The
to
door's
floor,
locked.
but
They
not
haven't
moving.
gone in the door yet.
My mother started chanting something. I have no idea what.
I got the guy that was sitting down here.
I fell to my bed.
At
and
the
my
door.
sister and her friend both sat up at the same time.
Oh no, I didn't get that
My
guy.
mother looked at
But I
me
got
and
the
they
guy
looked
that
at
was
me.
camping the door.
She saw the Ouija board on the floor and asked my sister and friend what they had done. When neither of them
Somebody told me the
answered, she
code
asked
and I'll
me.
open it.
I told her what I saw and what had happened. My mother was
6,
incredibly
8,
angry at my
9,
sister and her
5,
friend.
1, 3.
She took the Ouija board and went outside to burn it. As I would later find out, that is not a good thing to do. Now, 10 years after that, nothing happened. My parents would buy a double wide and put it on a basement foundation to make it look like a real home. When building all of this, we had a lot of problems. The biggest problem that I can remember
Oh,
was
my
when we
bad.
put the
Hold on.
basement foundation in the back wall of the foundation fell in. We chalked it up to nothing but natural occurrences. The year I turned 15, my mother had gone to an antique store and bought an antique mirror. She hung it above a 55-gallon aquarium. One day, my sister and mother were sitting in the dining room. We were all talking about mundane things in our lives. All of a sudden, we heard something running to the house, and then a child's laughter, and a bedroom door slam. Me and my mother and my sister both looked at each other in shock. We had no idea
There's
what
two!
happened.
There's two!
But things continued to get worse. There was one morning during the summer I had woken up late from staying up all night.
You left me, Mom? You're a bitch!
They have been working 70-hour weeks and had the day off finally.
You ain't no type of friend, bro. Ain't no type of friend.
I screamed
You
my
chump!
lungs out. All the cabinet doors were open, and all the dishes
You
were stacked
son
on
of
the
a
counters
bitch!
in impossible
It's you, you motherfucker!
I was freaking out. On the counters,
Whoever was up there waited till them motherfuckers rushed in the door and jumped and left me to die.
extremely odd for any human to do. When my
Miami, was that you, you fucking son of a bitch? You motherfucker!
So she decided
I'm
to
a
seek help.
fucking
She told me
boy!
about it. My father was a skeptic. He had never been really
There was one of them,
He
shit!
had never even been there when these events happened.
damn!
Nor did he believe in such things.
It was one of y'all asses. One of y'all fucking just said, nah, fuck it, he can die.
Eventually, my mom would just wait until my father would leave and go to work. And
Damn, I thought we were
with the
friends,
priestess to
man.
help. The priestess gave her things to bless the
I
house
thought we
with.
was friends.
She had sent me away to one of my friend's house and called and asked my sister, who had moved out at the time, for help. I do not know the
Damn.
events that occurred that particular night. I do know that things were okay.
You
for
got another
almost a
text
year,
message, Miami?
until one night, I was in the living room. The way our living room
It
was
sounds
set
like a
up,
Kim
we
Possible
had one
ringtone.
large
Chin,
couch,
chin, chin,
which was up against the window next to the end table. On the other side was a love seat, so it was shaped like an L.
We gotta buy our boy back. What you mean?
Next to the other end table at the end of the large
Alright.
couch is where there was a TV
I got
stand.
Joe right here.
We also had a fireplace in the living room, which was across from the large couch directly opposite.
There's a
It was
fucking
weekend,
rat, bro.
And I was working on a project for school. My parents were out grocery shopping, so I sat at the coffee table on the floor working on my project while watching
It was a
TV
literal
with
rat.
my back
He's
to the
wearing a rat
fireplace.
skin, and he's looking dead at you. I think he's cheating.
I got the
He knows where you're at,
feeling
Miami.
he was watching me. I started looking around.
He was just looking dead at you. He's on the very bottom.
I noticed movement in the fireplace. I thought this was odd. As I kept
What
looking
is
at the
causing
fireplace,
this
I noticed a
bad?
face. Whatever this thing was had
That should be
scraggly
muted.
hair and
No, that's
cat-like
not.
eyes that were green, and it was honestly a demonic smile. That's the only way
That's
I could
him, that's him,
describe
that's
how
him.
deranged it looked. It had what looked like alligator teeth. I was so entranced by it, I kept on staring at it. I decided to try to draw it. It moved its head back and forth, bobbing it and weaving it. And finally, I think it said something to me. It said I have been with you for many years, and I will never leave. Even when you think I'm gone, I'll still be there. At this point, being scared out of my mind, I ran to grab my house phone and called my mother and told her she needed to come home right now. When she and my father got home, they asked me what I was doing in their bedroom. They could see me from... At this moment, I and my mother stood up and ran for her bedroom. She went to her side table and pulled out sage candles in the Bible. She lit the candles and the sage and started repeating a verse from the Bible. I started to become very angry and felt sick. About 20 minutes of her just repeating the verses, everything stopped. She asked me if I was okay, and I replied that I don't know, and I didn't feel very well. She put her hand on my forehead and realized I was burning up. A few hours later, we cleaned up everything, and I felt fine. The fever was gone. Many years later, I had
Almost
entered a
zipping
bad
up,
relationship.
or zipping down.
When I was around 22 years old, my ex and I decided to go on a night drive. It had been raining for a few days, and we wanted to get out of the house. We were coming down a steep hill when suddenly something was in front of us in the road. When I say something, I knew exactly what it was. It was the same scraggly figure I had seen in my fireplace all those years ago. But this time it had a body. It was about 6 feet tall, had long claws for hands, and was still scraggly as ever.
Alright, I should be live
On the bridge
now.
to try to avoid it as we swerved past it, and it reached out towards our car.
You'll just have to
Our
refresh
tires
your
blew out,
screen.
and he started swerving uncontrollably down a hill with a curved bottom with an embankment. We went over the embankment and landed on a bush, which allowed our car to land softly, luckily. My ex had hit his head off the window on the driver's side. Luckily, I was wearing a seatbelt and was not too much hurt. He was unconscious for roughly 5 minutes.
Exactly, before you even jump. No, you were saying it right. You were saying it right. He died before I even jumped. You were saying it right.
He helps me open the passenger door and climb out. Mind you, at this point, we were both in shock.
Thank you,
He
Junior.
was going to walk back to his house and pull the car out with his truck. He told me to stay there and wait. As I did, the figure appeared again, and this time, it was 10 feet away from me. It spoke without moving its mouth, in the same demonic smile. It said to me, "I will leave you. He is my
Your
new
wife
prey.
cooking?
Say goodbye to him." My ex started to come down the hill.
I'm
in his
making
truck when the
baked
light hit
chicken
the figure
and
and
milk.
disappeared. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared.
Told her to bring me home
I
some
thought I was
fries,
still in
because that
shock and
fucking
hallucinating.
baked chicken gonna take an
A
hour
few
to
months
cook.
later, him and I broke up.
I'm fucking
I
hungry.
have not seen him ever since, and although I have heard about it, things in his life have
Well,
gone
she
pretty
said it
bad.
takes 45
I do not
minutes.
know if it was the creature's doing.
It's
or
a
if
bunch
he
of
just
chicken
got-
legs or something.
I do know when I speak about these events that they
No, they're
send
thawed
chills down
now.
my spine. I have not seen that figure since that day. I pray I will never, ever encounter it again. I don't know if it came from the Ouija board or not, but I refuse to have any in my home or around me. I'm sorry if the story was long-winded, but this really did happen. I hope you decide to share this on your show. I love
I'm
listening
gonna
to
get
your
some
stories.
baked chicken,
and hope
some
you
rice,
continue
and
with
some
it.
mac and cheese or something.
Like any other year,
Oh,
on the
yeah,
4th
we
of
got a
July,
card. We need
my
a card.
family and
Let's-
I would go
let's
to the
look-
beaches
let's
of
let me make
Florida
this a card.
and watch the fireworks in the distance. But this
Oh.
year I will never forget the 4th of July. At the age of 18, I still lived with my parents. You can't beat cheap rent and free food.
I got a blue key card.
Very few friends, and fewer coworkers that I actually talked to. So my pool of people to hang out with was very limited. So when offered a free trip to Florida, I was excited and glad to have spent some time with my mom and dad. I was not the only child. My brother not long ago passed away, but I guess that made me an only child now. But now it's just me and my parents. On the
There's
third, we
another one
packed
back
up
there.
everything in the car.
He did.
Before the sun came up and began our long drive. We lived in Tennessee, so we had to pass through Georgia to get to Florida, a trip we had taken many times before. But this time would be our last as a family. I stirred up the window.
Hey,
and
Muggs,
made
don't
sure
forget
when
to
I
do
finally
them
saw
most
something
wanted.
pass through the trees along the car. I chalked it up to the lighting or something reasonable, and decided to put my earphones on and listen to some music to pass the time. I heard my parents
Catch
scream
me
as the car
outside, how
finally
about
came
that?
to a stop. My eyes flew open as I lurched forward into my seatbelt as it yanked me back to the seat. My head whipping forward, tossing my earphones, and me smacking my head against the seat.
9 Dog Damon.
I looked as my dad was gripping the steering
Jesus,
wheel.
why you
with
got
my
9
knuckles.
dogs?
I could
Damn.
see he was in shock and fear from something. I didn't know what though. I
Someone
turned to
just
my
threw
mother
something over
as she
here.
had a tight grip on the OS bar.
I'm getting aimed at.
Her other hand was gripping
I'm
the
getting
bottom of
aimed
the
at.
seat. Outside the windshield was the hood of the
Man,
car,
we going for a
bent
little-
towards us like we had hit
Going
something.
for a little walk there.
And
Sweet
steam was
cheeks.
rising into the air. We were for sure not driving away in this car, especially after this. It was totaled.
Now you
Not
get to watch
fixable
your
at all.
friend get pounded in the
pain
chair.
was like a tsunami. My head ached, and my neck was killing me. I groaned at the pain and rubbed my neck. My dad turned around and said, "There's something out there." That
Where you think you're
I cut
going?
him off with a rude comment.
Where you think
"I'm
you're
fine.
going?"
Thanks for asking. I guess I'll look at the engine. Before I opened my
Getting
door,
it
my
too.
mother's door threw open
Oh,
and she was
yeah.
pulled out.
Oh,
my
you
dad
like
was so
that, don't you?
shocked he didn't stop staring forward. I quickly jumped out of the
I
car
wonder
and
what
dashed
it is
into the
better than
forest
walls.
after her. But after a few minutes, I ran out of breath, and my father came from behind. He was also out of breath as well and said, "Why are you running through the forest?" I looked at him with anger and said, "You're going to let whatever that was take Mom?" He tilted his head at me in confusion and said, "Your mom is at the car. You just dashed out of the car into the woods. Come on, let's go back and
We're
stop
gonna go.
playing
We're
with
gonna go
games."
into zip line.
I took a
Yeah,
step
you
back
gonna
and
bite
said,
the rope.
"I'm not
Oh
making
yeah.
this up."
Oh yeah. You
My
like
dad
that.
stood up straight and said,
Oh, yeah.
"Listen,
Take it.
you may be
Oh,
an
yeah,
adult,
take it.
but you better watch your tone with me. Now, let's get back to the car." I gave in as the child
gave
in
me
knew
what I
was very
wanted.
serious now.
Yeah,
and it was
napalm
best to listen
strike.
to him. We walked back to the car, and sure enough, my mom stood there with her phone against her face as she was angrily talking to someone on the other side.
Nope.
She huffed in an angry tone and put
Nope.
the phone down and said, "There is no tow truck nearby, and we would probably be here for 4 hours, which would put us in the dark." My dad nods and says, "It's okay. People shoot fireworks off at night on the 4th, at least the big ones, so I'm not too worried." My mom's glance turned to me as she said, "And you're running through the woods like a madman for..."
There's more over
Before I could say
here.
anything my dad said,
Come on.
clearly,
Over
she
here.
thinks you were taken by something and pulled into the woods. I then
Whoa.
yelled, "She was. But I don't know, okay? I know what I saw. And I know that I didn't hallucinate it. So
Yeah.
just drop it."
You down this guy
My
yet?
dad was
Okay.
about to say something about my choice of words, but my mom gave him a look as I passed her and entered the car. I turned on my phone and saw it was a low battery inside. As I looked for my charger block,
There's
I couldn't
2
find
down
it.
right
I
here.
figured I'd
Oh,
probably
okay.
forgotten it. I groaned in annoyance before putting my earphones
Oh,
on
that
and closing
bitch.
my eyes as I laid back into the seat with my legs out of the car. All the running made me extremely tired, so I quickly passed out. The sounds of screaming woke me up. I shot up to see it was dark all around me. Bugs and nightlife were surrounding me. All I could hear were the sounds of the
Wifey's
bugs.
home.
I got up and slid out and tried to turn on my phone, but I saw that it had died. I tossed it into the car with my earphones and closed the door. I looked around.
Oh, we
before
gotta
yelling,
go.
"Mom, Dad, where are y'all?"
I mean, not
With my
really,
hand
but
cupped around my mouth, I didn't hear anything back. I stretched for a moment, thinking about what to do. I glanced both ways down the street and saw nothing on my right, but in that far distance to my left was what seemed to be a tow truck. I waited on it until it pulled closer. Its lights appeared to stay at the same distance, though. My impatient self decided to walk towards the tow truck. Everything seemed normal. As far as I remember, the animals and such were making their noises and calls. Swatting all the bugs away, I finally got halfway. After probably walking for 3 minutes or so, I saw the inside of the tow truck was on, and there was a red light shining down from inside. I thought about how weird it was that the inside of the car would be lit up with red. I sighed and made the rest of the way over. Once I was about 10 feet away, I could see the front of the truck was dented, just like my family's car. A bit creeped out, I approached the door. It was open. I still have nightmares of what I saw to this day. Blood coated the inside of the tow truck, making the light appear red. Guts and chunks of flesh laid throughout the seat and floorboard of the tow truck. I gagged at the sight. I stood there frozen in fear. What could have done this? And what even was this? You would think it was a human, but maybe it was an animal. I don't really know what my mind was thinking. So many thoughts came to a sudden stop when I heard my mom
Okay,
call
baby
out,
girl.
Jessica, Dad is hurt and I need your help to carry him. Please come out, I need you. I was about to jump in joy at the sound of my mom's voice. I would have ran to her, hugging her right away, but something in the pit of my stomach told me to run or hide. I'm glad I listened to my instinct. If I hadn't...
Hey, I knew it was you, you bastard!
I hid under the tow truck, aligning my body with the 2 tires, so where my mom was coming from, she would not be able to see me. She came out of the woods with no light or anything else to see through the woods. Except, her body was bloody, but walking fine. I could hear her wet footsteps on the hard road as they grew closer. She called out again, Jessica, I need you. Please come out, my baby. The voice grew twisted at the end, and I could hear slabs of flesh smacking against the ground. Wished I never looked. Luckily, this thing was facing away from the truck as it began to pull away the skin of my mom, and clumps of it were falling to the floor. It was piling around it. As fur began to stick through, and as claws began to become clear, the face and chest of this monster were being exposed. Suddenly, this thing lets out a monstrous screech. I almost lost my hearing as I quickly covered my ears. It was like a radio static frequency I've never heard. Once it was done, it got on all fours and began to sniff the air and growled. I could hear claws tapping the road as it got closer to me. I thought this was it. I was about to die to a werewolf-like thing. Except, it jumped into the tow truck and clawed around, shaking the whole truck, almost tipping it over, destroying the insides. I crawled out quickly and began to run with every mite of strength I had left. I had to get back to the car to call for help. But I didn't make it halfway when I heard the sound of my brother. He called out my name. My heart dropped and shattered in so many pieces as the memory of that day came flooding back. The day I lost my brother. It was my job to watch him, but I wanted to talk with this boy next door instead. I told him to stay away from the water. I heard my mother scream, and I ran back to see my brother's lifeless body floating on the surface of the water. He was still so young. He would be 9 if he was still alive, but due to my greed and my bad choices, he died at 6. My family was never the same. They didn't have to tell me that they blamed me. I already blamed myself and will for the rest of my life. Nothing I could do will bring him back. So standing there hearing the nickname he gave me, I began to tear up. As I turned to see his face as I last remembered, this one made my heart shatter even more. He very slowly walked to me as I said, I'm so sorry, it's my fault. You died because of me.
Yeah, somewhere right there.
Can you ever forgive me? My brother nodded and held his hand to the air for me to pick him up and put him on my back like he used to. I was a foot away when I realized what it was doing.
He jumped? He's crossing the ravine?
But you're not my brother, and I will kill you for even trying to become him for 1 second. I don't care if I die, but you will not copy my brother. It shed his skin and grew as it stared me
Another
down
one's
with
jumping
a
now?
white skull. The thing hissed and said, "Did you truly care about him?" in a raspy voice. It took me a second before I said, "Back then I didn't show my love, but I have always cared for my brother." He looked up to me, And now, he needed me most. I was not there for him. So yes, I always cared for my brother. And even when he is gone, I still care about him. And I will to this day. This beast, this thing, with its black matted fur, stared into my eyes with its yellow predator-like eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. I waited for a minute as I fainted and closed my eyes. I smiled as I know I may get to see my brother once again. But death never came.
Those were the guys that jumped. I told you to jump.
Below my feet. I opened my eyes to see it was gone, and I was spared. After that, nothing else weird ever happened. The cops showed up. I was in the back of a car in shock. They eventually found my parents. They had gotten lost in the woods after being dazed and confused after hearing voices telling them to walk out. I tried telling them, but no one believes me. So now 3 years later, after I tell my story of a monster that will spare you if you have regrets, nobody wants to listen to it. But today is a reminder of the day I lost my brother, and that I learned that there are more things in this world than we can quite process sometimes. Whether it's supernatural, paranormal, otherworldly, I don't know. But monsters do exist. My message to you is to not only be safe on 4th of July, but if you go to Georgia and you hit something that you can't see on the road, you are better off running than waiting for anyone to save you. Sometimes, the past is better to be left alone.
Damn it!
I have been a Marine for about 14 years now. I grew up Baptist.
Damn.
I do not go to church often, though. My girlfriend is Catholic, and it has been a while for her, too. I am open-minded to unexplained phenomena.
Wife just got home. Y'all give me like
I also believe in
2
underlying
minutes.
causes
And
for
when
a
it lets
lot
me
of
back
things
out,
that initially cannot be explained.
it won't let.
The following account is a series of events that I have experienced in my house over the last few years.
I'm just gonna go say hey to the wife. That's all.
At the time everything started, I had been living in my house for probably a year. It was her 2 children, one boy who was 11 at the time and one girl that was 2 at the time. My 2 boys who were 4 and 1. It was summer and the oldest boy was having a sleepover with friends. They were playing in their room, as kids do. Something that I was unaware of, though, is that the children who came over had brought one of these homemade Ouija boards. Apparently they had been playing with this thing for the better part of the night. I found it when they got too loud in the evening, and I went in to check on them. I have never used one of these things. I have never heard really anything about them, and have always kind of stayed away from that kind of stuff. And I've never even considered playing with one. Anyway, upon discovering the board, I quickly removed it from the kids' possession. I took it to my fire pit out back and lit it on fire. Well, I tried anyway. This thing, even though it was made out of paper and cardboard, would not burn. I then proceeded to douse it with gasoline and relit the board. The edge charred a little bit, but to my astonishment, this thing still was not destroyed. It took more than a couple of weeks of it being exposed to the elements, rain, sun, etc., before the board finally crumbled away into ash. I found this to be odd but shrugged it off. I later learned that once you are done with a session, you are supposed to say goodbye. This apparently never happened because of my hasty confiscation of the board. I also learned that to dispose of the board, you are supposed to bury it. I truly believe that this is what started the following occurrences. Over the next several weeks after the board incident, odd things started happening around the house. It started with things disappearing and then reappearing in obvious places that had already been searched. For example, I would light a cigarette and put the pack on my nightstand. I would not move from the bed, and when I went to go get another one, it would be gone. I would of course look for it, but I would never be able to locate them. I would then find them either hours or days later in random places. Places like neatly placed in front of the front door, or hidden in a drawer somewhere. Things like this would happen every few days or so. It wasn't limited to smokes, but would include my toothbrush, body wash, anything small that I needed on a daily basis. There are only so many places that these items could be, but anytime I would find these things, they would be sat neatly in a random spot, like the center of my living room, after returning from dinner with the entire family. I would generally brush this off as me being forgetful. I don't know how I would accidentally leave the bath wash in the middle of a living room floor when it belongs in the shower, but these things happened quite often. I would just brush these things off, and things continued to escalate for quite some time. My girlfriend was in our room doing laundry one day, while video chatting with her friend while I was at work. All the kids were in school or daycare currently. She heard a thud coming from the walk-in closet. This is where all my clothes, shoes, and uniforms are. Investigating the noise while still on her video call, she opens the closet door to find every single article of clothing had been lifted off the rack, still on the hangers, and were laying in a huge pile. The shoe cubby had been emptied as well, except it was only the right shoes that had been removed. The left had remained in their designated areas. She called me and panicked, so I came home to see for myself, and sure enough, it was exactly the way it was described. Now, I would have thought it was her trying to play a prank on me. However, when I walked out of the room, every left cabinet was wide open in our kitchen. I walked past the kitchen when I initially arrived home, and it was not like this at all. I would have noticed it. It was odd, to say the least. I can see my kitchen from my room and should have heard or seen this happen. One evening, the oldest son, I had been playing video games with him. My TV and PlayStation sit above the fireplace on the mantle. When we decided to call it quits, I put the controller on the mantle as usual to charge it, and was talking to him about something. I can't really remember what the topic was about. Without warning, the controller flings itself across the room towards us, landing by our feet. If it fell, there's no way it would have made it that far. The floor is straight and not curved in any way. This thing easily shot 10 feet across the house. I've honestly never seen anything like this in my life. The odd happenings continued to occur, and by this time it was December. During my lunch break, I would come home and go for a run around my neighborhood to help keep up my cardio. One day, I came home to run. I was on my way to my house when I passed my girlfriend. She was on her way to pick up some things from the store. We waved at each other, and I went home as usual to change. She had decorated the house with festive things such as trinkets and plants. She had placed 2 poinsettias on the counter in our kitchen as part of her decorations. Doing these things makes her happy, and I let her do her thing. I went on my normal run, a couple of miles or so, and returned home in a relatively short amount of time. I got something to drink and proceeded to shower off fast so that I would have time to eat and get back to the office. It could not have taken me more than 5 minutes to scrub off and make my way back to the kitchen to grab some food. When I walked in, the 2 plants were gone. Odd. I thought my girlfriend still had not returned, so I went back into my room to ask if she had come back and left while I was in the shower. She was still at the store. I went back out, and there were the 2 plants, sitting right in the middle of the floor, spaced a couple of feet apart. Shocked, the only reaction I had was to say out loud, "These don't belong here." I picked them up and returned them to their rightful place on the counter. I called my girlfriend back just to make sure that she had not done anything with
made
this.
them with different seats, and that's real hot.
Happened, and at this point she was
Fireworking something.
Instead of coming home, she went to the local Catholic church to talk to the priest. Like I said earlier, I'm not Catholic, but from what I know, they are the ones who really deal with this sort of thing. That evening, my girlfriend was doing laundry. Our dryer was out of action, so we had to hang lines.
Well, whenever dinner's ready, give me about 30 minutes. I'm gonna eat, and then I'll be back.
She was in the back hall hanging up the wet clothes while I was relaxing in my bedroom. Suddenly, she barged into the room completely terrified. She said she saw someone walk past the room doorway that you can see from the location of the washer and dryer. I immediately went and got my pistol out of the safe that is right beside my nightstand. I punched in the code as I always do, and it flashed red. It didn't open. I tried again, and still nothing. I wrote the code to my own pistol safe. It is only 3 buttons in a certain order.
We gotta win with them in the party, or in the Discord, just not with them in game.
to retrieve another rifle. This combo was a locker combo, and it worked. I retrieved my AR-15, loaded it, and I was somewhat excited for the upcoming fight that was about to go down with this intruder.
That's alright, we didn't need his ass anyway, he's just gonna hold us back.
Towards the danger. I kept my eyes on the entrance of the hall the entire time. There is no door to the outside, just a hall with 2 bedrooms and a window in each. Slowly, I began making my way down the hallway through the maze of clothes that hung about the entire length of the hallway. It was quiet, dead quiet. My rifle was up and ready to dispatch the poor soul who had picked the wrong house to enter. I got almost to the corner of the end of the hall that
The
led into a room
Love
where
Shack,
the alleged intruder
baby,
was now said to
Love
be
Shack.
hiding. Before I could pop the corner, I was hit with a growl. Not a dog growl. This growl sounded surreal. It surrounded me.
Vanilla Bean.
It was deep, very deep. It reverberated through my being, and I felt it in my chest. The only thing I could find on the internet that even remotely resembled this growl was that of a Black Panther growling that I was able to find on YouTube.
No, it's not.
I exclaimed, "Holy crap," verbally. That scared the crap out of me, and I don't frighten easily. I pulled myself together and knew I had to get into this room and confront whatever or whoever was in my house. I took a couple of deep breaths and aggressively entered the room to protect my family. There was nothing there, just an empty room. I then made the connection that I wasn't dealing with something that I could shoot to eliminate. At this point, I was convinced that something had taken residence in my home. All the weird things that had been happening over the months. I believe it now. I couldn't ignore it. I heard that growl just like I hear anything else in life. I put away my rifle and went to my Bible and took it off the shelf. I went back into the room and just prayed aloud. I prayed for a long time. I don't know how long, but I didn't stop until I was sure whatever was there definitely heard me. I feel like the growl wasn't offensive. I think it was defensive. Whatever it had, it wanted me to be afraid of it, to get me to leave it alone. I remember from church that if you have the Lord in you, He will protect you. The priest came shortly after, probably a couple of days. I felt crazy telling him all about this. I never talked to a priest and felt like he would think that I lost my mind. He wasn't fazed by any of this. He was very nonchalant about the entire situation, actually. He had us all gather round, and he had said some prayers.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
He then went through each room of the house, throwing some holy water on all of the rooms, including us. I made sure to have him throw some extra in the room with whatever was there that growled at us. He told us to let him know if it keeps happening, and he would be more than happy to
get
come
our load
back.
out.
Before he left, I asked him if he has
Wait a
encountered
minute,
things
we
like
don't
this
have enough
before.
for a
He said he
give
had, and that he must do this from time to time. He told me a story that he had done this before. When he was done and leaving the house, 10 vultures landed on his car. They had all just landed there while he was inside. They all looked at him when he came out, and they just stared at him for a couple of minutes, not moving or making a noise.
Shit.
They all suddenly took flight and flew away, all in the same time. Very odd is all I can say about that. I believe him. Why would a priest make up something like that? The next day, the family and I returned to our home. Everything was normal, it seemed. I opened the door to my son's room to begin our routine.
Oh
of
yeah.
bath,
Oh yeah.
pajamas, etc. And to my surprise, his bed was standing on end in the center of the room. Still, with the covers made and everything. It was standing on the headboard vertically. All the doors and windows are locked.
Who's thinking that?
I put the bed back where it belongs and went
Yeah.
on with my evening. From then on, whenever we left the house, I started playing gospel music on the radio at full
it's right
volume.
there.
And
Yeah.
would start sermons on full blast on the TV before we would leave.
Third
Things have
vein,
mostly been quiet
third
since then.
vein.
I feel like whatever it was, it probably
Searching
lost most of
for
its energy.
Mexicans.
I don't know what to do,
Searching
honestly.
for
But
Mexicans.
I just wanted to share this with you because I listen to your show all the time.
Whee! Is that a red one? The red one is for the prison. The blue ones go right here. That's where the blue ones go. We can head there if you want. Get this car and head out. Back there.
Welcome Welcome back to the Swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today we're going to be sharing some creepy and downright strange Bigfoot, Sasquatch horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you have a story you'd like to share, submit it at swampdweller.net. Be sure to hit that like button if you enjoyed these stories, subscribe if you're new, and let's jump right into it.
Hello, my name is Lindsay. I'm a 19-year-old female living in Pennsylvania with my parents and two of my sisters. We live in a rural area, and there isn't much that goes on out here. I listen to your stories every single morning at work and always wish I had a scary story of my own to share. Well, tonight, I got my own frightening tale. To preface the story a bit, my older sister and I have been hiking once before this experience, so we are not pros by any means. However, we always bring some safety items such as pocket knives, flashlights, and a medical kit. For this story, I will not be using my sisters' names for their anonymity. My older sister will be called Mary, and my younger sister will be referred to as Farrakha. So it was Farrakha's birthday, and she has never really been hiking. So we figured we would bring her on a little hiking trip to take advantage of the beautiful weather. The area we walked at prior is part of the state game lands. Hikers are permitted on the mountain trails during the off-season of hunting. However, not many folks know about this spot because there are no signs or anything until you walk the mile or so into the woods. By then, you reach a small parking lot of sorts that's usually empty. There are two main trails with the occasional blue dot on a nearby tree. If not for these spray paint dots to mark the path, you might not ever know that this was a trail because of how little use it really gets. Probably not the best first hiking spot for a couple of newbies like us. I know. It's super close to us and makes for a quiet hike with lots of scenery. So we decided to hike that trail again because we were somewhat familiar with it. We were excited and ready to have a nice relaxing walk through the mountain and hopefully get some cool pictures. We started
You can pick either one of these. One's down there and one's down there.
On our way there, we were telling
This is the Juggernaut bunker.
and how beautiful it was.
No, that's the blue key
Mary
card.
then expresses concern that there could be animals of all
It's the
sorts
Juggernaut
nearby
bunker.
because not many people live in this area.
Nah.
It's usually a site where
An
animals
orange
would
box
live, of course. It is woods
and
after all.
regular box.
Still, I never imagined anything like what I'm about to describe would happen. After
But it's
walking
the
for about
Juggernaut
15 minutes or so, we
thing.
reached the parking lot.
Hey, look, I got a red one.
Away, with me in the middle, and Farrakha
I just got a red
following
key card.
closely behind.
The
The first few steps onto the trail require walking up a small but steep hill.
Let's see. We can go to this one right here.
The
We're
hill
close to
before
it.
Farrakha and me.
Right there.
And as she did, we heard a loud
Get in the car and
rustling
dip.
noise to our left. I naturally chalked the noise up to some birds or maybe a squirrel messing around.
After
in
we
the
get our
trees.
loadout or before?
But then, Mary suddenly stopped in her tracks, causing Farrakha and
It's
me
right
to
here.
pause briefly. Just as I was about to ask her what the problem
Oh yeah, we do
was,
got loadout. We'll save
Mary
it.
calmly said, "Turn around, guys." Farrakha and I looked at her, confused and not understanding what she meant. I started asking why, and she said probably the scariest thing I have ever heard. "There is something over there. Run." Now, that sentence was a lot more difficult for Farrakha and me because we know Mary very well, and she doesn't scare easily. So to hear the apparent panic in her voice as she ordered us to run away from something that neither Farrakha nor I saw was terrifying. Mary and Farrakha immediately started sprinting back down the small hill as I was still standing in my place. I quickly looked behind me, but I didn't see anything. I did hear something, though.
There's a lot
I was
more in
still
this bunker.
baffled because I had not seen anything, and Mary never said what she saw. I ran over to Mary and Farrakha, who were waiting for me just before the entrance to the parking lot. I think part of the reason I hesitated to run right away was because
There's
I
a
thought
lot more
Mary
in this
might have
one.
been exaggerating a little. I should have known by the look on her face that she
There's
was
a
not messing around.
UAV right here.
I had a miniature
There's
hatchet,
you a
walking
UAV.
tool, and pocket knife on my belt, and you better believe
There's a
I
gas
had them
mask.
ready. I had no idea what I was expecting, but I knew whatever might run out of the woods behind us would get a face full of stainless steel. When I reached my
This one's a lot
sisters,
bigger.
I asked Mary where we were running from. She told us to keep moving as she constantly looked back at the trail that we had just come from. She even told us to jog just in case it followed us.
What's always over
We
here?
did. After flying a quarter mile, Mary finally told us what we were running from.
I'm gonna head over
She
to
said
Mugs.
she looked in the direction of the noise we had all heard and saw a huge gray figure hunched over about 10 feet off the trail. She described it to be at least the height of Farrakha, around 5'6". It had long, gray, patchy-looking hair and or fur. She said it looked bipedal, but she didn't stick around long enough to take in every detail about the figure. However, she did note that it looked like it was shuffling toward us. I believe that made her get us out of there so fast. She must have feared that we were going to be chased. I have never believed in monsters or cryptid, but Mary said she honestly has no idea what that thing was. We don't have any animals in Pennsylvania that match that description, at least as far as I know. I know that black bears sometimes stand on their hind legs, but they are not gray, and it didn't sound big enough to be a bear. The only other thing it might have been was maybe a human. But why would someone be dressed like that? And why would they hear us distressed and not call out to us and let them know that they were not a threat? Maybe someone was doing drugs and was scared they would be busted. I don't know. I swear I've gone through every scenario. I don't know if I believe in Bigfoot or anything like that, but who knows? When we were almost home, Mary told us that she used to go to the bus stop with 2 of the neighbor kids years ago. She said that they would always walk, and they would hear this mysterious animal. Sometimes they would see it walking around the woods near their house, which is very close to the state.
Alright, let's go.
They described it the same way, and said that it definitely looks like it's
We're
some
close
sort
to
of
it. We
ape
just gotta
creature.
go back right here.
At first, she did not believe them because she had never seen such a thing herself. But once, when the neighbor kid's grandmother was with them at the bus stop, Mary asked about this mysterious animal. The grandmother has always been religious and didn't seem to be the type to believe in something like these Bigfoots. But, to Mary's surprise, the grandmother said she also had witnessed the mysterious animal lurking around. Moreover, our house is just across the lawn from where
I
our
think
neighbors
it's this one
claimed
right
to
here.
spot this unknown Bigfoot creature. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
sure
down
if
here.
these two experiences are related. Besides, that was many, many years ago. But could the figure Mary encountered in the woods tonight be the mysterious... But could the figure Mary encountered
here.
in the woods tonight be the mystery animal they saw all those years ago? Maybe it was a human or an animal. Who knows for sure? But what I do know is, I don't think I'll ever be hiking on the state game lands anytime soon. When I was 21 years old, I decided to go out with a bunch of friends in the woods. We decided to hang out after dark.
These are supposed to open at
We
some
all had
time.
booze and flashlights.
These right here.
2 of us had guns, and I had my knife. The walk was long through the woods to get
Appreciate
to
you,
a
True
cliff with
Shadow.
a beautiful view to see the sunset. And we
That's
were going
3
to
so
drink
far.
and get high. Nothing too major, just some weed. We got to the spot with no problem. And at the
Did we
top
run?
of this cliff,
We got
there was a
blood.
big
We
rock
gotta watch
we
our
could
car,
stand
bro.
behind.
They're gonna come after
Nobody
us. We
would
got
see
blood
us.
on it.
So we sat on the cliff, our backs to the rock, and the forest behind the rock. We have a friend, let's call him Jeff. He got up and said that he had to take a pee. We told them to be careful, as it was getting dark.
I got a
and there
Buster
were
Bunker.
cougars and bears in the woods, so I told them to hurry up and be quick. And if anything happened, scream. So he went behind the rock, and we could hear him start to do his business. We were all just sitting there smoking and drinking, when suddenly we heard this loud, almost ear-piercing screech.
There's a
We
dude on
all
our.
thought it was
There's
a
a dude
mountain
on
lion,
our.
so we
Was he
went to check on
flying
Jeff.
or?
He was standing there with his pants down around his ankles, this bewildered look on his face, and he had looked white as a
Motherfucker flew
ghost.
out of here.
It was almost
Said,
like he had
"Fuck
seen
that
one.
shit."
We were looking around and we noticed this vast gaping hole in the forest where we could hear something running away. This hole was easily 7 or 8 feet tall, and about 3 or 4 people across. It was enormous. There was no way a bear or a cougar could have made a hole like that, and the sounds of the thing running away almost sounded like a Bigfoot or something. It was so heavy and forceful. Interestingly enough, in the area where I lived, we have tales of something called the Mogollon Monster, which is like a Bigfoot in a sense. This creature is 7 or 8 feet tall and very big, and no one has ever gotten a good look or picture of it. We don't know what happened to that night, as Jeff refuses to talk about it, and we don't know what he saw. Some of us chased after it. It was running so freaking fast. It was much quicker than us, and we were gunning it. It got away because we didn't know what it was, what happened, or what Jeff saw. We can only assume that something else was out there that night, and it scared the bejesus out of us. Hello, my name is Clara. I've been a big fan of the show for quite some time. I live in the upper state of Michigan, and I love to hike and camp along with some hunting. I went out one day with my stepdad to go hunting so we could catch some deer and whatnot. Once we got out to where we were hunting, we packed up the gear we had brought from our house. I smelled something foul, like a pile of...
Early witches were said to be people who called upon demons or the devil and made a pact with them in exchange for supernatural powers. Obviously, over the years, the image of a witch has changed, but for today's video, let's look at some of these so-called evil witches. From witches that traded their soul in return for a better life, to others that used the devil for revenge. Let's talk about this and more only in today's video. Hey everyone, what's up, and welcome back to Top 5. I'm your host, Lindsay Ivan, and today we are looking at the top 5 scary witches that made a deal with the devil. If you like this video, then smash that like button. If you don't like this video, then still smash that like button. Obviously, subscribe to our channel. Now we'll get on with the video. Starting off this countdown, we have the North Berwick Witches. North Berwick is a small town in Scotland where some of the most brutal and horrific witch trials took place. It all started during the reign of King James VI. While on his way to get his new bride in 1589, he encountered a series of disastrous storms. In fact, the storms were so bad that he was forced to head back home. He immediately thought that the storms were the work of witches. It didn't help that back then a rumor had started that a witch had sailed out on the River Forth to conjure up some storms. So from then on, King James was dead set on finding these witches. In fact, 70 to 200 women were accused of being witches. Most of them were tortured and then executed. Now, apparently during these trials, he did come across a number of women that admitted to being witches. They claimed that they had all made deals with the devil and were now under his command. They also claimed that they would use one of the churches there to hold their covens. They even said that this was the place where they had summoned the devil himself. In fact, this church was located right on the seafront. So James was like, aha! The perfect place to conjure up storms. All of you are guilty. As a result, these witches were strangled and then burnt at the stake. In our fourth spot today, we have Sabrina Spellman. Although she's a fictional character, Sabrina still deserves a spot on today's list. Without too many spoilers, the show The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina is about Sabrina, a teenage witch
these people
who
over
on
here.
her 16th birthday has to sign her name in the book
Yeah, I got
of
one.
the Beast. Upon doing so, she makes
These
a
are
deal
real
with
people.
Satan.
These
She
are real
basically
people.
gives herself to him in exchange for magical powers. At first, Sabrina refused to do so because she didn't want to give up her
Crack
mortal
one.
life. But later on, she was forced into doing it in order to stop a number of evil forces that were murdering
They're in
many of
that-
the townsfolk.
One's over there.
She is forced to do Satan's bidding. She has to
Well, he
basically
was.
bow down to him and do
They
whatever
were last
he
seen over
instructs her
there.
to do. In return, Sabrina's magic became even stronger.
Oh, I thought I'd-
In fact, she became the
I thought-
fourth witch in all of
My
history
bad.
to summon demonic blue hellfire, which was then used in order to fight off the Greendale 13. And for her to do that as a relatively new
One
witch
rotated
is very
left. I just don't know where he
Later on in
went.
the show, we also realize that Miss Wardwell is evil and is using Sabrina so she can become the Queen of Hell. Sabrina's destiny took a dark shift
It's right
as
there.
soon as she made a deal
Right
with
there.
the Dark Lord. Although all the witches in the series have signed this book, the Dark
He
Lord
just went in
specifically
one of
needed
those
Sabrina
tents.
to sign it. Her destiny is far more different than the other witches in the show. Have you guys watched the show? Let me know in the comments below. Honestly, I did, but after season 2, I couldn't anymore. Let me know your thoughts, though.
Number 5 on this list is what I'm going to be nicknaming the Scottish Witch from the Woods. I stumbled across a Scottish story about a witch where they were unable to discover her name. Hundreds of years ago, when Scotland was still being first developed,
It's right here.
there was a village in the north of the country. This village was positioned directly next to a forest that they wanted to chop down and expand into. When they began their process of chopping down the forest, a witch, or the Witch of the Woods,
His
came
boy's
out
somewhere
and
around.
that if they continued, she would curse their entire community. The women would become infertile, the crops would never grow, and people would go missing. Fearing for their safety, the group came to an agreement.
Hey, here's
with
one of
this
them
witch.
most wanted
They
if you
were
want
allowed
to pick
chop
it up.
down a small section of the forest in exchange for leaving one sack every harvest of grain or
His
produce
boys that
by the edge of the forest.
his boys
This
are
agreement
to the
held
right,
good for quite a while,
most
until
likely.
the community started to get less fearful and more greedy. They decided to go against this witch and chop down the rest of the forest without fear of
Got one right
consequence.
here.
When the witch came out of the forest again to address their betrayal, they refused to listen, and they hung her immediately. Right before she was executed, though, she said that the new price was 3 bags of grain. This fell on deaf ears, though, except for one fearful farmer that decided to heed the
By
warning
this
for
rock,
a while.
there's 3.
Went on thriving until once again that farmer's fear was replaced with greed. He
Cracked
stopped
one.
delivering the grain, and that very same day, his youngest daughter went missing. The community looked everywhere, but nobody could find her until somebody checked the mill. Through the bricks and all over the walls, blood started dripping down to the ground, and they knew exactly where his daughter went. That mill has since been torn down, but it was replaced with a silo, and to this day, the locals in that area still think that that silo is haunted by the Scottish witch in the woods. Number 4 on this list goes to the Paisley Witches. The Paisley Witches are actually nicknamed after the town
Behind
of
us,
Paisley in
right
Scotland,
here.
where these witches were based. Christian Shaw was an 11-year-old girl who was the daughter of a higher up in the Scottish community. It was this 11-year-old girl who fell victim to the curse of several witches. It started with a deep sickness that manufactured itself like any other: fevers.
There's one more over here.
exhaustion. But some reports say that it became much more than that. The story goes that Shaw on one occasion levitated from her bed, and on another occasion started chanting some deep curse. It was clear to everybody involved, including Shaw, that some form of Scottish witchcraft was afoot. Now, she made it evident that she believed multiple witches were involved in causing her ailment, 7 of them in fact. A trial was held for these witches where it was discovered that they all had the witch's mark, or the devil's mark as some like to call it, on their bodies. After this evidence came to light, the jury's decision was easy and all of the witches were sentenced to death. Now, this story was a long time ago, and it's hard to know for certain whether these individuals had anything to do with Shaw's ailment and witchcraft, or if they were wrongly accused, tried improperly, and the story has been exaggerated over time, which frankly is not unlike other potential witch stories during this period. The only thing that we can say for certain, though, is that the people back then and the 11-year-old Christian Shaw believed wholeheartedly that this group of Paisley witches was just that: witches.
Starting off this countdown, we have Julia Brown. Julia Brown was a well-known voodoo practitioner and witch in her small town in Louisiana. People knew her for
Thanks
her
for the utility
charms
box.
and her curses, as well as the creepy songs that she would sing on her porch with her guitar. In her community, people would come to her and she would perform a number of different rituals for them. That was until people started to take advantage of her.
Yeah, he
so
did.
she started to get back at them. When they came to her, she would scare them by telling them predictions like they're
I got a
gonna die
utility
soon
box.
or bad things were coming for them. Then the locals were like, "Okay, what's going on with her?" Close to her death, Julia started to act strange. She would constantly sing songs about her death and how she would get revenge on the town. One song that she would sing goes as so:
George,
"When I
George,
die, I
George,
take the whole
Jungle.
town with me. When I die, I take
Look out
the
for that
whole
tree.
town." Not a very cheery and upbeat song, if you ask me. In fact, no one knew
Yeah.
what she was talking about.
Oh, I just got
until the
sniped
day
at from
she
the right.
passed away. On September 29th, 1952, Julia passed away. On that day, the town came together for her funeral. Well, as they were loading
Where
her
is this
casket
guy?
into the ground, rain came down hard. This rain later turned into a disastrous hurricane that wipes out the entire town. So it's believed that before she left, she put a curse on the town, which is what she meant by "when I die, I'm taking the whole town with me." Over the years, a number of people have attempted to rebuild the town, but every time they do, it ends up getting destroyed again. Maybe her curse is real then. In our 4th spot today, we have Gerald Gardner. Gerald Gardner is often called the father of modern witchcraft.
Killed one.
And that's due
There's
to
one
the
more
fact
in the
that he
building.
founded Wicca. Although
He just
technically
ran out.
He learned it from a group of people and then went on to just write about it, so they gave him credit for it. But anyways, basically, back in 1939, he said that one night he encountered a group
still
of
in
women
it?
who claimed to be witches. They stripped him of his clothes and put him in the middle
He's
of
pushing.
a ceremonial circle. The circle was lined with naked women, and they showed him their ways. From there, he learned briefly about Wicca and thought, "Hey, this is great. Let's preserve
There's
this
one
and
close
make sure
to our
that
left, so
everyone
be
knows about
careful.
it." In 1954, he actually created a book titled Witchcraft Today that teaches others how to embrace Wicca fully. He then went on and became obsessed with the
Let's
occult.
two to the right,
In fact,
two to the
it's
right.
believed that a number of Wiccans and pagans were saved partly because of him. They could come out and be like, "Yeah, I'm a witch," without fear of being hanged or burned alive. To this day, he's one of the most relevant witches in history, but also
There's 3 to the right now, right behind there.
controversial ones.
Coming in number 5, we've got Mother Suspiriorum.
Thankfully, this witch mostly minds her own business. It's always good to have a demon summoning witch stay in her lane. It shows maturity and purpose.
Found one.
Most of all, an unwillingness to get innocent and unrelated parties involved. Mother Suspiriorum is mostly concerned with the smooth running of the Helena Marcos Dance Academy, and as such will do all sorts of heinous things to ensure everything goes well. These acts don't really reach
They're pushing.
beyond the
Look to your right. They're pushing. Right here.
Still, her spellcasting and demonic involvements are terrifying to say the least. Throughout
Bro's
Suspiria,
in the
we see all
gas.
sorts of spells cast by the matronly witches. A poor student who had caught on to the magical nature of the academy is brought to a secret room and has her body unknowingly contorted by Mother Suspiriorum's vessel, Susie Banyan. This horrible twisting and turning performance renders her body a mangled mess, but isn't quite a demonic summon. Then we see a girl dropped through the floor, which results in a broken leg. Still, the witchcraft inherent in the academy puts her into a trance and has her complete a performance upon that snapped limb. Ouch. The true demonic summoning occurs when Helena Marcos herself attempts to take full control of the school. In a ritual meant to transfer her into Susie, it's revealed that Susie is indeed Mother Suspiriorum, one of the 3 founding witches. This
He was in the gas on the truck. He was in the gas, just taking hits from the gas, shooting me.
And all of her followers must be punished. To do so, she summons an incarnation of death and lets it run wild.
Yeah.
And run wild it does.
I'm the leader.
This blood-soaked abomination tears through the followers of the false prophet, rending their flesh and melting them down to nothing. Those who are not on Marcos's side can do nothing but look on in terror as their contemporaries are torn apart by an otherworldly presence. But hey, at least they get to survive. With this death-filled ritual complete, Suspiriorum is free to roam about in Susie's body, watching over those who were involved with the academy. However, it seems she's not too eager to summon another demon right away. Another ritual someday, perhaps. Coming in number 4, we've got Haggis from Pumpkinhead. Now here's a movie with a totally different vibe for you. No dancing, no intrigue, but definitely a bloody demon looking to kill some youths. She may not have an academy to inherit, but Haggis is definitely good at casting spells and summoning demons. This witch looks more like a witch than pretty much anybody on this list, too. Gnarled features, wispy hair, living a hermit's life far away from anyone and everyone. The whole 9 witchy yards. The thing Haggis is most well known for is definitely the summoning of Pumpkinhead, though. All of the potions, brews, hexes, and curses in the world wouldn't amount to half the suffering this demon causes. She doesn't really even want to do it either, but Ed Harley, a grieving widower who recently also lost his son in a freak accident, refuses to walk away with nothing. At first, he requests that Haggis bring his son back to life. This, unfortunately, is not within her power. However, she can offer up something else: revenge. Ed jumps at the opportunity, not exactly knowing what he's in for. In doing so, he dooms all sorts of people, including himself. Knowing what's in store, Haggis warns Ed of the terrible price he'll pay, but goes through with the ritual regardless. Unearthing a corpse from the mountain graveyard, Ed offers up both his and his son's blood to Haggis to summon Pumpkinhead. This demonic creature rises from the earth and begins a terrifying killing spree. It makes its way to the teens responsible for the death of Ed's son and methodically ends their lives. Ed starts to see these gruesome murders through the eyes of the demon and realizes the mistake he's made. Too late, though. Pumpkinhead cannot be stopped until its revenge mission is complete.
For centuries, historians who investigated Jamestown has relied on written accounts from the time in later historical documentation. For example, the legend of Pocahontas and John Smith was wildly romanticized through a white male Anglo-Saxon prism. Jamestown is a powerful symbolic legend, first of a new world claimed for the English Empire, then later
They had to blur it out.
There was a strong motivation to enhance the legend with colonialist, patriotic, and
Rig
religious
old biddies.
But recent research, archaeological findings, and scientific documentaries have revealed shocking details and grim, actually horrific.
Bet you they were some of the best titties back in 1922.
Could it be possible that a foundation settlement of the American nation was rife with intrigue that included crypto-Catholicism,
Big
in an
titties, no
anti-Catholic
nipple having
settlement,
ass.
starvation, assassination attempts, and even killing and people eating? Well, archaeological findings seem to indicate exactly that. Recent digs that started about 20 years ago at Jamestown have revealed shocking facts about life there. So archaeologists unearthed something stunning in structure number 191, which contained a brick and mortar oven of a kitchen. First, they found skeletal remains of dogs, cats, rats, rats, and even a horse in the kitchen area. But then they found something even more shocking. The mutilated skull and severed leg of an English girl dating from about 1609. The skull and tibia bone both had numerous cutting and sawing marks on them, indicating that the body had been butchered. In addition, the back of the skull was smashed open, indicating that the skull had been bludgeoned, presumably to get at the brains, which are high in protein and eaten customarily from other butchered animals by the colonialists. The winter of 1609 was known as the starving time at Jamestown, and this was from a number of written accounts. During that time, of the about 600 total folks, only 60 people survived. Immediately next to the skull, a pottery bowl was also unearthed, indicating that all this was done at that kitchen. In fact, colonists could not have picked a worse time to try and settle in Virginia. Cores drilled from centuries-old trees near Jamestown by the archaeology team show that it was in the middle of a 7-year drought. The previous winter had been nearly as bad, and a lot of settlers had died of starvation. So it was during this time that John Smith ventured out in search of locals willing to provide the colonists with food. When he returned, he found that about 75% of the folks that had
you're a dirty bastard.
Desperate, a lot of folks decided to try to sail back to England on the small British ship, the Discovery, but Smith, trying to keep the colony afloat, aimed one of the fort's cannons at said ship and actually killed some of the defectors. In one of America's first trials by jury, Smith was condemned to the rope necklace, and by some accounts,
he likes to buy feet pics.
The rope there when Captain Newport sailed into the harbor with new settlers and stopped the whole end-of-life thing. Apparently, if you're visiting Colorado City, Arizona, as just a random tourist, you're going to be followed by several white SUVs.
Only yours.
Folks have reported getting a weird vibe driving through and seeing all these half-built compounds and people just staring at you creepily as you drive by. Well, I was checking.
Oh, they want my cheeks. Protect my cheeks.
At least 3 more fundamental
they got
Joe.
Joe.
Are said to have been based in this area.
That Joe was me.
Residents and many local officials belong to the most prominent of these groups, the Fundamental Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whose corporation also owned much of the land within and around the town until state intervention in the 2000s. Direct quote, folks. A sect of Mormonism that broke off from the main church because they were excommunicated for refusing to renounce polygamy, because apparently the mainstream Mormons abandoned the practice. And they do a lot of horrible stuff. Men are not allowed to have intercourse with their wives, and the only people allowed to do so are seed bearers who essentially attack women. People have been kicked out and made homeless for simply disagreeing with the church leader. These folks have been accused of some really bad crimes we can't talk about, both in the US and in Canada. In January of 2004, local leader Warren Jeffs expelled a group of 20 men, including the mayor, and gave their wives and descendants to other men.
They said that they have aimbot and walls.
He was acting on the orders of God, while the men expelled
but the bots do.
Penalized for disagreeing with him. He was eventually placed on the FBI most wanted list, like the top 10, and arrested on August 28th of 2006. Most of the property in the town was owned by the United Effort Plan, a real estate trust of the FLDS, for short. In 2007, the state authorities began dismantling church ownership of the land, and the church retaliated and indoctrinated their followers against the state, believing they were being targeted because of their beliefs. So the followers became further and further secluded as a result.
Yeah, they got aimbot and wall hacks. No, they came out and said it. They do. Aimbot and wall hacks. That's why they're shooting you through walls and shit, and they know where you're at.
Utah served 5 search warrants seeking records from town officers, and these warrants were served on government officials and departments, including the town manager, as well as the only fire chief, which, yikes.
They give the bots hacks for some reason.
The Department of Public Safety was shut down, and emergency responders were prohibited from responding to calls without the approval of county officials. That's a big deal. On March 20th of 2014, a jury heard a local case that ruled that the towns of Colorado City and local other cities had discriminated against locals Ronald and Ginger.
Jail says it and still can't get no damn field.
Church. They just moved there. So these folks were awarded $5.2 million for religious discrimination. They'd moved to the area in 2008, but were refused access to the utilities of the town because, well, they weren't part of the FLDS.
Number 3, the Zone of Silence. Up next, we're going to be talking about the Zone of Silence, which is one of the most threatening names I've heard for a place in a while. It sounds like a place where like an evil emperor would send you to be punished. And in a sense, that could be considered true. It's a place where radio signals can't be received and compasses spin uncontrollably. Some people even say that time passes differently there. What is happening? Located in the middle of the Chihuahuan Desert,
I'm gonna go grab that.
nickname given to a mysterious patch of desert with strange properties. Legends say that the zone was born out of the site of a meteorite crash in the 70s, which caused a nuclear-like explosion. Since then, it's become a hotspot for all manner of paranormal mystery. Lights in the sky, unexplained disappearances, and a whole lot more. Now, there's all kinds of conspiracies and speculation about what happens here, but one of the more interesting ones that stood out to me has got to be the legend of a group of cryptids called the Silent Ones. These creatures are said to be humanoid with elongated limbs and featureless faces, and they emit a deafening silence. Those who are brave enough to venture forth into the zone of silence say that they feel as if they're being watched by something big. Is it the Silent Ones? Aliens? Government surveillance? All I know is I'm not going anywhere near a place called the Zone of Silence to check. I'll stay in my zone of noise. Thank you very much. Number 2, Lake Natron. Our next entry is Lake Natron in Tanzania. It's instantly recognizable because the lake does not look like the kind of lake you'd want to go for a dip in. This scarlet red water is a sight to behold, but if you believe the legends surrounding the lake, the water is also said to be cursed by the gods themselves. And I think it has a shiny Gyarados in there too. Now, there is a reasonable scientific explanation for why the lake looks like it would be Dracula's dream vacation spot. It's not running red from any body fluids, but rather a high concentration of salt and other minerals in the water, giving it a ghastly hue. But like I mentioned before, local folklore says that the lake is cursed by the Maasai people, who believe that the lake is home to evil spirits that prey on unsuspecting visitors. Here's another fun tidbit about the lake's lore. There are legends that animals that come into contact with the Crimson Lake will be instantly calcified, turning into stone statues due to the lake's incredibly dangerously high salt content. And I thought the Blizzard forums were salty. That's a little gamer joke for you. There are those who say a similar fate awaits.
Now no one gets the card.
The lake is dangerous enough, what with being boiling hot.
No one gets it now.
Go in there just to see if it'll freeze. There's also been strange reports of strange lights and apparitions appearing around the lake, as if the spirits of the dead are rising up from its depths. Is it a gateway to the underworld? A melting pot between our world and theirs? And does red water taste differently? I feel like it might.
No wonder I got back problems, man.
Or strawberry flavor. I'm not really willing to try, but let me know out there if anyone has. Number 1,
inside of your head.
Island. Our final entry today is going to be the Ilha de Quimada Grande, which is formerly dubbed as Snake Island, which really should tell you everything you need to know about this place. You cannot expect this to be welcoming. Traditionally, when people name things like Snake Island,
there ain't none for a minute to rotate over to this bar.
Home to a snake.
Oh, we got one right here.
Or something. I'm pretty sure the guys who fought G.I. Joe lived on Snake Island. Well, Snake Island earned its name because, guess this, by conservative estimates, there's roughly a snake for every square meter. Estimates suggest there's anything from 4,000 golden lancehead vipers or more living there. There's more snakes than there are people.
I got a blue key card.
Most Brazilian locals know far better than to go to an island
I'm coming to help Miami.
most venomous snakes in the world live. Yeah. I left that part.
Nope, I'm still in the skills, bro.
Right now, buried the lead a little bit. It's not just like garter snakes.
Oh, you got them all.
Here. No. Ilha de Quimada Grande is home to the golden lancehead, a beautiful creature in its own right, but one of the most lethal snakes on the planet. A bite from this snake can cause kidney damage, necrosis, brain hemorrhaging, venom poisoning, and internal intestinal damage. So, yeah, maybe just leave them alone. Maybe. Even if for some bizarre reason you just absolutely love going to places you're not meant to, and you are just dying for a chance to go visit
Let's not go to that one. Let's go to this.
You're going to run into a bit of trouble because it is quite literally forbidden. The Brazilian government strictly monitors
text message
to the island. Naval forces visit annually to maintain the lighthouse, and there is a small research station to study and analyze the local population. But all of these visits are accompanied by paramedics and trained doctors, just in case any
down
of
the street and my
decide
full
to say
wheels.
hello the only way they know how. And in a weird
am I
the only one who thinks the golden lancehead is kind of cute in a weird way? I don't know. I kind of like snakes. I don't think I'd want one as a pet. I don't know. These little
pine grande, tu pine chiquita.
Adorable little beady things that I know would do unspeakable things to my body if I ever touched one.
I don't know how to say it correctly. I'm not Spanish. I'm white.
one from Arkansas. So back in 1931, a
Hey,
railroad
you
worker
can
named
lick
Louis
my hairy
McBride
balls.
allegedly killed his supervisor from the Missouri Pacific Railroad. The foreman had fired McBride for an infraction, and some claim that McBride had intentionally manipulated a piece of track to cause a train.
Talking about Famunda earlier, you like that Famunda cheese, don't you?
Boss by bludgeoning him with a railroad. He's arrested, and he went the way of electrocution.
Ruin a perfectly good pizza.
Death, a mysterious moving light began appearing along the train tracks. Far from the
Bad
highway,
idea.
people have
Bad
witnessed
idea.
many times since. And even the TV show Unsolved Mysteries documented the phenomenon. Experts say that according to documentation in the local paper, which didn't give a date, but it was somewhere in 1932, there was a lot of reports of people seeing a light on the track. The story was that when they found one person, he had a lantern in his hand, and he got chased, and that was the end of his life. So the light, nowadays seen only at night, has been described as either a yellow, red, blue, or white glowing light. You would see this tiny light, said Bob Thompson, the local Historic Association president. What we saw was kind of a reddish golden light. Looked like someone had a baseball cap with a flashlight in it. Now, Thompson said most of the time they would see the light and then would later vanish, but some folks have had more aggressive encounters. So what will scare you, though, is when it gets the size of a baseball cap, and sometimes you can see it swinging. Now, it's not just coming at you, it's moving. And then it disappears. So you say, well, I did that, fine, let's go back to the car. So you turn around and it's behind you, and that's when you get scared. It's always in a place when there is no electricity around. It shows when it chooses to show up, and when it chooses for you to see it, you see it. Though there are some scientific theories to explain the occurrence, a lot of local legends attribute the light to the ghost of McBride, or of that of a different rail worker who lost their head in an accident and allegedly continues to search for his head. The tropical waters around Bermuda may feel like the opposite of Alaska's frigid wilderness.
Miami must work at this fire station. There's a soccer ball up here.
Thousands of tourists, residents, hikers, and airplanes have vanished without a trace in a large area of land called the Alaskan Triangle, encompassed by Juneau, Barrow, and Anchorage. So in 2007, state troopers reported about 2,833 disappearances. For a state with a population of more than 700,000 people,
Don't forget, you gotta do most wanted.
a couple hundred people disappeared, which that's a lot of people. So yes, there
I bet you did.
many theories about this creepy phenomenon, some of which involve Alaska's unpredictable and often unforgiving environment, as well as, the sheer expanse of the landscape that can result in many lost travelers. According to local legends, the missing people likely fell victim to the Kushtaka, a race of shape-shifting otter people who lure humans away from civilization and transform their captives into one of them. And finally for today, let's talk about something interesting in history. Allegedly, parts of the incident that led to the U.S. intervention in Vietnam never happened. After evading a torpedo attack, the USS Maddox reportedly engaged 3 North Vietnamese boats in the Gulf of Tonkin on both August 2nd and August 4th of 1964, according to the Pentagon Papers. Although without U.S. casualties, the events prompted Congress to pass a resolution allowing the president to intervene in the country. So talk of this status as a false flag for the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War has permeated public discourse almost since the time of the attacks, especially after the government admitted that the second incident involved false radar images. But after resisting comment for decades, the NSA finally declassified documents in 2005, admitting the incident on August 4th never happened. Those involved didn't necessarily intend to cover up the incident to propagate a war, but the evidence does suggest an active effort to make it fit the claim of what happened, according to historians.
Number 5, the Gates of Hell. Coming up first on the list of cursed places today is going to be the Gates of Hell in Turkmenistan. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that that's where hell was. It's in Turkmenistan. No, don't worry, we're not being so literal. This place is not for the faint of heart, as it's said to be one of the most cursed locations on the planet. The Gates of Hell is a massive crater located in the middle of the Karakum Desert. Legend has it that this pit was created when Soviet geologists drilled into a pocket of natural gas, causing the ground beneath their rig to collapse and exposing a vast underground cavern filled with gas. The geologists then decided to set the gas on fire to prevent poisonous gas from spreading. I'm not a scientist or a gas man or anything, but that feels like the wrong move, because the fire has been burning for over 50 years, creating an endless and infernal pit of flames that can reach up to 30 feet high. Probably a pretty cool place to keep a music festival. According to local folklore, the fiery pit is said to be a portal to the underworld, with demonic entities and lost souls trapped within the flames. Visitors have reported feeling an overwhelming sense of dread and unease while standing near the crater, as if they're being watched by something malevolent. Some have even gone so far as to say they see shadowy figures moving in the flames. Others have heard disembodied voices and screams emanating from the pit. This also bears mentioning, and skip ahead if you're arachnophobic, but there's reports of a strange phenomenon of spiders en masse walking into the pit. They walk right into the fire and just burn right up. They're drawn to heat and light, but of course, it does also seem like it's a mass spider sacrifice, which just seems a little too satanic for me. And if that wasn't nearly enough to scare you, there are also people who claim that there are strange rituals being performed near the crater with mysterious symbols and offerings left at the edge of the pit. I think I will stay to the edge of my house and go nowhere near them. Number 4, Huska Castle in the Czech
name was
Republic.
P. Green.
Huska Castle. Huska
It's
Castle.
P. Verde, but Verde is green, right?
I'll say that right one time. Huska Castle. This Gothic masterpiece is located in the heart of the Czech Republic and has a dark and terrifying history that'll send
Venga,
chills
chupa
down your
males.
spine. Legend has it that Huska Castle was built in the 13th century to seal a gateway to hell that had opened up on the site. Now, they didn't pay attention. The gateway to hell is in Turkmenistan. We just covered that. According to local folklore, the castle was constructed by prisoners who were promised their freedom if they could build it without windows or doors, creating an impenetrable fortress that would keep the demons and other malevolent entities at bay. But that's not all. That's not. There's more. Huska Castle has been the site of numerous supernatural occurrences.
He ran right into me. I didn't touch nothing, and it put me on top of the damn bike.
Strange noises and whispers, and feeling an overwhelming sense of dread while inside the castle's walls. One of the more unnerving legends about Huska Castle involves a bottomless pit that is said to be located beneath it. According to legend, prisoners were thrown into the pit to determine whether or not it was a gateway to hell. The screams of the doomed souls who were thrown in are said to still be heard echoing through the castle's halls. The acoustics are just great, let me tell you. Some people have reported feeling like that they're being watched by something, while others have reported feeling a cold breeze and a sense of oppression, as if something sinister is waiting. Despite this castle's haunting reputation and all these various reasons why you should never go anywhere near it, it remains a popular destination for thrill seekers and horror enthusiasts.
Number 3 in this list is the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum.
That was pretty cool, man. I didn't even hit the button. They still put me on top of the damn site.
Structure, allegedly the world's second largest hand-cut stone masonry building after the Kremlin, looks like it was designed as the set of a blockbuster thriller. Built around the Civil War era, the asylum was designed to house around 250 patients, but ended up holding more than 2,400, including for a brief period, the infamous Charles Manson. That's the opposite of a celebrity endorsement. Along with severe overcrowding, profound abuse abounded. People were locked in cages, lobotomized with ice picks, chained to things, and the combination led to hundreds of deaths and a palpable air of suffering. Apparitions are aplenty, like the still deranged patient Ruth, who likes to attack visitors. And since the asylum was also briefly a Civil War military base, uniformed soldier ghosts roam the halls. Thousands have claimed to hear voices telling them to get out. Civil War-themed ghost tours, tours of the medical center, forensic buildings, and geriatrics buildings, and zombie events and balls fully play up the twist of history on the campus grounds. Now, don't get me wrong, would it be really fun to be part of a zombie event at this place? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm also not trying to get attacked by Ruth, the deranged ghost patient. Whenever people travel to a place like this, there is a risk involved. I personally am not willing to take the risk.
Now hold it. Oh, you lost it.
You would.
I was gonna say, hold it. Hold it.
Very select group. Criminals. Thrillist says part prison, part asylum, all terror. This Gothic monolith opened in 1878 to house mentally unstable criminals. Thanks to the addition of the mentally handicapped, alcoholics, and plain old felons, it became so severely understaffed by the 1930s that patients' deaths were often not discovered until days later, when they were found rotting in some forgotten corner. Shock therapy and lobotomies were standard procedures. In fact, some called Danvers the birthplace of the prefrontal lobotomy. But a large cemetery on site said to be haunted by evil spirits suggests these were not always successful. The sinister castle
You jumped over
Lovecraft's Arkham Sanitarium, and so also Asylum, and was the setting of Demon Movie Session 9. And as if that weren't enough, Danvers used to be Salem Village. Yeah, of Salem witch
So you think they're
trials.
gonna bring Blackout 2.0 with Black Ops 7?
Witch ghosts are another one altogether. Think about how few people would have had to work here, where a literal patient would die and wouldn't be discovered until days later. And also think about what that would have meant for the actual patients. That That means that even if you were still alive, you probably wouldn't be treated or seen by a professional for days at a time. Which also means that you might not eat for days at a time either and be stuck in what I can only assume would have been a cell by yourself for that entire time. This would have been a horrible place to go, even if it was just for criminals. Because of all of this, it is now deeply haunted and a place I highly recommend avoiding. Number 5 on this list is Pink Place Market. This would be a really nice place to do your shopping if it wasn't so freaking haunted. Mental Floss says, as one of the most famous public markets in the country, Pike Place Market is known for a lot of things. Fresh coffee, fresher fish, and paranormal activity. The Seattle Times reported on a number of figures who supposedly walk through walls or vanish into thin air. One older gentleman named Frank apparently likes to introduce himself to the living outside of a restaurant at the Alibi Room. Various other spirits also have names like Princess Angeline, Madame Nora, and the Fat Lady Barber. At one point in the early 1900s, one section of the market was home to a mortuary. Currently operating in the basement of that space is Kel's Irish Restaurant and Pub. Its manager, Patrick McAleese, recalled some eerie instances to the Times, such as a wall mirror inexplicably shattering, only to have the shards fall into a neat pile. You think someone must be pulling your leg, he said, but then you don't see anyone. So it seems that we have a full-on team of ghosts here. A small village of characters who are all moving around this mall marketplace in Seattle. Because there are so many of these paranormal entities, it makes it extremely difficult for anyone to get any shopping done without having some type of ghostly interference. You can't seem to get a good coffee here without a strong side of haunting along with it. There have been multiple attempts to rid the area of ghosts, but it just simply won't do. No matter how many experts are brought in here to cleanse the area or to put these spirits at rest, they continue to terrorize the people here, which is really too bad because from what I've heard, they have some really nice shops in here. Number 4 on this list is COS. So this is a big store in New York that has quite the haunted and terrifying history to it. Mental Floss says, New Yorkers can brush elbows with a ghost while doing some light shopping in Soho. The legend dates back to 1799 when Gulielma Elmore Sands tried to elope with her fellow boarding house tenant Levi Weeks. 11 days later, her body was found at the bottom of the well in Lispenard's Meadows, which is now 129 Spring Street. Since 2014, it's been the site of a COS retail store. Levi was arrested, tried, and acquitted in the first major murder trial in America that was fully recorded by a court stenographer. His attorneys, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. But Sands Ghost is said to roam the area, a warning to other girls who might try to run off with their lovers. Curious shoppers can still see the well in COS. Just head to the back of the men's department in the basement. Okay, so I have a few questions with this one. Why, after someone was literally murdered here, do we still have this death well in this store? And also, what is a well doing in a store in the first place? Like, I get that it was the 1800s or whatever, but like, we just kept that thing as time went on. Someone literally died in that thing, and now people are wondering why there are ghosts around this place. Like, no wonder Sands Ghosts is still chilling in this area.
Right here,
she's probably wondering why this well is still here. Also, can I just make a comment about ghosts in general? I get that they want to warn us about stuff and all of that, but like, why can't they just leave us a nice note or, I don't know, sit down and have a conversation? Why do they need to freak the hell out of people and just leave people confused as to what they want? Anyways, this place is going to remain haunted for a while until someone deals with that well. I'd conduct your shopping elsewhere if I was you.
In at number 5, we have Batstow Village Village in New Jersey. Located in New Jersey, Baxter Village is a historic community centered around the Baxter Iron Works. The site was ideal for ironwork because there was water for mills, abundant wood for charcoal, and naturally occurring bog iron. The well-preserved and lovingly restored village dates back to 1766. As the operation of iron grew, so did the village. There were mills, cottages, and over 3 dozen structures and buildings still remain, many from the early 1800s. But by mid-1800s, iron production declined due to the discovery of coal ore. As the need for iron declined, then glassmaking
back-to-back wins with Muggy for Joe's birthday.
When Joseph Wharton purchased the property, he primarily focused on forestry and agricultural endeavors. After Joseph Wharton passed in 1909, the property was managed by a trust. The state of New Jersey began buying the land in the 1950s. The last resident to leave the town left in 1936, but not before strange disappearances occurred. According to local legend and a bunch of
I'm gonna hop off and eat, and I'll be back on in about 30 minutes.
In the 1970s, a few professors from Princeton fled there after being mocked by their quantum physics. This is when they discovered interdimensional travel. According to other local legends, the devil is the 13th born son of the Leeds, the first inhabitants of New Jersey. The Leeds gave birth to a healthy baby who, within minutes, transformed into this beast. This old ghost town is said to be a hotspot.
I'll for sure be back on. I'll shoot you a text. I'm gonna stay in Discord though.
There have been numerous reports and encounters with the beast in this area. Some of these encounters include
I'm gonna stay in Discord. So if you see me in here, I'll be back here.
One sighting of the Jersey Devil comes from a group that saw the creatures crossing the street in front of them. When visiting the village, some say you can feel his presence as if he's walking right behind you. In at number 4, we have Bodie, California. Located up in the Bodie Hills in Mono County, California, near Yosemite, in 1859, 4 miners found a good place to look for gold in the hills near the California-Nevada border. Bodie died in a blizzard not long after, but a small mining town sprung up at their camp. The town was home to 10,000 people. Bodie was a mining camp in 1859 where people had seen gold in its hills. Eventually, it turned into a well-populated town. Though like most mining towns, it saw its peaks, its losses, and then its decline. Fast forward to 1962 and the town would be fully abandoned. Although it already showed signs of decline with dwindling numbers at the start of the 20th century, a series of fires forced the last remaining residents to flee the town, leaving it almost exactly as it was in the early 1900s. With the dinner tables still set, shops are still stocked with supplies, and restaurants are still poised to serve long-forgotten meals. Today, the 110 silent buildings sit spaced out for traffic and people that aren't there. Buildings such as a barbershop, a church, a mill, a morgue, and a leaning hotel are held up by a beam and have been left untouched for 100 years. Though it has been left abandoned for years, some of the buildings are in a crumbling state of decay, while others stand strong, full of their original items, but long devoid of their owners. There were also 60 saloons and thus a fair amount of danger. People were robbed and crimes occurred quite often, though the curse of Bodie has nothing to do with the fires or the shootings. It started because people started taking artifacts from abandoned buildings. They take weather-worn shoes or pieces of glass from shattered windows. Somebody once ran off with a piano. Those items may seem like they have no value, but all objects carry equal significance in telling the story of Bodie. Thus, the curse of Bodie emerged. If you take something from Bodie, bad luck will come around to get you. Because of the rumor spreading of a curse, people who stole items would send them back, often including heartfelt apology letters, explaining that they didn't expect their fish to pass or their romantic life to fail from stealing from Bodie.
Number 3 on this list is the Cherryvale Mall. This is just a mall that, for whatever reason, has decided that it wants to be haunted. Mental Floss says, since its opening in 1973, the Cherryvale Mall in Rockford, Illinois, has been the site of some spooky vibes. The Rock River Times noted that mall employees reported feeling watched or followed after the venue closed at night. Others have reported that certain stores would be a mess in the morning with clothing scattered or displays knocked over, even if the space was cleaned before being locked up. And on an even more unsettling note, some even claimed that bathroom doors were held shut by an unknown force. So basically, for no good reason, this mall is just haunted now. Now, it's either that or this mall is just regularly hit with burglary. Maybe the things are moved because people have been stealing stuff and then just don't put everything back the way that they found it when they first got there. Or, and this one's a long shot, but some people are just pranking the hell out of this mall and creating the legend of a haunting here for some reason. Like a Scooby-Doo-esque vibe where they're really trying to do something else at the mall and need people to leave it alone because they're scared. I don't know, I'm just trying to think of some reason why this mall would be haunted, because there really isn't a good one. Comment down below if you guys know what could be causing this mall to be the way that it is. Number 2 on this list is the Diamond Center. The Diamond Center is located in Anchorage, Alaska, and it's very haunted. Alaska doesn't have that many people that live there. It's the largest state in America, and yet it has less than 1 million residents, which just makes what they did with this mall so much more disrespectful. A golden rule of thumb is do not build big stuff on top of ancient Native American burial sites. Well, guess what? They built the Diamond Mall on an ancient burial ground of Native Alaskans. Sure enough, what happens when you do that? Well, some pretty bad things. This mall is almost impossible to shop in now because of this, and honestly, rightfully so. You should never be building stuff on this land to begin with, but just think about how big Alaska is and how few people live there. Like, guys, we couldn't have just moved the mall a kilometer that way and built it over there? I mean, I think that you have the space for it considering you're freaking Alaska. Ghosts and spirits run rampant here, and many visitors and employees have had harrowing experiences with them. Some have even reported being attacked by these spirits and been told that they have to leave. Sadly, these people don't control what the mall does, and now that it's been put down, the wealthy people who own it, they don't seem to care about these ghostly appearances. And finally, number 1 on this list is Toys R Us. So I know that Toys R Us isn't necessarily a mall, but to a kid, it certainly is. And let me tell you, if you're a child, then do not go to this specific Toys R Us. The one that I'm talking about is located in Sunnyvale, California, and it's very haunted. Mental Floss says, a haunted toy store sounds like a solid horror movie plot, but it's rumored to be a reality in Sunnyvale, California. According to Stranger Dimensions, the legend goes as such. The store was built on property that was formerly a plantation. The plantation's owner, Martin Murphy, hired a preacher named Johnny Johnson. Crazy Johnny, as the preacher was nicknamed, was in love with Murphy's daughter, Elizabeth. Unfortunately, Elizabeth was planning on marrying a lawyer, and as the story has it, Johnny was angrily chopping wood one day and fatally wounded himself by accident. His ghost reportedly wanders the land, now home to the Toys R Us, looking for Elizabeth. The usual objects coming off the shelves and footsteps have been reported, but the best anecdote was of employees once hearing a voice whisper, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away," over the intercom system. Imagine hearing that over the intercom. How on earth could you ever show up to your work the next day? That's it, guys. I am done. I am fully out of there if that's what's coming on over the intercom. I also want to know, what is this ghost referencing? What is he planning on giving, or what's he planning on taking away? Unless he really is just citing the Lord and saying that. Toy stores are supposed to be ghost-free. There isn't supposed to be some haunted menace terrorizing the people who come and work here. That isn't the case at the Sunnyvale Toys R Us, and that's why I'd be buying my toys elsewhere if I was you. And finally, number 1 on this list is the Waverly Hills Sanatorium. This is an asylum that I've talked about a few times on this channel before, which speaks to how haunted it actually is. Thrillist says, with an alleged 63,000 deaths taking place inside its walls, this place is up to its eyeballs in spirits, not surprisingly topping lists of America's most haunted spots. Originally built as a tuberculosis hospital in 1910, the building saw many die from the disease, but tales of mistreatment and dubious human experimentation trickled out, and patients left the premises in what was known as the death tunnel or body chute. Apparitions including Timmy, a boy who likes to play with rubber balls who's been caught on tape, the nurse who hanged herself in room 502, another nurse who fell from the same room's window, and scattered screams and footsteps have all been seen. 63,000 deaths. And here we were thinking that the 9,000 in the other place was bad. Here's 63,000 more. Any place that has a death tunnel and a body chute, that should not be a place meant for rehabilitation and seeking help. We are talking about some sick stuff that went on here. I would get into some of the rumors associated with the human experimentation, but I honestly don't think that YouTube would let this video stay up if I did. There are a plethora of ghostly spirits that haunt this place now. Dark spirits that have lost all sense of humanity and are more demon than spirit. This is a spot that must be avoided at all costs.
In at number 3, we have Terlingua in Texas. The town of Terlingua, Texas was once a bustling mining town full of life, wealth, and promise. Today, it's a ghost town with abandoned mine shafts, a general store, an old jail, a church, and multiple ghost houses. Terlingua became of interest to local miners in the late 1800s when they discovered cinnabar, a red mercury sulfide. A man by the name of Jack Dawson discovered that mercury could be extracted from the cinnabar, and by 1900 there were 4 mining companies in the area with a population of over 2,000 people. The Chisos Mining Company owned the entire town of Terlingua, and at one point they built a general store, a post office, a hotel, a school, a theatre, and even a telephone service. Though conditions in the mine were tough, with the 7-day work week being the standard, working long days in the desert heat led many miners to lose their lives in the mines. To make matters worse, the Chisos Mining Company even paid their workers in coupons, which could only be spent at the company-owned store. The decline started once the mines dried up. Companies left and the people left with them. One of the scariest parts of the town is the church, which sits on the hill above the ghost town. One quote says, "As we approached the church, the door opened all by itself. Inside the church, visitors report an eerie feeling when entering the church. Moreover, several others report experiencing blackouts, blurred vision, and even hallucinations while exploring the abandoned town." Researchers theorize that this is due to low-frequency sound waves in the area that are able to alter people's perceptions of the things around them, and as well as disorient them. In at number 2, we have Ludlow, Colorado. Located about 12 miles north of Trinidad, Ludlow, Colorado is a ghost town known for an infamous event in 1914. A former mining camp, it was the location of the Ludlow Massacre. Beginning in 1910, the resident coal miners grew unhappy over their dangerous working conditions and began to debate a strike. By 1913, a strike had begun, much to the dismay of owner John B. Rockefeller. On April 20th, 1914, there was a massacre in Ludlow, where the Colorado National Guard and Colorado Fuel and Iron Company guards attacked miners, burning their tents to the ground. Known as the Ludlow Massacre, 25 people lost their lives. The massacre was the height of the Colorado Coalfield War, which began a year earlier in 1913. 2 coal mining counties, Las Animas and Huerfano, were the centers of the conflict. The United Mine Workers of America led the strike against the Colorado Fuel and Iron, owned by Rockefeller. They were upset over the horrible working conditions. Both parties led attacks back and forth over the years. Today, the old company town of Ludlow still stands as a ghost town, and the site of the tent city is also kept reserved, now under the care of the United Mine Workers of America. A monument to the deceased was also built by the Union at the site. In addition, the cellar where so many innocents perished is still in place. The doorway can still be seen and the dark depths of the pit can still be viewed, though this isn't recommended as many people who visit the abandoned ghost town report a strange feeling when looking through the doorway, and even worse, possible whispers around them with an unexplainable source. And finally, in at number 1, we have Helltown, Ohio. The abandoned town known as Helltown can be found in the Cuyahoga Valley in Ohio. Thus, it's an eerie, deserted town known by locals to be haunted. No people live in the area anymore, though there are still remnants of the lives of former residents left behind. The whole town is surrounded by hazardous roads that seemingly lead to nowhere. Locals believe this was done to confuse any wandering explorers. But the Helltown Church seems to have inspired the town's ominous name. The tiny white church is in the center of Helltown and is central to all local theories. Some say the church was a place of worship for practicing Satanists who still lurk around the closed-off roads, hoping to recruit unwelcome visitors. Others believe the town was evacuated after a chemical spill that resulted in bizarre mutations of the residents and animal population. The legend of the Peninsula Python stems from this theory. There even sits an abandoned school bus in the town with legends of its own. The story goes that the bus was carrying a group of high school students who were going to one of the ski resorts near Boston when an elderly woman flagged down the bus. She was in a panicked state and explained that there was a young boy in her house who was seriously hurt. The bus driver, in an attempt to help, turned down her driveway and drove into the woods, hoping to help the boy. When the bus approached the house, Satan worshippers swarmed it and sacrificed all those on board. The bus sat back there for over 30 years, standing as a warning to all who decide to venture into Helltown. A local paranormal investigator set out to research the abandoned town, and to his surprise, what he discovered was truly frightening. He describes Helltown as not just truly abandoned, but is home to many spirits and hauntings. His personal experience with a ghost encounter was returning to his car to find strange people looking into his car windows. Both times, the people vanished as soon as they saw him approaching the car before he had a chance to speak to them.
And number 1 on this list is the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This national park is a beautiful forested area in North Carolina and Tennessee. The reason that it's made this list is because there have literally been a decent amount of documented disappearances here that no one's been able to solve. The NY Post says the first took place on June 4th, 1969, when 6-year-old Dennis Martin was scheming with his brother and 2 other boys in the park's Spence Field while on an annual family camping trip. They were planning to sneak up on their family and startle them. But when the boys ran and jumped on the adults, Dennis was nowhere to be found. On October 8th, 1976, while on a horticulture field trip with 40 of her classmates, 16-year-old Trenny Lynn Gibson was hiking along Andrews Bald. No one can recall seeing her after 3 p.m. Searches continued for months, but no trace of Gibson was ever found. 58-year-old Thelma Pauline Melton was hiking near Deep Creek Campground, a trail she'd been on many times before, on September 25th, 1981. She was with friends when she walked ahead of them and vanished over a hill, but they couldn't find her on the other side, nor could they find her at the campground where she was staying. Where are these people going, and why can't anyone find them? It's been decades, and there still isn't any trace of these folks. Yes, obviously, this is a big park, and it would be hard to locate someone if they tripped and fell. But still, this has got people thinking that something far more sinister is afoot. A killer of some kind, potentially, who uses this park as their hunting grounds. Whether this killer is human or some type of entity, no one knows for sure. Just stay away from this park so you don't need to be the one to find out.
Number 4, the Waverly Hills Sanatorium. The Waverly Hills Sanatorium has had a real storied history as far as a building goes. It began its life as a hospital, eventually became a nursing home, and now is considered one of the most haunted spots in the United States. Quite the resume. It first opened in Louisville, Kentucky in the year 1910 to treat new incoming tuberculosis patients. That year, a recently built hospital had moved all of their TB patients over to the sanatorium, who had to put up tents to accommodate all of their new guests. The sanitarium housed thousands of patients over the years before the hospital would close to convert into that nursing home in 1961. Now, the estimates may vary because there's not a lot written down, but the estimates say that as many as 64,000 people died inside the sanatorium. 64,000. That is insane. Now, if you've played Red Dead Redemption, I don't need to tell you how bad tuberculosis is. It used to be dubbed the White Plague for its high mortality rate before more advanced treatments became commonplace in curing the illness in the late 40s. So around the time of the sanatorium, it was mostly a death sentence. So is it any surprise that Waverly is said to contain lost, tormented souls unable to move forward? No, not particularly. There's an underground tunnel from the sanatorium to the bottom of the hill, which was used to transport dead patients. The tunnel is supposedly haunted by those who made their last journey through it. One of the most notable haunted spots in the building, though, is room 502, which is said to contain the ghost of a nurse in uniform. There's a couple different legends corresponding to this. One says that the nurse took her life jumping out of that window, and another who said the nurse took her life by hanging because she was pregnant. And neither one of those is particularly pleasant to think about as the good option. These days, if you're feeling particularly brave, the sanatorium has opened its doors once again, offering tours for would-be paranormal investigators looking to get a couple beeps on their EVP meters. Just don't say that nobody warned you.
In 5th, we have the Most Holy Trinity Church in New York, built sometime between 1882 and 1885 on land that previously served as a graveyard until 1853. According to local rumors, not all of the bodies residing there were exhumed from the graveyard, and the spirits of those left behind still inhabit the grounds to this day. The church property covers an entire city block, and it is said that there are false closets leading to bricked-up doorways, tunnels, and random sub-basements throughout the church and convent. There are also mysterious passageways on the upper levels of the church, where legend says only priests are able to enter. The church's rectory was built in 1872 by its second pastor, Monsignor Michael May, who later passed in his room on the second floor. Priests who live in the rectory have used that space for mainly a guest room ever since, as no one has ever been willing to live in it on an ongoing basis. Guests have experienced lights being switched off and on, hearing strange noises, and the sound of a person walking back and forth while trying to sleep. Phantom footsteps have also been heard on the staircases in the building, and dogs who were once kept as pets in the rectory would stare in a trance-like state down the basement stairs, as well as into the dining room when the building got cold. In 1897, a parish bell ringer named George Stell's life was taken in the vestibule of the church. Though there was a suspect in the case, a former parishioner who would later be executed for an unrelated ending of life, no one was ever convicted of the crime. The red fluids of Mr. Stell's, as well as the red handprint of the killer, is believed to still be on the wall in a stairway leading to the bell tower. George's ghost still roams the church and is believed to be the reason why the bells will ring suddenly, vowing not to leave until his death has been solved. Moving on to our fourth place position, we have the Oppia Church of Stafford, Virginia. While the congregation was established in 1711, the physical parish wasn't built until 1751. It was a gorgeous brick building built on a peaceful hilltop with a two-story crucifix floor plan, which otherwise known as a cruciform, which was considered a rather unusual style for colonial churches. Oppia was built to replace two earlier sites of the Overwharton Parish, which were constructed around 1680. The inside of the church burned down in 1754 and was not rebuilt until 1757. It was then shut down from the Revolutionary War until the Civil War due to lack of funding, before reopening as a stable, campsite, and hospital for Union forces. It was during this closure that a young blonde woman was traveling the dark country roads, rural Stafford County, when a group of highwaymen accosted her. This time period was full of exasperated uncertainty from the war, and with it, a severe lack of resources, food, and money. Men would wait hidden on the side of roads to steal the valuables from people walking or riding by their hiding spots. She ran from the men to the sanctuary of the church, but was only able to hide for a little while before they broke inside and ended her life. Her body was hidden in the tower, and the men were never caught. It wasn't until after the Revolutionary War ended in 1775 and the church was ready to reopen for services that what was left of her was discovered. A skeleton with golden blonde hair that was as intact as if she had been freshly slain. The red fluid that spilled on the floor from her death was impossible to remove. Despite using every trick known to man, the stains remained in the tower for well over 100 years, until during a modern renovation when the redness was covered up by concrete. With the facility still being in use today, members of the church have mentioned hearing footsteps walking around at all hours of the day and will break into a frantic run around the church at night, but no one is there. Noises can be heard in the empty tower, with some saying it sounds like a struggle, others describing a groan, whistle, or even a call for help. Many have also mentioned seeing a transparent woman in the church's windows, on the balcony, or even in the graveyard, dubbing her Blonde Beth after the hair of the skeleton. In the 1900s, brave people would try to stay overnight at the church, but were chased away by what they described as an unfriendly presence. A custodian working in the graveyard saw a ghostly woman's face floating above the graves, while another man saw a woman smiling at him through the balcony windows before she vanished. In the middle of this creepy sandwich, in fifth place, we have Preston Castle, also known as the Preston School of Industry in Ione. Opening in 1894 and named after state senator at the time, Edward Myers Prestonas, it was presented as an alternative to juvie, a place to send troubled boys to learn a new trade and avoid incarceration. To the general public, it quickly became known as the best reform school of its kind, where boys could grow their own food, raise livestock, learn farming trades and skills for self-preservation in the real world. Known as wards, minors under guardianship of the state, but not necessarily juvenile offenders, many boys passed from severe illnesses like tuberculosis or were simply killed by guards for reasons unknown. Records show that the initiation to the facility involved swimming through a pool filled with lye, and common discipline methods included starvation, isolation, public paddling, and lashings. A mass grave on the property contains at least 23 bodies of wards that were sent to be rehabilitated. Head housekeeper of the facility, Anna Corbin, was brutally beaten to death on February 23rd of 1950. Various students and members of the staff were suspects in her passing, but it remains unsolved. Visitors to the now landmark have reported meeting her spirit, which roams around the grounds with all the students that couldn't pass over. Physical representations of spirits at this location have included multiple slamming doors, falling objects, disembodied voices, and the feeling of being touched by a cold hand. all common pranks that are meant to terrorize and discombobulate. In fourth place, we have the Los Coches Adobe in Soledad. Before the establishment even broke ground, back when the area was used primarily for mining, over 30 miners perished in a soil collapse, and visitors to the area have since reported hearing their cries for help from the now abandoned mine shaft, while feeling pressure on their chest and back as if they were being buried alive. The adobe itself is located on the site of Highway 101, the building being originally built in 1843 to be used as lodging for workers in the area. Between 1872 and 1886, Soledad served as the terminal station for the railway that connected to San Francisco. Legend says that the owner of the inn was responsible for ending the lives of multiple folks who stayed there, especially near the end of the inn being in use, by entering the rooms as they slept and slitting their throats before stealing their riches in an attempt to keep the inn, well, afloat. Other spirits spotted on the property include, but are not limited to, a man hanging from a tree, swaying in the wind, and a woman sitting while holding a pointer stick, with her mouth moving as if she's yelling at whoever spots her. It is reported that the wall between the living and the dead is so thin here that people who have stayed in recent history reported having the walls and surroundings inside of the building changed them to match the settings of the once deadly inn before their very eyes. Those who have opted to go so far as to stay the night have often woken up with handprints on their chest or throat, a remnant of what came before.
In at number 3, we have Nevada City in Montana. Miners settled in Nevada City in 1963, along with establishing their homes and businesses in this new town. Located in southwestern Montana, the town is 1.5 miles from Virginia City. The town was thriving up until 1876, when the gold miners moved to other promising sites. In 1896, the Connery Placer Mining Company destroyed most of the city's buildings. The company dredged the gulch and later abandoned it, leaving heavy wooden barges. This abandoned town being haunted is old news, as the Nevada City Hotel is reported to be frequented by the apparition of a road agent who lost their life nearby, according to online sources. Visitors have also reported hearing footsteps in the hallways and seeing shadowy figures standing behind their reflections in mirrors. Additionally, the spirit of an older cowboy figure who never speaks but lurks in the hotel rooms and even sits at the bar in the Virginia City. Back when the hotel operated, guests also complained of a weeping woman, always in the same room, only to be told there was no guest in the room in question. In at number 2, we have Custer, Idaho. The mining town of Custer was born in 1879 by gold miners looking for their next gold hotspot. Prospectors discovered gold in what would become known as the Yankee Fork area of central Idaho in 1867. The area was worked on a small scale for more than a decade before the discovery of General Custer Mine. The General Custer Mining Company closed in 1888, and the district experienced a sharp decline. In 1899, the town of Custer has 5 saloons, 3 stores, a hotel, and 3 boarding houses, but the town never established even one church. By 1910, most of the mines in the area were closed, and the Yankee Forks boom years came to an end. The combined population of Custer and the nearby Bonanza was just 66 people. The Silver Messenger reports just 2 families remaining in Custer in 1911, and then being fully abandoned the year following. Today, it has been purchased by the U.S. Forestry Service, and in conjunction with the Friends of Custer Society, is slowly being made into a historic site. Some original buildings have already been renovated, some are in process, and many others are slated to be restored. Several buildings lost in the 1960s grass fire are due to be replaced with replicas. The Forgotten Town is a landmark for many people, such as tourists and especially paranormal investigators. In the old schoolhouse is a museum containing items left behind and showcases the town's unique history. Although interesting, you can't help but get an eerie feeling thinking about the people who once owned these items, as walking into one of these structures is like walking back in time. To think this town was once active with human energy and miners working every single day. And finally, in at number 1, we have South Pass City, Wyoming. Only about 10 miles north of the Oregon Trail is the shell of a town that used to be a busy gold mining camp. Established in a small valley along the banks of Willow Creek, the town was born in 1867. The town was built there because gold was discovered in the Wind River Mountains. By 1868, South Pass City boasted over 250 buildings, 1,000 people, and hundreds of claims. The town was extremely busy, as its half-a-mile-long main street boasted numerous hotels, restaurants, general stores, 2 newspapers, doctors, a bowling alley, and dozens of saloons. The mining district continued to grow to as many as 3,000 residents. Miners looking for investors and newspapers promoting further settlement in the area exaggerated the region's amount of gold. But for South Pass City, its great success wouldn't last, and just 2 years after its establishment would begin to show its first signs of declining. Hitting a fall in early 1869, the town resurged briefly after outsider capital was poured into the area, but would fall again as expenses and hardships to recover the gold proved too costly for most miners. By 1872, the town was only occupied by only a few hundred people. In the end, South Pass would become a permanent ghost town. By 1949, the last of the pioneer families had moved on from South Pass City, and the buildings had fallen into disrepair. The grounds of the old town are known to be haunted, and Highway 287 that follows the route of the Oregon Trail over South Pass, which is the reason South Pass City ever existed, has had its fair share of ghost sightings. According to a local ghost story, a woman was driving home from a long day in Denver. Her friend had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. After passing through Jeffrey City, the driver spotted a dark, hunched figure walking toward the road in the sagebrush. About a half-mile later, she saw the same figure closer to the road. She noted his pig coat as he became clearer. About a half-mile later, still thinking about this man and his surprising reappearance, she reached over to wake her friend and request she take a turn driving. As her friend awoke, she saw the same man at the edge of the road, just crossing the white line onto the highway next to the car. Screaming, they accelerated away and compared descriptions. It was certainly the same man.
Number 2, the Queen Mary. We've got a few good haunted woods, an old abandoned hospital, and I think for good measure we should toss in a haunted ship. Does this video not have any haunted houses? Wow, okay, hey, we're breaking new ground. There are few ships in the United States allegedly even half as haunted as the Queen Mary, a decommissioned ship that was converted into a hotel in Long Beach, California. It's stately, lush, and its lower decks are filled to bursting with restless spirits. The ship was christened in the mid-30s by Queen Mary herself, hence the name. And it was retired 3 decades later when it was then converted into a hotel where guests can go and sleep in a stateroom and role play that they're crossing the Atlantic in style. But the continental breakfast is far from the only reason anyone goes to check it out, although I have heard it's amazing. Just make sure you get there early. Those eggs go fast. There's a variety of hotspots that are said to be congregation points for spirits. The most famous is Stateroom B340, a problem before the place was even haunted, actually. In 1948, a passenger, Walter J. Adamson, passed away in the room under unknown conditions. Nothing came of it until 1966. A woman staying in the room reported she was woken up when the bed covers were pulled away and she saw a spectral man standing at the foot of her bed. She didn't assume this was the room service, so she screamed and rang for a steward, but as soon as somebody arrived, the man had vanished. Guests staying at the room claim they hear someone knocking at the door in the middle of the night. The Mary's maids complain that they find water running in B340 when no one's been in it in days. Wet bandits, that's the sign of the wet bandits for sure. People have reported all kinds of ghosts around the pool as well. Some notable ones include a woman in an old wedding gown next to a young boy in a suit, a cloud of steam appearing out of nowhere along with a girl in a blue and white dress who disappears and reappears in an instant. Oof. I'll stay on the land, I think, where all the land ghosts are. At least I know what those ones are. I trust them. And number 1, the Mal Dyer Rock. Do you believe in witches? For the residents of Leonardtown, Maryland, their town's history has been plagued by rumors and accusations surrounding one infamous resident, Mal Dyer, the Witch of Leonardtown. In the early 17th century, illness was ravaging this small community, taking a harsh toll on crops and wildlife. And the difficulty of the winter had crushed most residents' hopes of surviving the season. The town was deeply religious, and the harsh season led the townsfolk to believe a witch was to be blamed instead of just like polls and seasons and stuff, but they didn't really have a lot of books, so witches made a lot more sense. The church had determined that one resident in particular, Mal Dyer, an old widow who lived alone on the edge of town, was the witch who was tormenting the villagers. I get it, old crone on the edge of town, bad season, all the crops died. It definitely sounds like she was a witch. Well, it wasn't long before hurtful hearsay like that turned into a pitchfork-wielding mob who burned down Mal's small hut. Maul ran from the fire into the wilderness, but, being an old woman, collapsed shortly. She grabbed onto a boulder and raised her left hand to the moon and allegedly cursed at the village for what they had done to her. Her body was found frozen with her hand held upwards towards the sky. Since then, the boulder she was found on has been dubbed the Maul Dyer Rock and is actually protected with plexiglass in an attempt to contain whatever curse that she unleashed onto the world. Many supernatural events are reported in the woods around this rock, ranging from shadow people, will-o-wisps, stories of spirits running through the road causing car accidents, thick unnatural fog, and lightning strikes around the rock are all common legends and elements of Maul Dyer's ancient curse on the town of Leonardsville. Now, some fun little trivia for some horror movie fans out there. The story of Maul Dyer served as one of the inspirations for the titular character in the cult classic horror flick Blair Witch Project, about a spooky witch who got isolated in the woods. So if you're ever visiting Maryland and you want to see Maul Dyer's Rock, make sure to bring the video camera, shake it all up a bunch, because if you play your cards right, that's a 3-picture deal and a whole movie franchise.
In third place, we're taking a closer look at St. Mary the Virgin, located on the outskirts of Clophill, England. Originally built facing the west sometime around the year 1350, it's believed to have been erected on top of a leper hospital run by monks. I'd like to take a moment to note that it was built in the quote-unquote wrong direction, with churches traditionally facing east, the direction from which the sun rises, which is associated with the location of heaven and the return of the Messiah in Christian religion. Altars inside of these holy buildings would face in the eastbound direction for prayers. Some have claimed that because St. Mary the Virgin faces away from God, it thus opens its doors to hell, and ergo responsible for the tale I'm about to tell. The building was abandoned in 1848 when the rector at the time made the decision to have a new church built instead of expanding the previous one, which was much needed due to the rapidly growing congregation. Old St. Mary's, as was dubbed by the locals, was then primarily used as a mortuary chapel, holding bodies before they were buried in the adjacent cemetery. By the 1950s, St. Mary's had become so run down that it could no longer fulfill that use, with just the outdoor walls and tower remaining. In March 1963, the tomb of an 18th century apothecary's wife was broken into, and the bones were arranged ritualistically in the middle of the church. And once again, on Midsummer's Eve of 1969, multiple women's graves were broken into, with bones being removed and rearranged once more. While the specific individuals involved in these acts were never identified, the arrangements found resembled those used in black mass rituals performed by satanic groups at the time. After the first incident in 1963, a rare decision was made to rehollow, or in more simple terms, re-bless the altar that was left in the building in a failed attempt to protect the building from evil. Later that year, Reverend Harold Colthurst reported stumbling upon a group of men in the building that were in the midst of a mysterious ritual, being quoted as saying that the men were trying to communicate with evil spirits, chanting some sort of mumbo-jumbo. They were definitely in league with the devil. Modern-day visitors to the now landmark have reported seeing a plethora of ghostly figures during the day and nighttime, faint lights moving about before vanishing mysteriously, along with reports of a chilly and oppressive atmosphere even during warm days. In second place, we're visiting l'Abbaye de Mortemer, or Mortimer Abbey. It was originally built in 1134 on land gifted by King Henry I. The stagnant water of the drainage lake, which was dug out by the monks to dry up the marshy land, was called Mortemer, or the Dead Pond, giving the monastery its name. Totally not ominous or anything. The monks constructed what was then one of the largest monasteries in the world on said land. The legend says that after the passing of his only son, King Henry wanted to reform his daughter Matilda and had her locked in a room in the abbey for 5 years. The anger and hate she felt from being sent away and isolated stained and seeped into the walls of the monastery, cursing it for eternity. After her eventual release, she went on to live until 1167, when it said her spirit returned to Mortimer Abbey to haunt the area as the White Lady. She is said to appear on nights close to a full moon, moaning as she drifts through the now ruins of the monastery. Those that have seen her report that she alternates between wearing black and white gloves. If she appears to you with white gloves on, you're destined for good luck. But if she appears with black, you'll be expected to pass within a year. Alas, Matilda is not the only spirit one must worry about if visiting the abbey. When the monastery was at its peak in the 1500s, a frail and suffering woman was brought to the monks with an illness it was believed that only they could aid. It was revealed that she was possessed by the spirit of a wolf and cursed to become a werewolf for several nights. The monks chained her to a room and conducted multiple exorcisms in an attempt to eradicate the spirit. The monks were able to exorcise the evil wolf spirit or demonic force out of the woman, but it then attached itself to to the grounds and walls of the monastery. Several hundred years later, in 1884, a man named Roger Saboureau was hunting in the woods nearby when he was attacked by a large werewolf. He shot it multiple times, killing the creature, but when he returned home at dawn, he found the body of his wife bearing wounds matching those he had given the wolf. People say the spirit of Roger's wife and his own heartbroken spirit still wander the area when the moon is full. The abbey was exorcised by the church in 1921, but still remains haunted to this day. And coming in first place, we have the Abbey of the Black Hag, locally known as Monastern Galagduff. Please don't curse me for my pronunciation. St. Catherine's Abbey, or simply as Old Abbey. It's located roughly 2 miles east of the village of Shanagolden, in the townland of Old Abbey. Gee, can you tell where it got its name? One of the earliest recorded nunneries in Ireland, with its first official record being around 1298. It was built on land donated by John Fitzthomas, and has the typical layout for abbeys of its time, with a dining hall, cells, isolated meditation areas, and other rooms still able to be identified amongst the ruins today. During the 15th century, there was a major battle for supremacy in the area between the Earl Fitzgerald and the prestigious Butler family, of which the Earldom of Ormond belonged. It got to such an extent that the local bishop was known to pray for peace between the families at masses. During one of the nightly attacks, Earl Fitzgerald attempted to get his wife to safety, but as he was pulling her onto his horse, an arrow pierced her thigh, shattering the bone and spraying red bodily fluids. As he rode on, the Countess appeared to have succumbed to her injury, leading the Earl to seek sanctuary at St. Catherine's. The heartbroken man was certain his wife had passed, so he swiftly buried her beneath the altar and continued elsewhere to find safety. As the night went on, the nuns and residents began to hear hair-raising screams and made the decision to rebury the Countess in hopes of bringing her peace. When they dug up the body, they discovered her fingers were broken and her nails had been torn off. The poor woman had been buried alive, with a very slow and torturous end of her life. To this day, it is believed that the Countess has been unable to find peace and continues to scream in anguish, waiting for her husband to save her from a fate truly worse than death. Moving slightly ahead in time, we come to the Black Nun herself. Described as one in the order that wasn't content with being humble, helping others over herself, and the servitude to God, she instead craved power. The hag had her own cell, where she worshipped Satan and performed black magic, becoming a slave to the occult. This was the highest form of blasphemy in the church, and the other nuns in the order fled the abbey, while the hag remained in her now house of darkness. To complete her rituals, the Black Nun would venture into the local community and perform depraved, lewd acts and offer sacrifices, with bones of young community members later discovered on the grounds. In modern times, visitors have reported seeing the dark, shadowy figure of a nun wandering, the feeling of being constantly watched, and a disembodied hand reaching towards them. It has been reported that flashlights cannot function in the nun's cell, and modern batteries drain too quickly to have any sort of rational explanation.
Number 5 on this list is the Hay Adams Hotel. This hotel is located in Washington, D.C. and has quite the history to it. USA Today writes, quite possibly the most famous hotel in the capital, the Hay Adams has hosted many a politician, including the Obamas before inauguration. In 1884, best friends John Hay, Abraham Lincoln's private secretary and later a Secretary of State, and Henry Adams, the author and descendant of John Quincy, built their homes on the plot of land where the hotel now sits. In 1927, 9 years after Adams' death, the houses were razed and replaced by the hotel that stands today. Adams' wife, Marion Hooper Adams, killed herself on the site in 1885, and her spirit reportedly haunts the hotel. Guests and staff say they can hear a woman crying softly, disembodied voices, and doors opening and closing on their own. What is it about hotels and people taking their own lives? It feels like so many hotels are haunted because someone left the world far too early, and usually it was their decision to do so. Marion Hooper Adams is no exception, and she has made this hotel a very inhospitable place to stay. Sometimes you hear the faint cries of a creature or spirit and they go away, but apparently her spirit absolutely wails. All the time there are screams and crying heard. In fact, it's so repetitive that it gets less scary and more of an annoyance than anything else. People literally just can't sleep at night because they're constantly listening to her crying over how her life ended. It's also a nuisance when they find things missing all the time. Marion likes to move things and steal items. Oftentimes, the valuables of these people are gone if they leave the hotel for an extended period of time and then come back. Now, maybe this this part of the legend is actually just one of the hotel workers stealing stuff and blaming it on her, but either way, things will go missing if you stay here. It's overall just a horrible experience being at this hotel for an extended period of time, and I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Number 4 on this list is Hotel Provincial. Located in New Orleans, this hotel is teeming with paranormal energy. USA Today says the 2-story Hotel Provincial with 94 rooms in the historic French Quarter is a retreat into old New Orleans. Like many New Orleans properties, it also claims to be a popular paranormal activity hub. Like other area hotels, the property acted as a medical facility for wounded Confederate soldiers and is said to still possess their spirits. From distressed soldiers and operating doctors to pools of blood, guests have reported it all. If actually staying at the property seems too spooky, it's also a stop on many walking ghost tours of the city as well. Pools of blood, guys. Literal pools of blood. Just imagine walking in your hotel room after a long day of doing stuff, getting in your PJs, moving the comforter over to your bed to slip in, and then seeing a bunch of blood just ooze out. This has actually happened to people before. That would absolutely scar me for life if something like that ever went down. Not to mention people actually getting physically scarred when they come here. People have reported getting attacked by unknown paranormal entities while staying here, waking up to a spirit completely ravaging them and having no idea how or why it's happening. This is not the type of hotel that you want to stay at, and you will literally risk your safety if you do. Number 3 on this list is the Pfister Hotel. This one has been around for a while and has got a lot of people scared who've stayed here. Travel and Leisure says the historic Pfister Hotel opened in Milwaukee in 1893 with elegant interiors and advanced technology for the times, including electricity, individual thermostat controls, and fireproofing, making it one of the most sought-after accommodations in the city. The hotel is supposedly home to a number of spooky sightings. In fact, several MLB players have reported their own personal ghost experiences in the hotel, and some are even too scared to stay there again. So guys, I actually run a podcast all about the MLB. Because I run this podcast, I'm pretty knowledgeable about the MLB. I have literally heard of this hotel before even doing research on this video. Players will flat out refuse to play here now because they get way too scared and can't get any sleep when they're there.
Getaway, car top down, then we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one down for the first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Virgin honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No, come on baby, let me tell you one time that I'll fire that I love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean. Yeah, in the Caribbean. Yeah, dance, smoke, smoke, smoke. Fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red. Yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end. Yeah, no, our days will never end. Yeah, no. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire and love it till you never break apart. We're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't
appreciate the follow. Read. No.
confirmed. Teach those pathetic Crimson bastards a lesson. Do it now. If not, get to work. Believe in bad luck. Just bad aim. Get there.
Damn, they suck. Appreciate you, True.
Domination. Engagement windows open. Go, go, go! Securing Zone A. Zone A secure. Losing Bravo. Securing B. speed. Locking down Bravo. Secured. Losing B. The lead is ours. Bravo lost. They've taken the lead. Securing B. We locked down. We're winning. Keep it that way. Hostile UAV established overhead. Watchdog Kilo incoming on your location. Enemy UAV inbound. Losing Bravo. Losing B. We lost B. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Camping in the building with a fire shotgun.
Bravo underway.
That guy gets no bitches. None whatsoever.
Bravo is on.
Wow.
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost. Locking down Bravo. Securing B. You're falling behind, Crimson. Taking B.
Carver requesting LVDR fireman.
Locking down Bravo. Enemy UAV inbound. Taking Bravo underway. Bravo zone secure.
TACOM, we need Watchdog Hilo close air now.
Losing B. Bravo. Losing B.
Oh, he's right.
Lost B. Locking down Bravo. Taking Bravo underway. B secured. Hostile UAV established overhead. Losing B. Bravo lost. UAV inbound. Citrus, LTVR incoming. Enemy CUAV inbound. Taking B. Locked down. Losing Bravo. We lost B. Securing B. Next call. Enemy Watchdog Kilo inbound. Locking down Bravo. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles reclaimed the lead. Taking Bravo underway.
SATCOM, I need eyes overhead.
Losing B. We've taken the lead. Stay on task. Losing Bravo. Feel that? They're about to break. Give them a nudge. Bravo lost. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile LDBR drop detected.
SATCOM, get a help over my grid.
Taking B.
Requesting recon above.
Hostile UAV established overhead. We've given up the lead. Report to the nearest extraction point. I have to make a cruise.
to protect your soul.
Hardpoint locked down. Nice. We're pulling ahead. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Come on, you're losing this fight. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles attached to the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Hardpoint located. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles attached to hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles attached to hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Watchdog helo incoming on your location. Look alive. Hostiles return active. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles attached to hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this?
it, Black Ops. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Bugs. Hey, bloody old pal. I'm living Saturn. Trying to play. He's in here, but I haven't heard him talk. I'm just playing some multiplayer, trying to. I don't know. I don't know. What? How did he? Whoa!
Dead and gone.
Nope. I knew I heard him. Bro. You do.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Bro, come on. Yeah, I'm 1-7, bro. I'm getting shit on. Bro, I can't even get out of spawn. No. I'm about to fucking start playing it. The guy right here to the right. Maybe not. What the? Hey, I guess I can't jump up that. I didn't know this was part of this building. Oh my god, where did he go, bro? That's crazy. Oh god, another. Heard him, saw the other guy. Had a just booty. Oh my god. I didn't know he was right there. What are you playing? Playing hardcore? I'm about to back out and join you. I'm getting shit on.
The fuck's going on here? Tighten up the
What?
fucking line.
Oh my god, bro. Whatever. Okay, good on.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love
Dr. Anthony Fauci confesses he made up COVID rules, including 6 feet social distancing and kids wearing masks. They're really gonna shut down because the Democrats would rather give help. I guess the government's gonna shut down tomorrow because the Democrats would rather give free health care to illegals than help Americans.
Let's sing a song full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain.
The Democrats are going to shut down the government tomorrow because they'd rather have illegals with free health care than help us. Alright, I'm gonna put the little one to bed while you're playing that game. I'm gonna put the little one to bed. I'll be right back. Oh, well, give me like 2 minutes. All I gotta do is make her bottle and lay her down. Alright, we'll do this.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
dragon, but what? Because that's the Discord. Let me know who's talking. Doing that and the revolver. Doing that and the revolver as the second game. Yeah, bad. But last fight. Look, last fight. Oh, flash the card. I got real bad. Cracking my knuckles with food. What? Cracking your knuckles. That's cute. Hold me. I know. I think it's from. Because I had to do a lot of like. And before the military, my hand would get stuck, like I'm grabbing something out of the oven, because that Olive Garden, you know how you do the breadsticks and you gotta pick it up? And my hand would get stuck like I'm picking up something. And it hurts so damn bad. I'm on it. So I wonder if it's I just like, here, fuck you.
Officer captured the hard point. Hardpoint identified. Enemy scout pulse detected. Hostile UAV
Oh my
established.
god, the COD timing.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
What? there's a heart. Yeah. I don't know who has it, because they only have like 10 kills.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles on the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified.
Which one? There's two. In the jammies.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Yeah.
Net call. Enemy watchdog below inbound. Hardpoint is secure. UAV inbound.
See her left.
Hostiles on the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. You gonna let a bunch of company assholes beat you? Fight back, damn it!
I quit shooting.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Who I kill? I just unlocked the HDR.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hostiles at the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostile scout pulse in your AO. Hardpoint is secured. Hostiles at the hardpoint. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint located. Enemy scout pulse detected.
Is a pistol? Okay.
RTB, Black Ops. We need to have a fucking conversation.
I think the only one that's not cheating is the dude on the bottom of the. I think I did too. I did. Probably fucking beating in the corner. Just kidding. All right, now I gotta level up this HBO. How you know he exists? Good all.
To the objective. Alpha secure. The lead is ours. Losing B. Taking Bravo underway. Securing B. Locking down Bravo. Locked down. Losing Bravo.
I might get reported for that shot.
Lost B.
They caught me reloading. Damn it.
Hostiles reclaimed the lead. Taking B. Bravo is ours. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Ah.
Losing
1B. What?
Losing Bravo. Bravo lost. Taking Bravo underway.
Bro, this dude might be cheating.
Secured. Losing B. Losing Bravo.
Oh, I ran out of ammo.
Losing feed.
God, I just saw people die. Oh! This fucking Brian dude, bro.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostile counter UAV established above. Losing Bravo.
Bro, how many fucking times do I gotta hit you with a sniper?
Delinquent.
I guess. I don't know.
Losing Bravo.
I should have killed them too.
Losing feed.
Oh, they're in our spawn.
Lost feed.
This dude's cheating.
Locking down Bravo. Bravo zone secure.
UAV in the turn. We have eyes on. UAV fuel check 50%.
Losing Bravo.
Mission timeline expired. UAV RTB.
There's T1B, T1B.
Bravo lost. Securing B. Taking B. Secured. Losing Bravo.
Capture it and I instantly take it back. I'm done. I said I'm done going after B. Every time I captured our teammate, let him get it back instantly.
Hold the line, Crimson. This is ours to lose. Taking Bravo underway.
I knew he was somewhere.
Taking B. Mission goals agreed. Dispatching teams to lock up survivors.
I did decent. I did decent. What?
Capture the objective. Hostile at the hard point.
Why are we facing a whole clan?
Throwing tactical. Hardpoint identified. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point located.
This Waller dude's cheating.
Watchdog helo incoming on your location. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hard point. Shipwreck. LDPR incoming.
Rooms empty.
How do we always get the shitty team?
Hardpoint identified. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Can you just whatever, bro? I've hit him with half a mag of my FFAR.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint located. Enemy HARP operational above.
Well, just back us the fuck out.
Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Back us the fuck out.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. I don't believe in bad luck. Just bad aim. Get to exfil.
should have known. We get another game like that.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down under steel. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay.
Kill confirmed. We have our orders. See it through. We're winning. Keep it up. They've taken the lead.
Oh god. Oh, how are they behind us and in front of us? No. Bitch. I grabbed a body up. My bad.
Crane authorizing UAV mission. You're falling behind, Crimson. Hostile LDBR drop detected.
Bitch. Yeah. what I do? I'm knifing. All right.
Filling up death machine. Your tactics aren't working. Find another way.
Oh yeah. Using my 9. I was only knifing just a second ago. I was in the middle of text. Oh, here. What?
Rest and recuperate. Tomorrow you'll be running drills until you drop.
What? That was a C9? That was a C9? Jesus.
I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams when I like to stay faded. Feel so real that I wake up shaking. They think it's skin cause this life is not living out your head. If you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah. What am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. Yo. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah. What am I doing? Did I do it right?
Oh no. You gotta vote something else, bro. I can't play Domination. Alright, back out. I'm not playing Domination, bro. No one we're gonna be the only two attempting to tap beat. Everybody else is gonna just sit there. Every fucking game. So stupid. And then me and you end up getting pissed off because we're the only ones doing anything. Like, I see how it is, bitch. Can't play with us. With a blank.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want you to get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm with you.
CIA, you're cleared hot. Work your frag list.
This is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream. Live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team. I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's the dream. And I pray as a team.
We've claimed the advantage. Now hold it. We're winning.
Look what I
Keep
put
it
in
that
COD
way.
chat. I said, I see how it is, Miami. I'm not good enough for you to play the game with. You dirty rat bastard.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Give me eyes in the sky.
Sentry turrets up.
In there. You hear him, right? Ah! There's one right here. Gotcha, bitch. scared the fuck out of me. Yeah. Oh no. You didn't see that coming. Oh, there's 3 of them. And he just moves them right there? That's cool. I'll write that down.
Enemies destroyed your trophy system.
They're right where we want them. Finish the job. They never stood a chance. Proceed to extract Susan.
Oh.
I see you.
yeah. I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though so we ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna
Destroy the enemy.
what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words
We've taken control.
I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no.
You've fallen behind. Damn it, we've lost the lead. Lead dive. Requesting UAV test.
Bad enough to get a see, they'd rather just go leave it be. And this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting
Yeah, I gotta go to Walmart for something.
They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left and I'm not quite there yet, but those
I'll hit you up tomorrow, bro. Are you working tomorrow?
and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end. No.
Hey man, I'm sorry. At least we got almost a full day in. Alright, Broski, have a good night. Alrighty, stream. I'm gonna have to end it. I gotta go to Walmart for the watch.
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up to the max, get it faded till I'm gone, dude. I do what I want, couldn't stop me if you wanted to. I just work hard, yeah, harder than the rest. Some people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know